Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Oh,
well, we are.
Well, I would like to say good morning, but the bear has forgotten to turn anything on.
No, I don't know why I had everything muted at the end of the day yesterday.
Well, curiously, I was looking at the bear was looking at me. Bear, you were down to do the introduction, so I was waiting for you.
Okay, good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Guerrilla Cricket. It's day 3 of the World Test Championship. And of course, I don't have to mention team changes because we've got a test on, and what a test it has been. A lot of talk in the press about the wicket, blah, 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 blah. And I even read an article, I was just saying to Hendo, an article by Jarrell, which was very interesting, the fact that in the last 10 years, bowlers were both supposedly amazing because strike rates were now below 45 or something, and as good as any time since the 1800s. But there was a massive flaw in his argument, was the fact that batsmen, whilst there are some good batsmen, technique has got poorer due to T20, and people are aggressive. He kind of made that point, but he didn't get on to the technique. He was like, oh, people say about T20. But the point about T20s, I would say, is that people don't use their feet, get above the ball, get out to the ball anymore, da-da-da-da-da. And it's been a big change in the last 10, 15 years. So I think that's a massive contributing factor. There are some very good bowlers, and there are some very good bowlers on show. But the stats seem to show that this wicket is acting no worse than any other Lord's wicket, and we've seen plenty of runs in the past. That may be two teams a little bit rusty. Apparently Ngidi has only got 7 wickets in the last 2 years, and 3 of them are in this match.
Well, I mean, we were discussing him sort of mid-afternoon, and well, I was suggesting perhaps he was the weak link in this attack. Certainly on what he'd shown up to that point. But, well, he's made a fool of us, hasn't he? Because he's shot back. He's got the really crucial wickets. I mean, he's got rid of Steve Smith amongst his
He got rid of
35.
And Webster, the two
And
guys
Webster.
who scored runs in the first innings.
Absolutely right. I suppose the disappointment for South Africa was that drop catch late last night when Stark offered the chance to Janssen, wasn't it, in the sort of gully area, and he'd moved in because we'd all been talking about the fact that the edges weren't carrying, and then he moved in and then he spilled it in, I think, the penultimate over.
Yeah, it was a full-blooded shot though, wasn't it, straight at him, and he was quite short. Do expect to catch them, but on the other side of the coin, you've got to say, if I was a South African and you'd offered me whatever it is for 8 at the end of the day, what is it? It's
144, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, 144 for 8, and only 208 or something to chase. With 2 days to go, having been rolled for about 140.
3 days to go.
Well, technically, but
No, 3 days to go. We only had 2 days, Bear.
Oh God, yeah. I thought you were talking
So
about
much has happened.
So,
It is
yeah,
gone at a
3
million
days
miles
ago.
an hour.
Well,
isn't it?
I'm thinking today will be the last day, maybe. Anyway,
Yeah.
plenty of time in the game, and you've got to fancy yourself to chase 212. Even though statistically, looking at this South African side, you probably think Australia got it run, but they're in it. They're in it.
They're in it, and Bedingham, I think, was saying overnight, we've got massive belief. I'm not sure that I believe him.
No. I would tend to agree with you.
Looking over at Richard to see whether he's got massive self-belief, but he's actually hidden behind the fan, so I can't really see. No, he's got the thumbs up. Got the thumbs up from him. So, well, he wouldn't have gotten his bus from Battersea if he didn't think South Africa had it in them. Messi, good morning to you.
Good morning, Hendo. Yes, I'm very nervous but excited. This has been a fantastic test match. I'm so glad I've been here for it.
On a sort of scale of percentage, 100%, how much do you want Australia to win?
Oh, 80% probably. Okay. You know,
so you're much more Australian than the likes
Cat.
of Cat.
Oh,
and,
absolutely.
Mog and
it's converts are always the worst. You know that.
Yeah.
Did you say converts or convicts?
Yeah.
Converts.
Convert.
They're obviously doing a minute silent for. I'd say it's for the victims of the plane
Indian
crash.
Plane crash. Yeah. That was horrific, wasn't it?
Well, it was just almost looked so controlled. Didn't
Yeah.
it? That's the worrying thing, really.
Well, I think if there'd been a bit of scrubland, he probably could have landed the fucking thing.
Well,
he
he
only
could-
got 600 feet in the ground.
Yeah.
Well, you look at the angle when it's coming down. I mean, it is set up for a landing, but there's nowhere to go, is there?
Yeah, you can't land a
On a-
plane
on
of
a
that.
bunch of-
You can't land a plane of that weight and with that much fuel, even on grassland, very
Well,
easily.
No, not very easily, but a lot easier than
You've
landing.
got a chance.
You've got a chance.
A very small
When
chance.
landing on buildings, you don't really.
No.
It's extraordinary, isn't it, how much focus we put on the deaths of a number of people on an airplane when
Yep.
you consider that twice that many people will die of gunshot wounds in the US just this week.
Oh, it's just when you get an incident as big as that, isn't it? I suppose.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we go. Back to cricket.
Rabada in first ball of the day, worked into the leg side by Lyon. He will get a single. Let's have some jingles. This man's batting.
He's the Aussies leading spinner. He's lying. He's not too bad, and that's true.
And this man's bowling.
What's his name? He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killingest bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
Around the wicket he is to Stark, and is no run as he leaves it. Everyone flooding into Lords. What a lovely day as well. It's about 30 degrees in London. Hottest day of the year, I think.
Is it?
I believe so.
Is-
Maybe not. Maybe I'm lying. I don't know. Maybe we had 31 or 32.
There was a very hot day or two back in April. Even
May,
April.
But this is only early June. What the hell?
This is flaming June, by the way.
This is flaming June,
Yeah.
and this is climate change.
Yes.
Let's not talk about it. Doesn't exist. 145 for 8. Round a wicket, Kagiso to Stark, who again lets it through the keeper, and there's no run. quite important here that you don't get one of those sticky little 30-40 run
Yes.
ninth wicket partnerships.
Very
isn't
much
it?
so.
Yeah.
Need to wrap this up as quick as possible. If it was England, guarantee 50 runs here, but
Yeah, we can't bowl at tail enders at all, can
no.
I think these two will actually be much more stoic than they might have been last night, because it looks to me like the conditions are going to be pretty good for batting today.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough on the bowlers. They got tired earlier. It's hot, it's sticky. Rabada, mind you, around the wicket. Full, driven hard, but can't beat the man at mid-off, and there is no one. I guess both sides are used. This probably isn't that hot to both sides, to be fair, is it?
It's bloody humid as well.
What's the humidity? You said
Well,
it was lower.
It's a bit lower than yesterday. It's still 50%.
50%.
And I'll say hello to a few people. William Prisley says, what a day we have here. Hello, all goes Sapphish, says Leah. Hello, lads, says Mog. Morning all, says Sudahu. Kieran Roseblade says, morning all. Tests only need to be 4 days, really, don't they?
Well, yeah. Oh, now that one swung after it went past.
And then dipped.
Yeah, Stark, and then dipped on Varane, who dropped it. But there was no harm done, and no run. Stark's on 16, he's been out 51 deliveries. Lyon came out pretty much at the end of the day yesterday. And Stark was the one who was dropped.
Yeah, yeah.
And it could be a costly drop.
It could be. I mean, you know, he can hit the ball quite
Hard.
firm.
Yeah, he does. I think if it gets down Hazelwood, he'll just swing anyway.
Yeah.
That's through to the keeper and there's no run. And Lyon has become quite an effective hitter in the recent years. Not technically very good, but he's quite brave, gets behind the ball, does like a hook.
Gary Pelser says, Gary Pelser, books, beer and bullshit. Great handle.
What a handle.
It says, good morning, gents. This has all the hallmarks of a great day, doesn't it? But will it? Banana Brooks, also a good name, says, hope the South African bowlers have fully warmed up this morning. Leah says, well, I sure hope the pitch has flattened out considerably, given the South Africans' fighting chance. Brown in Brisbane says, morning, great to see messages lifting the sartorial standards in the new studio. Because I've got a shirt with a collar on.
Stripy shirt.
You're not wearing a T-shirt, Messi. You're letting the side down.
Yeah.
It doesn't make my belly look quite as big.
I find that
Interesting.
button-up shirts actually tend to make my belly look even bigger.
exactly.
It depends how big the shirt is. If it's big enough so it doesn't look like it's bursting,
Well, mine all look like they're bursting
Yeah, mine
because
too.
I haven't bought a shirt.
you
with
need to
buttons
buy a triple XL then, there.
on. Well, probably, but I don't like shirts. I haven't bought one for about 15 years at least. Mulder is in at the other end.
Yeah, that is I mean, you were about to say, weren't you, Bear, that this is an
An unusual
slightly
choice.
surprising choice.
Yeah, I'd have gone with Janssen probably first up. How about 41 overs? We've still got a lot of way to go with the ball. Anyway, this man's bowling.
When things get desperate, you don't need to worry. Just stop me and motor out in a hurry. When things get desperate, you don't need to worry. Motor will save the day for you.
And
Mitchell Stark believes the truest hunter is the one.
Mulder is in. Oh, down the leg side. Well stopped by Varane. Stuck a foot out. Wasn't going to get there with a hand, but he's made sure they didn't get 4 byes because he just plonked his foot out like a defender in League 3.
League 3, there's no such thing.
Well, okay.
Yeah, but-
non-league footballer.
But that's actually not good keeping, because
No.
he hasn't got his feet in the right position in the first place. He should have been able to go for it with his hands.
I don't know what happened there. I think he just must have got out of position somehow.
I
and
think
then-
also a little bit of pace got taken off, didn't it? And he wrong-footed himself.
Yeah.
he adapted well.
Yes. Well, he didn't let it go for runs,
Yeah.
which is his job. And there wasn't an edge, so it couldn't be out. So he did stop the ball. Mulder is in, and it's defended up to mid-on. And there
By
is
the
no
way,
run.
do you know I have donated about £180 to the GPL? Do you know what the prize is in the GPL?
£180.
Yeah. So anybody could win that today.
You could take Messi's money.
How do you enter the GPL?
Well, if you go to the Gorilla Cricket website and click on competitions, it will invite you to put your member name in, and if you haven't got one, you can register easily. And then you go and select how many runs will be made today.
Indeed.
And
And
if
left-
you're the only one on the nose, you'll get all that money.
Defended by Lyon out for cover. No
Actually,
run.
though, of course, should we not close it a bit earlier today?
Well, I mean, the problem is if there's a target set and South Africa win, then everyone piles in on the win, don't they? But which I guess means I have to kind of hope for our money that South Africa don't win.
Yeah.
But I do want them to win, so it's a bit of a sticky situation.
Do you like money or beating the Australians most?
Well, someone's got to win it eventually. Might as well give it away on a fine day when South Africa win, I suppose. Mulder in and driven with a bit of flourish by Lyon. Back to the bowler though, and no run.
No nibble there for him so far.
No.
And he was very successful with that yesterday.
Not much swing left on this ball by the look of it either.
Well, balls are as much a mystery as pitches. Pitches, I think, because I think in the first innings it started to swing much more once quite a bit of the shine had come off the ball, and I'm not sure it was reverse.
Mulder in. That one gets an inside edge of Lyon back onto his pads though, and there is no run. So Maiden, second over, 1-4-5 for 8. Have they scored a run yet? They haven't. One.
Farong just says Wibble. Sudahu says batting Gary. Is Nitton there yet? Says Kieran Roseblade. I really hope he joins the chat. He's a sound bloke and my new best friend, especially if he comes up with that deposit. That was something going on yesterday, I think.
Deposit.
Steve Chilton says, hi, folks.
Morning.
Sudahu says, you're a bad man, Kieran. Batting Goat, says Jamar the Pickleball King, which is also a great handle. Humidity by Crickviz, says Sudahu.
Well, Rabada's around a wicket, and Stark has opened his shoulders and driven it back down the ground. Not great timing. Temple will chase it down. I'll get back for at least 2.
Yeah.
And that's all they'll get back for. Okay, Stark has decided. It's
time to go.
It's time to go. It's get interesting.
I think 221 is too much for South Africa, unless, of course, this pitch has finally, as we argued, have been arguing for days, or the 2 days that
become easier.
Become easier. Out. But it may have done, or is it just that the ball is a bit older? It may have flattened out. Yeah, exactly. All these things.
Well, this is it. It might take him a couple of overs to warm up. Rabada in round. Oh, big swing. Massive inside edge from Stark. Big enough, though, to take it out through mid-wicket and get himself a single.
Big swing, not very much ding.
Yeah.
Another thing I like about what they've done at Lords is they haven't made the outfield super fast. It's quick enough, but it's not one of those really lightning outfields that means you just have to touch it to get to the boundary.
I think you find that a lot at Trent Bridge now, don't you? It's got so many wickets. I mean, Lords is the same. It does have a lot of wickets. A lot of pitches, I should say.
But they've also kept the boundaries well back on this one, which I like as
They're going to come quicker than that, whoever's doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
Rabada is in, and it's defended back, and there's no run. We were just watching South Africans practicing being really close with helmets on, being given catches in the traditional manner by someone just sliding it off the bat, but they weren't doing it particularly fast. And it's like, well, the whole point of you being up close is that it's going to come really fast.
We have a super chat.
Yay! I'll play a jingle. Super chats, please. Come on, get them in. It's been a fantastic test.
Super chat. It's from Mog. He says, I'm too shit at predicting the score to do the GPL, so have this instead. He sent us $10.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. It's given. That's brilliant for South Africa. Lyon might appeal it. There was a bit of a nibble back in, and it might go going down leg side. He's going to review it, but I think at worst it's probably clipping leg stump. He didn't really get forward. He was trapped on the crease. But it did seem to jag back a bit.
It did jag back, and I think that would be the only thing that saves him. But having been given out, I suspect, as you say, the worst thing is clipping, and I think that's probably the 9th wicket.
Yeah. No, I think that's pretty good, actually. I think that's going on.
I mean, he's going to review no matter what, because they've got as many reviews as there has wickets to lose. So
there's no point in not reviewing.
Height?
Height's
possibly
possible. I think,
but it is a 40-over-old ball, and
clipping the top of the leg stump, I reckon.
And it wasn't really carrying through to the slip, so it's not really going, is it? Mind you, there was one yesterday that went over the stumps, didn't there? It was given out, and then no. Ooh, great coverage, but I love it when people email us. Old tech. So I'm going to go and look at it. It's a hit in front and middle. It's going on to hit leg stump, and it's hitting, not umpired's call. So we will have 1 wicket down, and
The crowd
to be over quite quickly.
The crowd says you
Well, the Saffers in the crowd are very happy with that. And that's the 4th wicket for Rabada. He's a wicket away, and he's only got one opportunity. He's the man who's got to get it, and he'll have another 10 for Lords.
Muttley's with us. He says, Wolf, morning, Primates. How long do we think these 2 wickets are going to drag out? Love and sausages. Well, only one now. Not long, I suspect. Leah says, can we please refer to Björn as Mulder when he's bowling?
Mulder.
As in Mulder and Scully.
Well, I was going to say we should have a jingle based on that, surely.
Well, it is based on that.
Oh, is it?
It's a Catatonia song, called Mulder and Scully.
Kieran Rosebud says, Mulder the Marauder. Morning, Richie. Morning, all, says Dirty Sanchez.
Richie?
Yeah, morning, Richie.
No, Richie hasn't got on yet. He's over there.
So the new batsman will be, and he'll be facing as well, 2 balls left in the over.
I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood. I'm afraid when he bowls. I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood. I'm afraid.
Talking of Richie Beno, the lead is now TT2.
Oh yeah, genius. Well, Charlie loves our commentary, and he's listened to us for a long time. He doesn't like us swearing.
Yeah, some people don't. And I don't really swear, to be honest.
I do, and I apologise.
Yeah. You swear, and it's rubbed off on Messi.
Yeah, it's all Bear's fault.
It's all Bear's fault.
Blame me.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I swear in varying amounts depending on where I am in the day and what I've had and where the game is at.
What I've had. Yeah. Also, it's just the way you talk.
And it is the way I talk.
To some extent.
I do have a filthy
And we have another super chat.
Yay!
Hey, another jingle. We'll have a longer one because we've got a change of the wicket.
Super chat.
No, we haven't.
Super chat from a huge.
First ball to Hazelwood goes up to mid-off and there's no run.
And they're paying their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
Minx and Booze Clip Corner has sent us $10. He says, good morning, myself and co-workers have been enjoying your coverage. Close eye on the GPL yesterday. Yeah, you were very close.
You were very close, Minsk.
Thanks again for all the great content. Thank you very much, Minsk. He's been very generous with his super chats.
Where is he?
He's in the US.
Okay.
So one of our US brethren.
Converting Americans.
Well, it's a good thing. They're one of our highest markets, Hendo, if you look at the stats. But,
Yep.
That's around the wicket from Rabada. Ends the over with 2 dots, left alone by Hazelwood through the keeper. And there is no run. 148 for 9. Expect start to go Bulu.
Brian in Brisbane says he's got his GPL in. Good work. The rest of you get in there. Join Brian. Join us all and see how you go. Nindesh Pandey is with us. He says, how's life? Anything new? Interesting? Tail ender waggers? Stark Review, says Jamar, the Pickleball King. Kieran reminds everybody that GPL's going. And like and subscribe, please. We need more likes.
I would say about the GPL, on that basis of if South Africa win, there are likely, and you do bet on that, or you do estimate on that line, surely there is a really big chance of there being a winner today. And
yes.
So the more of you that get in, the better. I mean, the thing is, if it's, we do go on the actual score, don't we? So
yes.
So if they need 1 to win and they hit a 4 or a 6, then we go by that score.
Yeah, there's a spread of about 5 or 6 runs basically.
Yeah.
Around the wickets, Stark pushes it out through the offside, takes a run, first ball.
That's curious.
Trust Hazelwood. I wouldn't, but there you go. That's a single.
Well,
149 for 9.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because, I mean, every run is so valuable at this stage. If you got up for nothing the next ball, that could be all the difference.
I mean, that is true. I mean, if
they're 2-2 all out.
And it's a no ball.
And it's a no ball.
Well, you can have 2.
Can we have a free hit too?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't. I'm not sure I'd be bowling Mulder with Hazelwood there. But there you go.
Maybe they're trying to give Rabada the last 2 wickets so they can get 5 for 10 in the match. That's defended back down the track and there is no run. Well, that no ball brought up to 150 for the Aussies. 150 for 9.
It's amazing, isn't it? Because if South Africa do win, they'll have the highest score by a significant margin of the match.
Yeah, and I think, well, I suppose there is a difference, isn't there, between a match that goes 5 days, you tend to say it's always hard to chase
Yeah.
On a 5th
down.
day pitch.
But this is a 3rd day pitch.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It makes a difference, perhaps.
That has been pretty blameless, you have to say. Around the wicket, Mulder to Hazelwood, who attempts to drive, bat turns in his hand, inside half of the bat, back to the bowler, and ain't no run.
Yeah, there was a bit of a gap between bat and
Yeah,
pad there,
there
wasn't
was.
there? He had to drive at that. But as you say, if they turn down a bunch of singles and then, South Africa win with a wicket remaining, they might feel that they could have taken those to some benefit. But it's all about ifs and buts.
It is.
It is. As an Australian supporter, I'm a bit torn about them making a lot of runs for the last wicket anyhow, because if they do, it makes it look easy for the South Africans.
That's clipped into the leg side by Hazelwood. He'll get himself off the mark. Oh, but I guess Rabada will be saying to Mulder, just bowl 2 dot balls. I fancy an over at Hazelwood.
Well, it's going to be 3 actually, because
it was a no ball.
No ball.
A super chat from Brown in Brisbane has sent us £2. He says, how many in the studio today? Any weirdo vegans? Well, we've got 6 in the studio already. I think we may be expecting a couple more.
Are we?
Is not Fred not coming?
No,
I don't think
don't
he
think
is
so.
today.
Not today.
Anyhow, we've got 6 here. We're
Not today,
full
thank you.
house.
Full house. Mulder in. It's driven nicely by Stark. There will be a man out on the cover boundary, and there is indeed, and it'll be just the 1 run.
I mean, it's only going to take one really big shot from Stark for, I think, a few more fielders to
be
disappear
spread.
to the boundary edge. Yes.
Well, at that point, he's got to be a big candidate for caught on the boundary. isn't
Well, he has, but also you've got to, you know,
can't afford to
you
let
can't
balls
afford
go.
big. You can't afford boundaries, can you? This is, or not a few of them in a row.
Oh, there's a short leg coming in. Apparently.
Suda Who says, I ain't
right, no.
fucking apologising.
Oh, he beats the outside edge of Hazelwood's bat. Went away a little bit. He's not the slowest, is he, Waldo? I mean, he's 83. It's not particularly quick, but it's
He
good
doesn't-
enough.
He doesn't look as zippy as he did yesterday. I have to say that. And again, that might be down to the ball, and it might be down. Well, that has moved, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's
He's
a
still
lot-
got it to move, even if it's a sort of oldish ball or
It seems
halfway
to
through
me-
its lifespan.
Very
We were
low
discussing
bounce.
this yesterday, weren't we? I mean, virtually every ball now is wobble seam. No one seems to bowl with that seam anymore, unless they're trying to genuinely swing it.
That at 43 overs is a middle-aged ball.
Yes. Slightly younger than us. That one's fuller and defended square on the offside. And that time they do turn down the single. Probably could have taken an easy
That
one
was the
out
last
from man
ball
indeed.
the
It was the
over,
last ball
wasn't
the
it?
over. Start wants strike.
I will say, of course, that amongst us, the most likely ball to be replaced soon is Messi, and here he is on the. Aren't you? I mean, you're nearly 80. You're nearly 80 overs old, aren't you?
Fuck off. I ain't apologising for that either. Leah says, no Messi, Mulder is a mix of Mulder and Moore.
Mulder?
Vishal says, SA1, Bavuma 100 loading. Mog says, good thing none of the Bradmans leaving comments ever fucking swear.
Indeed so.
Mog says, predictably.
Well, around the wicket, Rabada into Stark. Edged. Oh dear. Goes between second/third slip. They've got 2 slips spread across 3, really, and a gully who's a bit wider. And it goes between them, and that is a boundary. Very precious runs. That's bad jingle.
You know how you are with regard to mid-wicket.
Mm-hmm.
I am exactly the same as with regard to third man. Because so many runs come down there, and
Yeah, they do, but I think people push for wickets rather than have the third man, don't
well, no, they did. But now someone's going
well,
down there.
Ooh, stable doors.
Indeed.
But they tend to put them square, don't they, as well? So the genuine edge still gets 4 runs. Oh, they push
It's a
them up
fly
to sort of
slip, is it?
Fly gully, yeah. Short third man on
Good one.
what would be the edge of the 30
I know,
yards.
it's proper third line.
He's got a fairway.
Fairway, yeah. And it's gone down there. No, it's gone out more back.
But if he'd
point.
stayed at wide second slip, that probably would have gone straight to him and there wouldn't have been a run.
Yeah.
It didn't take a
Well,
run.
there wasn't
take
a
a
run.
run anyway. Yeah, exactly. There is now a bit of strike farming by Stark.
So I think he's shielding him from Rabada in particular. Not
Which is
so worried
why
about
they
Mulder.
should bring on Janssen at the other end.
Yeah, I think they. It does seem an odd choice. I know he was nibbling it around and he did get one past the outside edge, but you don't feel it's going to carry from him, do you?
No, that's shortish. It does carry through to the keeper, but Stark lets it through and there's no run.
We have another super chat.
Yeah.
Oy, good lads, good people. They might not all be lads. We'll have this one.
YouTube Ride Super Chat.
Kieran Roseblade sends us €2. Says, how do we support the Gorillas, guys? It's good.
Well, that is a very good way at the old Super Chat. You can do the GPL, and the best way of supporting us is to become a patron. We love patrons. You get lots and lots of added benefits by being a patron to Gorilla Cricket. Around the Wicket by Rabada. Ooh, I thought he bowled him.
I thought he had.
It got through, but I think it hit the bat pad and was going over, so there's not even an appeal. It may have come off the handle of the glove. There's no run. Yeah, but become a patron. Patrons, you get access to Discord. We have our own Discord server where you can chat with other patrons. You get early access to the
Bishop and Bear.
Bishop and Bear and various other stuff when we produce it.
And if is it at 10 quid a month, you get access to the studio should you wish.
Yeah,
I think it's 20 to access the studio, but
20
at 10 you get access to the full archive. Everything that Gorilla Cricket has recorded over 10 years, including jingles and stuff, is all on a Dropbox shared file that we share with our patrons. So you can access all that kind of stuff. You get a coffee mug and blah, blah, blah. There's lots and lots of stuff. So go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, become a patron. We love you forever. That one's short and aggressive by Rabada. Stark's bottom hand comes off and he fences it in front of his grill, and there is no run.
Might be worth mentioning that it's 10 years since Gorilla Cricket's been on air. Lunchtime today, I'm going to ask the OGs, the original Gorillas, Hendo and the Bear,
There's only us two left, actually.
to talk us through the whole process of getting the Gorillas in place and what's happened. Because while some of you know the story, I'm sure a lot of you haven't heard the whole story.
Sorry, is that going out live?
It'll
Yeah.
be going out live at lunchtime.
God, says Endo.
God.
Rabada around the wicket. Oh, fenced out again by Stark. He's a little bit spooked, and
He's
Rabada's
just
face is up.
yeah, he's softened him up a little bit,
He
hasn't
has.
he? And so he was very sort of cautious in getting forward to that one, I think.
Fenced at it a little bit. Anyway, it was a dot ball. End of the over, no run.
Leah says...
Speaking to the microphone is what Leah says.
A reminder that being a patron will also give access to Discord, where you can see pictures of Bavuma high-fiving Morne Morkel, which is actually a really good picture. Thanks, Leah, for posting that. Fantastic and very funny. Stark needs to go for more boundaries, says Jamar the Pickleball King. Kieran Roseblade says, Bear, there is only one lad. Yeah, whatever. And Linton Deshpande says, yes, Stark, last hope. Well, every run now is, as I say, sacred.
Yes. Well, Janssen is into the attack, and that is the right move for me. Here's the other class effort, and he has a jingle that goes like this.
You think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
Is it more that you have to have money already to play polo? Is there any short form polo?
No, well, there's water polo.
On Shetland ponies?
Janssen bowls at Hazelwood, who clears his front leg and tries to cut it and misses it by a mile. There's no run.
Is it Shetland or is it New Forest ponies that are little?
Shetland.
It's the Shetland ones, okay.
I think New Forest.
I think you can
Well,
get
ponies per se are relatively small, but
Well,
Shetland
yeah.
ponies are particularly small.
Yeah. Well, we just saw weather information. Top temperature of 28, 10% chance of rain later. I mean, there are meant to be sporadic heavy thunderstorms in the southeast today.
My prediction is it will rain overnight tonight, and we'll be done by then anyhow.
Fenced at by Hazelwood. Bat away from body, no run.
I forgot what I was going to say now. I was building up to something
Maybe it was just wind.
highly important. It could be that, yeah, totally. I did see Richard. I mean, if South Africa win today, for Richard, it's going to be a great day, because I did see him sneaking the remaining sausage roll out of the fridge. So he's already fortified by pastry.
That wasn't a sausage roll. That was a huge, great dessert thing.
Oh, was it? Oh, I thought it was a sausage roll.
Driven out by Hazelwood. They go for a quick run, and there's an attempt at a run out by, who's that? Mulder, I think, but he slipped as he went to throw it and missed by a mile. Could have been close, actually.
It could have been if he hadn't slipped. Yeah, the slip was... Oh, yeah, I was going to talk about the weather and the 10% rain, but I think also something that they don't mention on that graphic is the humidity. As you say, although it's a little bit lower today, it's still 50%, which is...
It feels pretty close.
It will go down during the day to below 40%,
Yeah, I think...
Normally, if there's rain around, it goes up, doesn't it?
Yeah, the rain is coming in late this evening.
From Brian. I don't know. Read the message. I'm on air.
Don't talk into the mic bit off when you're talking to someone off air. It's unprofessional.
I know.
Well, nobody pays us.
Left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run.
On that basis, we probably wouldn't broadcast. Yeah, 157 for 9. The lead has moved up to 2-3-1. I really think it's got too big for South Africa. It's only going to take 2 early wickets, and you can see that happening.
Yeah.
The massive belief that Bedingham said they've got overnight.
But a couple of partnerships of 70.
That is all it takes, exactly that, and to give yourself a good fighting chance. And that could come wickets 3 and 4, and then there could be 180 for 5 or 6 or something. Flash down the track by Stark, doesn't really get hold of it again. It's fielded by Rabada, who's at mid-on.
See, I think we're going to see something very different once the Australians get hold of a new ball.
Yeah, I do too.
Because these guys aren't making it look easy for tail enders, like sometimes happens.
Yeah, that's right. But Stark is dangerous. He's on 26. Okay, he's only got one man for company, and that restricts, I suppose, to some extent, although it might not. It actually might free him up. But I think he knows.
Full ball into the pads of Hazelwood. It clips it down to long leg. Now, will they take the single off the last ball of the over? I don't think they have, which is great news for Australia in a way. I mean, for South Africa in a way.
Well, is it? Because it means Rabada is going to be bowling at Stark, and Rabada was causing Stark some discomfort once he started bowling a little bit shorter in that last over.
Are we going to do one more over before we
We're going to do one more over. Tony's hovering. I'm sure he's got plenty to say.
He's got a notebook absolutely brimming.
I think the answer is blowing in the wind. Actually, he's wearing his Bob Dylan T-shirts, or one of them, one of his many Bob Dylan T-shirts, and particularly becoming long shorts, which cover the knees but show the particular calf. Alluring calf.
Do you mean that they're just about becoming shorts?
There's not a lot there in that calf. That has to be said. Rabada around the wicket. Stark plays it out into the covers. Well, yeah, there's someone at deep cover.
Deep
halfway.
Set. Yeah.
And there is no run. Yeah, I thought he was signing the bottom of a boot for a second there, but no, he's getting his spikes done.
Signing the bottom
I
of a
thought,
boot.
what the hell is he singing the sound? Signing boots for?
Well, you've got to make a living. Maybe that's the thing now. Like Nigel Farage does videos saying happy birthday.
Oh, God, and cameo.
We've got an offer of a super chat, which I think is well worth taking up.
Oh, okay. Short, fenced into the offside again, and there is no run.
You can't negotiate super chats.
You can. In this case, I think definitely you can.
Okay.
Mog says, I'll give you another super chat if you say Duckett is a tiny man who should never be allowed to bowl.
Duckett is a tiny man who should never be allowed to bowl.
That was easy enough.
Yeah.
That was very easy.
And how much would you give us for that?
We shall see.
It better be worth it.
Yeah.
We've offended for wrong.
Or we'll withdraw that statement
exactly.
and apologise to Ben Duckett and for wrong.
The Duckett fans out there. Rabada around the wicket, bowling at Stark. Short again, and played out once more into that cover region. There's no run. It's all a bit cat and mouse at the moment.
Kieran Roseblade says, I play canoe polo. It's very aggressive.
Wow.
Hendo and the Bear also did a YouTube interview for the Islamic Network that was followed by a story about yak polo.
Was it? I didn't know that. I've never watched it through that far. I know we were on with a rocket scientist.
Yeah.
I remember vaguely what it was, but
Yeah. Mock says Kieran's material is getting a lot better.
oh, now flashed that, thrown up quite wide and pretty quick by Rabada. Almost tempting Stark, who did flail at it, but he's cleared his front leg. He's very wide. Couldn't get anywhere near it. Really,
Well, I think
there's
that's
no run.
that's the tempter, isn't it?
Yeah.
It probably would have been a wide one day match
it would
with the
have been,
guidance
yeah.
line, but it's often that attempt to get the toe end so that it goes up out towards the deeper cover fielder.
Lockie Six says he can't wait for a lunchtime discussion about the origins of gorilla. He says, when I was a little bear, I dreamed of broadcasting cricket. That dream died, so I'm here now.
Left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yes. It's yeah. I was thinking about that, and I knew we were going to do this interview, but I didn't know it was going to be live. And I was hoping that you were going to utilise your drones. And Messi's bought a drone with him from Australia, and he is going to put out the interviews with various other Gorilla listeners, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll probably have to do the editing when I get back home, actually.
Clipped into the leg side by Stark, but only as far as the man at mid-on, and there is no run. Was that last ball of the over?
It was. We're due a change.
I thought we were doing one more.
that
was it. Was it? Okay, it was a maiden.
And Moggs, he stuffed us. He says, suckers, you don't get nothing until the Ducket fan club strikes back.
Oh, okay. Come on, Farong. Get yourself going.
And you, Stephen Carroll.
Yeah, indeed.
Do you want to play a jingle?
Well, I'm still on.
So, you're still on?
Yeah,
Okay.
Rabada's 452, Australia 158 for 9. We are joined for the first time today, actually, by someone I've never met, Yasita Amarasin. Have I said that correctly?
It's close enough. You're more than to call me Yaz. So
Yaz, yeah, I know, but we
Not
like to get your first name in. People have to know who you are. You can be just Yaz, but how are you?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm well. Thank you so much for having me. It's a very cold day in Melbourne here, but no, it's looking glorious in London today.
It is. Very nice day, actually. A gorgeous day. Quite humid. Well, I'll give you the first ball. Tone, it's been smashed out to... it's going to be a forward. No, it's not.
It's going to be fielded.
Oh, it is not going to be fielded. It's a good attempt by Stubbs, I think, out there.
It was.
But he can only just about not get enough on it to let it go onto the sponge. And we'll have the first... Well, not the first boundary. It's another boundary. It's 4.
Just a bit of width. And wide of would have been 4th slip. And it's Rickleton, and he threw himself at it, but couldn't quite get there, could he?
No.
On the run. No, I was having a bit of you kindly sent me the message.
Pass me the...
You kindly sent me the message about a fantastic food delivery from the amazing Brian. I'll hold that thought. In comes, that's short and ducked under by Hazelwood, quite tidily as it goes. The old bowlers' union, the code of. The fast bowlers' code of not bowling bouncers to each other died probably 20 years ago, didn't it? If not more. So we've got this fabulous food delivery, and I read it as it was downstairs in the lobby. So I sent our work experience trainee Finlay off down with Richard to go and collect it. And apparently all it said was it's being delivered at 11:20. So it's sort of being dispatched but hadn't arrived yet. So that's what I was trying to work out. Right, Janssen again from the pavilion end. He's coming left arm over to Hazelwood, who defends, rolls the ball back to Bavuma.
Update from Mog. He's finally ponied up for that promise of a super chat. We've got $10 Australian out of him, which is a really good start.
Oh, well, there
and
you
a quick
go.
update. Yeah, quick update on the reason for Kieran's improved quality of writing is that he's suddenly discovered AI. So Lockie the Sixth has finally found the reason for it.
Well done. I didn't know I had you on socials, Naz. You've taken me completely by surprise there.
I thought I was on socials.
I've got Bear on socials. If you want to do them, you absolutely can. As this one, because the Bear hates it, as this one is steered away towards cover, no run. 162 for 9. More importantly, the lead now 236. Australia, remember, started with the lead at, what was it, 202, wasn't it? If I'm right. No, 218.
200, yeah.
144 for 8. They have lost 1 wicket this morning. Nathan Lyon has gone. Mitchell Stark, 26 off 70.
Hasn't really got away, has he?
In comes the left armour, tall left armour Janssen, has just guided out towards point. And again, there is no run. Now, Bear, I like to think of this not as South Africa versus Australia. It's really the Earls Court Wimbledon derby.
Oh.
If you're here from London, isn't it?
Okay.
If you live in London.
That's true.
So how many of what looks like an extremely healthy crowd, I have to say?
Well, Earls Court are in the lead, I'd say.
Earls Court you have down as favourites.
Yeah, currently.
Over Wimbledon. Okay. Right, Janssen again. It should be the last ball. He's got this loping run. The 2 slips are well staggered, actually, but that's cut down to deep backward point. Rickleton runs across and fields. Wicket keeper, of course, by trade, but he's not wicket keeping today because Kyle Verreynne has nailed down that position. It is the end of the over. And Yazzie, do you want to stay on socials, or do you want to let the Bear do that and you take on colour? It's up to you.
I'm happy to do either. I'm happy to summarise if that's okay with everyone.
Yeah,
right.
that's fine.
for it.
I can go on to this. Clive Dirk says, I feel the Proteus will go through with this. Well, some of us are hoping so. I'm not sure. Yaz, are you a staunch Aussie? Or are you one of these sort of,
I wouldn't say I'm a stalwart Aussie. I'd definitely say I like the game more than I like the team. I was born in Sri Lanka. It's mixed
Mixed feelings.
commitments, I guess.
Yeah.
Mixed feelings, yeah. It's depending on the day, it's anyone but Australia. Depending on the other day, it's anyone but England. So
well, for you,
I'm going for South Africa.
well, exactly. Australia has got into you in some ways then.
Rabada takes
Yeah.
up the attack bowling to Mitchell Stark, who defends very solidly.
Chris the Quiet has arrived.
on a day like today.
Oh my word! Good lord, there's all sorts going on here. He's got his Pirate World Cup T-shirt on as well, Bear.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're anyone but Australia, so we're all supporting South Africa too.
He's saying we. May the best team win in my book.
Well, really?
Right. Stark's going to face still those 2 very staggered slips next to Carverane, and that one goes straight on really, and Stark just prodded a big front foot and a staunch bat towards it, but was nowhere near it. Through it goes to Carverane, and there again is no run. Now I've got a question for you, Yaz. I mean, we want to get to know you first of all. So a former alumni of White Line Wireless, is that how we found you?
That's correct, yeah. I somehow got roped into commentating alongside the guys there, and obviously haven't had much of an opportunity over the last couple of years, so it's great to sort of be in the position again, which is fantastic. So
Well,
lots of circles, 6 degrees.
Rabada round the wicket to the left-handed Stark, who defends back to him, and there is no run. So that's how we found you. And are you still a cricket player or just a watcher these days?
Just a watcher these days. Sadly, full-time work and all other commitments mean I can't dedicate a Saturday morning. But no, still love the game, which is fantastic. So
Okay, and you're in Melbourne.
in Melbourne,
Which part
home
of
cricket,
Melbourne?
quote unquote, if you like the MCG.
Well, I do.
Not quite Lords. We're just in North Melbourne, so
Okay. Well, we'll alert Mog and Forthy to your presence. That one is
I can
smashed
confidence in
back
chance.
past the bowler. Didn't actually get hold of it as much as we thought. They'll only take a single. Rabada it is who fields. Is that Rabada? Yes, it is. I heard to put Bear last night the interview with Lungi Ngidi.
I didn't hear that, but everyone tells me he speaks really good English.
It's not just that he speaks.
I mean,
he genuinely
English accent.
He's got the most English and well spoken. He talks about I really do think that the Smith probably was the best the best moment of my career. It's just, no, I might be slightly exaggerating.
Public schoolboy from England.
But genuinely, he's got the most public schoolboy accent. It was extraordinary. Right, Rabada. He's in a personal battle with Mitchell Stark for who's going to get the most wickets in this game, and it's full and speared in at the
Cummins.
leg.
He's in a personal battle.
Cummins, beg your pardon. Yeah, with Cummins, of course he is. Well, Cummins took 6 for 28. He's yet to get his second chance to bowl. Rabada.
Was it 5 for 51 or
He
something?
got 5 for 51 in the first innings. He's got 4 now for 53 in this. So can he get the final wicket? Another 5 for... Well, Pat Cummins had been asked at the press conference.
Who's better?
Essentially, yeah, that was more or less the size of it. As around the wicket comes Rabada, staunchly defended by Hazelwood, out towards cover. There was no run. Yes, it was something along the lines of someone feeling that the South African attack was definitely better than the Australian attack. And he said his answer was something like, well, everyone deserves their own opinion, and then proceeded to bowl nothing but bouncers at Kabiso Rabada for his first 5 or 6 deliveries.
Exactly.
Anyway, over to you, Bear, with the score on 165
Well,
for 9.
here's a classic Tonyism. Is there a Chinese ducket? Maybe a Peking. Oh, terrible. Absolutely
ducket.
fucking
I like
terrible.
that. That's excellent.
Disinterested hand job says North Melbourne, wrong side of the Yarra for my liking.
Oh, well, there you go.
Kieran Roseblade says, hi Yasita, great to have some people on the comms. Some new people on the comms. Do you travel out of Australia much, he asks.
I'm very lucky enough that I get to travel every now and then. Last time I was in the UK was a little while ago. I was hoping to go this year, but plans have had to change, unfortunately, so may not get a chance to sit in the studio with everyone for a little while.
Well, hopefully you'll be up for the Ashes in the winter. Because we could do with some people who are actually awake when they're on.
You don't know it yet, but I'm staying at your house during the Ashes, mate.
What? No,
You're more than welcome.
the missus will not have that.
Oh, won't she?
No.
That's a bit harsh. I'm very good. I'm house trained.
There won't be a spare room anyway.
Oh, well, right then.
The
I'll have to
daughter
find
will
a
be
plug.
home.
165 for 9. The lead has crept up to 239. I asked Richard this morning, what was the total that he thought would be beyond South Africa? He said, it's 270. Where would you place it?
Look, considering no team's gotten over 230 in this game.
Janssen
so
round the wicket to start, who turns him off his hip. But,
270
doesn't
seems
take
like
a
a
run.
relatively reasonable target that I think Australia will be comfortable with. I think even if there was a wicket the next ball, it'd still be a pretty challenging target for South Africa to get. They do have that reputation of choking, so there is that in the mindset as well. But no, I think this pitch is doing some strange things today. So we'll see.
I don't.
It looks flatter than the
I've
other
got
2 days, I have to say.
exactly.
But the ball is 40 overs old, and the bowler's
Short again by Janssen, who's a bit fed up with this pair now. And again, the fast bowlers union doesn't count for a thing anymore. Drops it short.
suddenly-
and Stark ducks.
You're suddenly wondering where the wicket's going to come from, aren't you, really?
Well,
Actually, there's not a lot, the ball's not actually doing a lot.
last wicket stands are
Yeah.
so frustrating.
Yeah, aren't they just? I mean, I wouldn't want to be I thought they really need to knock the first 2 over for 10 runs. I think 250 will be a challenge, to be honest. I mean, I do expect Australia to win. I'll be rooting for South Africa.
Janssen in again. It's full and on the toes, and it's. Did he get any bat on that? It's gone
doesn't
down
matter.
to fine leg, and it will get 4 runs, but given as runs
No,
by umpire Illingworth.
pitched outside leg anyway. Pitched outside leg.
Well,
Mild
I
outside
thought it
leg.
pitched outside leg. There was a discussion as whether they'd review.
He's coming
Let's have a
around the wicket.
No, it's inside. It's the yes, but it's also the inside edge. But he's also so far across that I think even his bat was outside the line as well.
Yeah.
The inside edge of which it took.
I'd like to think that was pure skill and talent, and not just pure dumb luck. So,
It was.
yes.
It was a nutmeg.
Yeah.
Round the wicket comes Janssen again. Worked off his hip quite tidily by Mitchell Stark to backward square. Takes a single.
It's a bit leg theory, really, here, isn't
So
it?
yeah, there is. So now they do have 2 pops at Reginald Hazelwood.
He's
Or
got
Joshua Reginald Hazelwood, to give him his full name. Of
He's
course.
coming around the wicket, so quite a wide angle into the ribs of the left-hander. They've got a short leg and 2 guys out on the pull.
But don't we think that once you resort to that tactics, to your 10 and 11, it tends to suggest you are getting quite frustrated.
Well,
at the
exactly. I mean,
winding
I'm
you
never
up.
quite sure about this. I'm sure you're better off just bowling length and line. I mean, the problem with Stark will actually hit you off length and line. That's the
Janssen
problem.
it is. It's very full. Gets the bat down to Hazelwood. doesn't really know where it was going as it sort of squirted out to backward square, and it's a dot ball. I've got another question for you, Yaz.
Yes.
So if you had to rank reasons for the two very low batting performances, and your choices were: 1, 2 teams not used to a duke ball, who play most of their cricket with a kookaburra; 2, lack of technique due to too much T20; 3, a dodgy pitch; or 4, just the pure quality of bowling. How would you rank those factors up onto his toes? Goes Hazelwood, nudges to the onside, and there is no run. You can think about that. It's 170 for 9, the lead 244. Bear will have some messages, and then Yaz can come back with his ranking.
Well, Eric J says, so Ngidi has a Yorkshire accent then.
Thanks for that.
Good lad, he says.
I see. That's a bit harsh.
Yes, exactly. Kieran Roseway says, lads, don't be pressuring your seat with too many questions. I have an important one I need to ask him.
Oh, okay.
Which is, where is it, Kieran? I can't see the question. Adam Newman said that South Africa won't chase down 295 plus. No, I certainly don't think they would chase down that.
Might be something about Duckett. Don't we need something about Ben Duckett to get to release the funds from Mog in terms of the super chat?
Well, he did give us it in the end.
Okay, right. Rabada's coming over the wicket. The 2 slips go down. It's turned off his legs by Stark towards mid-wicket. They won't run. Stark, Yaz, is not taking singles and exposing Hazelwood, is he?
No.
I have been thinking about your question.
Oh, good.
I don't quite know, but I'm gonna be controversial here,
Right.
and I'm gonna go with E, all of the above. Which I know wasn't on the card.
That's
but
not
I'm calling it
controversial.
anyway.
That's sitting on the fence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like fence sitting. I don't want to make too many enemies on my first session here, so I'm going to go with E, all of the above.
Rabada in, defended again into the onside. Yep.
I think the ball, look, to be fair, probably shouldn't make too much of a difference. I know there are some small quirks and variances around the manufacturing, all that kind of stuff, but you'd hope a cricket ball, at the end of the day, is a cricket ball and still works the same way. I don't quite want to throw the Lord's groundsmen under the bus and say the pitch is a bit dodgy, because, to be fair, it's been pretty entertaining if you're a bowler. So, look, I don't think there's any issues there. The T20 thing, though, potentially, again, being a fan of watching Sri Lankan cricket, a lot of Sri Lankan cricketers seem to try and do fancy ramps and all that kind of stuff instead of just playing the shot, and I haven't really seen too much of that between these two teams, so I am going to sit on the fence on that one.
Well, I'll give my answer.
Yeah, I was about to ask you.
I would say that's the biggest thing, and I don't think it's necessarily to do with the ramps and shit. It's more to do with technique and the fact that batsmen don't get across to the line of the ball so much anymore. They play with their hands and their eyes and not their feet. And so you get a lot of people playing away from the body, there's gaps and all this sort of stuff. So it leads to more aggressive cricket, although these two teams haven't been particularly aggressive.
Rabada in from the nursery end, and Stark plays that beautifully actually. Stands tall, gets on top of it, guides it down to third man. Has it beaten the fielder?
Yes.
I think it has. He's got himself 4 runs. He played that magnificently.
Really well.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And that would be my main thing. I think the bowling has been fantastic. I think you've got 2 good bowlers. I do think the Duke ball, the Duke's ball does do more than the kookaburra. Although, as I watched the India, a little bit the India-Australia series last winter, and the new kookaburra that's got extra lacquer and a slightly bigger seam, and they seem to have got drop-in pitches working much better. But bowlers seem to have come, certainly were way back in it in that Test series. There was a lot of low scores and teams getting rolled. Bowlers are good, they've got some good bowlers around the
short
world.
leg, and it's left though outside of off by Stark. There is no run. It was Keshav Maharaj who was chasing that ball. They then slowed us several replays as he dived, flailed, bounced, and ultimately slumped into the sponge. The more you slow that down, Yaz, the more ungainly it kind of looks for poor old Maharaj.
It looks a little bit like one of those video games where you use different keys to control different limbs. Just bit of a ragdoll effect happening as he dives for that ball. Just to your point earlier, what do you think has been, I guess, the biggest difference between more recent Test cricket, as you said, around footwork and all that kind of stuff? So I'll get your answer after this ball if you'd like.
It's going to be Rabada. It's the 5th ball of his 17th over. Around the wicket to the left-handed Stark, who defends again. He's looking very, very solid, is Mitchell Stark, to short mid-wicket Markram Fields. Yeah, as you were saying.
So I'm wondering whether, like, when you watch replays of the 90s where you've got your Wars and your Tendulkars and your Michael Vaughns, and it feels like there's a little bit more finesse in the Test cricket side of things before that T20 came along. And as to your point, you mentioned a lot of people are trying to hit rather than play shots. Is there any particular team that you think is particularly well at that as a collective, or any individuals that you think stand out in the modern game?
Around the wicket comes Rabada, defended it, well, pushed really to deep mid-wicket or deep square, and he's going to get himself a single, and he's going to keep the strike, which is a huge frustration for South Africa, and exactly what the doctor ordered for Australia. 175 for 9. Let me just well, I'd always said pacing an innings, I've always looked at Australia as being pretty good at that. You watch someone like Steve Smith who can go up and down through the gears as needs be, but clearly not here. The one thing I would take out the equation here is I will defend the Lord's groundsman, and not just because I'm a regular at Lord's, but I think it's been a competitive wicket. It's had something for the bowlers, but I don't think we've seen the ball jag, turn, bounce.
Certainly not turn and bounce.
Yeah, possibly occasionally it's been kept a little bit low, and there's been something for the bowlers, but it's not been a viper's nest.
No, not
by
at
any
all.
manner of means. Right, 51 overs completed, 175 for 9. Marco Jansen is going to continue from the pavilion end, and we get the joyful sight of Kagiso Rabada just in front of him. Now, if you can picture across the chest of the 6'8" Marco Jansen the word South Africa, then the top of Bavuma's cap doesn't quite reach the bottom of the letters of the word South Africa on Jansen's chest. He has got a gully. Actually, they've got no slip, so they are now starting to push the field back. Leg theory bear, or tempting Stark to come out of his lair and actually have a crack at this. Short and defended by Stark, who says you can put your fielders where you like. If I don't fancy hitting it, I'm not going to hit it.
I don't think he'll be able to resist that long. The short leg is for the one that does get up and he can't control.
But he's faced 85 balls. He's got 37, and whether Australia do they have a figure in their mind, do you think, Yaz, or is it just bat for as long as you can because your time's not?
I think
a
at this
problem?
stage,
Short again round the wicket, dug in at Stark, who defends competently, and again there is no run.
I think at this stage they'll probably aim for about 270, or to play out till at least lunch and then start hitting. I think at this stage, as you said about pacing tests, as you said about pacing test innings, I think they just want to try and stress South Africa out a little bit more about how long they've got to go and all that kind of stuff as well. I think, again, if they lost a wicket the next ball, I think they'd be comfortable with the target they've got. But in terms of how long they give South Africa to attain that target, the longer and longer it goes on, more and more frustrated I think the South Africans will get.
Yeah, and that could lead to a couple of early wickets as well, isn't it? It's often the way.
You have got, remember, 2 days after today, but you're 9 wickets down, so in a way for Australia, every run's a bonus. Over the wicket, short again, onto his toes goes Stark, dabs out towards cover. No interest in that run. They could have taken a single there. They chose not to do it.
It certainly is that psychological thing to say, we've got 2 sessions of today as opposed to 3 sessions of today. And I think as a team, Australia are very good at playing those mind games, whether they mean to or not. And South Africa not necessarily the best at coping with that consistently. So, curious to see.
Mind games have always been part of cricket, but it was Steve Waugh who coined the term mental disintegration.
Yes.
Which it really stuck. Short again. Oh, he's driven this as Stark out towards deep cover. It's going to be fielded. They'll come back for 2. That's the only currency that Messers is bringing. Donuts. Are they donuts or pasties?
Is that donuts?
That's about right.
Oh, look, they're big old pasties. Look at those. They're magnificent. Oh, Brian.
Lovely.
Huge shout out to Brian in Brisbane, who, for a tray full of gorgeous looking pastries. Hendo at the moment is rolling on the floor of the green room, waiting to have his tummy tickled with a pasty. He is so thrilled. And I'm delighted to say I'm off air in a couple of minutes and can go and enjoy one. It's 177 for 9.
I'm not back on till about 3 o'clock.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Short, up onto his toes goes Stark. They will take a single this time. I was waiting for them off the this next ball to bring the field in, but they will do now, surely, for Hazelwood. Yaz?
Yeah, I was also
Yeah,
just
they
looking
have
at Stark's score. He's crept up to 40. I'm wondering whether they might just play it out till he hits his 50 and then start hitting some big ones to try. I know the crowd, the chat rather, is very keen on Stark going bonkers, but I think they might hold off until he gets to about 50 and then they might try and score some quick runs just again to play out the session. So it's a big difference between 37 and 40 all of a sudden.
Well, absolutely. Right, well, let me see. Left alone outside of the off stump by Hazelwood, taken on the dive by Kyle Verena. And there
I'm
is
not sure
no
if Hazelwood's going to go for a 50
run.
though.
Bear, messages.
Just trying to find some, really. There's lots of people talking to each other about Bowie and, well, Eric J says David Bowie foreshadowed Elon Musk in The Man Who Fell to Earth. Worth a watch. Ty Edward Devlin says the hatred for Australia from these commentators is strong. Where does it originate from? We're English. What are you on about?
Hang on a
in
minute.
cricketing sense, well, no, in cricketing sense, there are a lot of sports where obviously Australia are the enemy, and it's fun to have an enemy. I find a lot of the Australian players are very good, but you've got to have that sporting amity because it makes life interesting. There are other sports, like when they're playing, I don't know, Brazil in a World Cup at football, I'd definitely be supporting Australia because they'd be a massive underdog. But they're never an underdog in cricket, let's face it.
Round the wicket comes Rabada. Defended on the back foot, had to jab down on that quickly. Did start, he was angling in it in, operating again where he was so successful yesterday, Rabada, and he's been successful again in the second innings from that nursery end. Mitchell Stark, has a test average of 20. I think he fits into the no mug category.
Oh, he's definitely a no mug. Genuine all-rounder almost, you'd say. 300 wickets and an average. How many runs?
And he's got a higher score of 99, which he got in Chandigarh in 2013 against India. Although India actually ended up winning that, which sounded like a bit of a rearguard job, doesn't it? So that one's pushed into the onside. Again, no run.
I prefer this from Ravana full than that stumps. It might cost some runs.
I'd absolutely love to see Stark do a Jason Gillespie and do a double century, but I don't think it's going to happen in this game, sadly.
No. I don't think, not with Hazelwood company. Can't remember what I was going to say.
Well, the other factor is what I call the Travis Head factor. Last two major finals, Travis Head has made hundreds.
Yeah.
To win them this, the title they're defending, round the wicket. That's edged up and above where a slip would have been, dropped well short of third man, and wouldn't you know it, Stark says nope, no point in running those. 2s, 4s, 6s, and the last ball of the over. That's all I'm interested in. Other than that, we're going to protect Hazelwood for all we're worth.
It was a very flashy shot for not a lot of result, but Stark obviously choosing to keep the strike and make sure that he faces as many balls as possible to get through.
A very thoughtful looking. What do you think Temba Babuna's thinking? How am I going to take this wicket? I think as that one's defended away towards deep point, he could be thinking, am I ever going to get any taller? But I don't think so. I think by now, he may. He may have outgrown that.
That boat has sailed.
That boat has sailed. 179 for 9. 253. They've gone past 250. Richard. 270 was your mark. 270, said Richard. That's the one. He's changing his mind already. He's upping that. It'll just keep going up. 271, 275. 2 balls left of this Rabada over. Can he get his fifer? That's speared again at the legs of Hazelwood, who had stepped back and pushed into the onside. No run. Yeah, Head With those two big scores at the Oval to win the World Test Championship in 23, and then in the same year a ton in the World Cup final. Here though, 11 and 9. That could offer some hope for South Africa here. And that when Travis Head fires and makes big runs, Australia win. He hasn't done that in this final. Rabada in. Ooh, again, it was literally no footwork at all from Hazelwood. We are about to change. It's the end. One ball left of the over.
No, that's it.
Oh, it is the over. It's right. 53 completed, 179 for 9. The lead has gone up to 253.
See you in a bit, yes.
The best things in life are free. Just like Gorilla Commentary, we need money to Patreon. That's what I want. .com/Gorilla Cricket. We need money. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. I don't like the BBC. I prefer Gorilla Commentary. I want money. $20 for the archive. That's what I want. Or just buy a t-shirt.
We do need your money. It's messages here. I'm on the socials. Richard is back with us on the ball by ball, and I'm very pleased to say that all going well. Anthony Condon is joining us from Australia. Are you with us, Ant? If you can unmute and put your picture on, we'll be able to see you. Maybe you can't hear us.
At the moment we can just see a picture of you wearing your cricket pads at what seems to be a low-key fixture down under somewhere. For my part, I'd like to say I hope I won't be commentating on very many balls in the next 10 minutes. Ideally, first one up after the drinks break will knock over the last Australian, because this is getting very, very, very daunting from a South African perspective. The lead currently 253, was it? But
I was going to say to you, though, Richard, that the reassuring thing for you is batting doesn't look too tough today on this wicket.
There is that. And the other reassuring thing is that although my mood is pretty sour after an hour this morning, Greg's has arrived. We have wonderful listeners, and this has made the trip all the way from Austria to the studio worthwhile. My first ever care package. It's going to go down very well at lunchtime, so thank you for that. I see Anthony is with us.
Can you hear us, Ant?
I can now. Had some technical difficulties. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. It wouldn't be Gorilla Straight White Line Wireless without technical difficulties, as you well know.
Good to meet you. Whereabouts are you exactly?
Yes. I am in Victoria. That's why I'm wearing my uniform, my black hoodie. So yes, it is. I can see snow out the window, and it is night time.
Oh, you in rural Victoria?
I am. It's and not that pissy English snow either. There's about a metre of pow out there at the moment. We've had a massive snow the last week.
Do you live halfway up a mountain?
I can see the mountain. Yeah, it's just up there. Yeah.
Excellent.
But home is in the valley.
So, Ant, although you're Australian, I have a suspicion you don't actually have a dog in this fight. Is that fair to say?
Well, so my review of the match so far is that when you see, that it's probably only going to go 3 days, you generally think, oh, look, it's a trash batting, a trash side, or a trash wicket. None of those things are true, because what actually is going on is that the bowling and the fielding has been aging in an oak barrel for 18 years, because that's coming down off the top shelf. So
yeah.
It's been a fantastic match to watch so far. And for what is supposed to be the pinnacle of Test cricket, I think it's really great to see, such good cricket, and also the crowds turning out for it. I think it's what this World Test Championship really needed. It would have been a wet fart if this had been over in 3 days, because one of the sides did decide to not show up.
We have a spinner into the attack as Maharaj gets his third over of this innings, and immediately it goes for runs behind the wicket, not in a manner planned by the batsman. But Stark will get it's actually by, so it missed everybody.
And we'll give him this jingle.
There's a bowler there from South Africa. Started out bowling pace, but he made the switch. I wonder why but he's known as Keshav.
Stark on 41 drives it straight to cover. There'll be no run there.
For those not in Australia, an education for you, that is the theme from a play school on the ABC in Australia.
It is indeed.
Another fun fact for the day. Stark goes back and defends this one straight back to Maharaj, the bowler. Spin has had very little influence on this game, but Maharaj did get the wicket of Carey in the first innings. And Aidan Markram also got a wicket in the first innings of certain Steve Smith. Maharaj is driven this time, and Rickleton clutching his, what do they call them, glutes?
Yeah.
he's done himself a bit of damage in the field this morning, hopefully nothing serious. He seems to be in a little discomfort. But on that occasion, he cut off the ball and made sure there was no run to Stark, who goes back and misses this one as he tries to punch it away into the offside, and it goes straight through to the keeper, unfortunately from my perspective, without an edge. It did just go straight on, absolutely no spin, kept it a little low. Last ball of the over now from Maharaj. Stark drives it into the onside, and easy as you like, will steal the bowling with a gentle single, 182 for 9 at the conclusion of the over, and more importantly, 256 the lead.
So Sudahu says non-floating head Richard. Good to see you not in green today.
Yeah, wearing my Vienna Cricket Club whites.
Jamar says, hey Richard. Leah says, hey Rich and Ant.
Hey, Leah.
Kieran Roseblade says we have Richard twice. I think that's been fixed now. David Dundee said the amount of times over the years I've seen Australia do this, they let you think that the opposing team has them on the ropes, and then a late partnership changes everything. Yeah, it's it is infuriating for those not supporting Australia.
Especially when Lyon went quite early today.
Yeah. I didn't actually get an answer out of you, Anthony, as to who you would like to see win this, other than Mother Cricket.
Well, I guess Australia on this one because the opponent is South Africa.
Yep.
Well, I do like seeing South Africa lose big games. It's one of my joys in life.
So in Ngidi, I think this is another bowling change. I was downstairs fetching Greg's just before drinks, but I think this is a new bowler into the attack this morning. The man who did quite a bit of damage yesterday after an ordinary first innings. He'll start off with a dot ball as Stark just plays it out towards cover for no run. So the black hoodie, what sport wears black for Victoria?
Oh no, it's just the black hoodie is the Victorian.
Is that like an unofficial
uniform? Yeah, yeah.
Like the Ute is the unofficial car of the Queensland of
the Hoon.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's love a good Hoon down here, and good Hoon in your Commodore Ute in your black hoodie. It's pretty Australian.
Right, and Ngidi has been turned away by Stark around onto the leg side. Rabada comes in, does the fielding. That will put Hazelwood onto strike.
It's interesting to see how Stark was very keen to keep Rabada away from attacking Hazelwood, but doesn't care about Ngidi.
Well, as we're seeing now from a couple of the replays from yesterday, Ngidi can produce the odd corker, can get movement.
Had a lovely spell yesterday.
Oh, there's KP having a chat with Sam Constas. What a fine dinner party that would be.
Oh dear.
How much would you pay not to go to that one, Messrs?
Yeah, well, any dinner party with KP is suicidal, I think. I mean, Constas, I've got very mixed feelings about. He annoys me, but I admire him in some ways.
Ngidi again, Hazelwood edges it, and would you believe it, it has fallen short of Markram for, I honestly think, about the 12th time in this test match. Markram is staring in not even disbelief, just in utter resignation that this keeps on happening. It's a thick edge, it goes straight down, and Markram feels it on the bounce.
I imagine at dinner party with KP you'd hear lots of great stories about KP.
Yeah, that's all there are.
I suppose Constas could do the waitering.
Yeah.
He's about that sort of age, should be working behind a bar somewhere. I mean, he might be lovely in 10 years. He's a teenager, basically, isn't he? So Ngidi, this one is too straight. Down the leg side, Hazelwood can't get bat on that. Varane dives and fields it. So talking of the game possibly, likely finishing today, that's starting to only be true if Australia wins, because with a lead of 2-5-7 now, and basically 2 sessions, no, we still have 2 and a bit sessions. If South Africa are going to win it, it could involve sleeping on a, 2 wickets left and 20 runs to get.
That would be exciting, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Not for the people trying to sleep.
It's worth reminding people that the GPL is still open. It's over £180 to be won. And who knows what's going to happen the rest of the day.
Ngidi into Hazelwood, who just blocks that straight to Janssen at mid-off. So what exactly is a hoon?
A hoon?
I haven't got all my Aussie slang up to.
It's someone who gets their car impounded by the police for doing acts of boganity. So, if you go down and buy yourself a couple of old tyres and pop them on the local intersection, that would be regarded as hooning.
And the official term is a bloody idiot, right?
Well, I mean, it depends on your perspective.
So
we also have a boat hoon just near me.
Ooh,
boat hoon,
where everyone gets.
This one is let through to the keeper by Hazelwood, and that will conclude the over. So the lead is 257, and as yet, South Africa have 1 more wicket to get.
Jamal the Pickleball King says, "Hey Anthony, Richard has gone squeaky bum time already," says Farong. Ant, long time no see, missed you, dude, says Muttley. Missing the green shirt already, Rich, says Eric.
This one smells a lot better.
Lockie 6 says, "Damn, the CGI messes is almost convincing." Eric J says, "Spot on, Anthony." And Tired Wind Devlin says, "What did the cricket fan miss when he went to the bar? The entire England innings. Boom, boom." That's an Aussie for you.
Maharaj to continue to the left-handed Stark, who drives, and he'll get an easy single, exposing Hazelwood once again, who seems fine with being exposed. He's been there for 28 deliveries now and made 8 runs, which must be about the 3rd or 4th highest score of his Test career.
I was toying with the idea we're talking about the CGI. I was toying with the idea of doing an AI commentary, which is where I am right about 60% of the time, but I'm very confident while doing it.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Pretty much the same shot again there, except it was from Hazelwood and he found the fielder, no run.
Yes, see Stark's gone over his 100, didn't quite get the cow in, he's scored too many runs there. What's need 30 runs off 100.
As Hazelwood blocks the 3rd ball of the over.
The lead of 258, that is starting to blow out in the context of the game.
Yeah.
Do you reckon there's any chance for South Africa, assuming they get this last one quick?
I mean, it's not ungettable.
It's not a ridiculous score, really. Maharaj around the wicket now to Hazelwood, who brings out the aggression, and I think he's going to get himself one. Oh, no, it's been hauled in. It's not going to be one of these, but it is going to be a solid 2 to take him into double figures.
I'll tell you what, if South Africa have to block out 2 days to get to, a 270 for the win or something, then I would accept that as a South African win. That would be great to see.
Well, somebody was suggesting yesterday they should be playing for the draw, which seems a little extreme.
Hazelwood having a good look at the field with a couple of balls left in the over. Just blocks this one straight. There is, of course, a reasonable amount of space for him to dab a single, should he wish. But I think South Africa in general haven't targeted the stumps enough this morning. They've either been bowling down leg or fairly easy deliveries to leave outside the off stump. And now it probably doesn't matter so much because Stark's really got his eye in, and apparently Hazelwood as well. Considering that knocking over the stumps was how they got the lower order in the first innings, they seem to have gone away from that. This one is blocked away. That concludes the over. The lead's 260.
Asuda Who says, "Hoon is like a lout or just antisocial." Kieran says it's dangerous to bat before lunch. That's why South Africa are taking their time with this. Clever from them, really. Jamar the Pickleball King says Stark to get to 50. Would you give Constance Ashes this year's guys? Well, says Jamar, I think it depends entirely on how he goes in the West Indies. There are 3 Australian tests in the West Indies coming up, and I've no doubt at all that they will use those as an opportunity to give Constance a chance to show his wares. Lucky Six, if we find an old South African woman who will swear that she's Duckett's grandmother, can he bat for South Africa? Oh dear, the Duckett fixation is a bit worrying. What is the highest score chased at Lords? Well, it's a lot more than this, I've no doubt, because this is not going to be a high-scoring game.
Let's remember, South Africa chased 414 to win a test in Perth once upon a time.
Indeed.
So we have hope from history as Stark just plays this gently out towards Janssen at mid-off with no real aggression or intent. There'll be no run.
And Suda, who answers the question, says 406 is the highest chase at Lords.
We're a long way from that.
Thank you, Colin. It's great to have our stats people on tap like that.
I mean, it just needs one partnership between a couple of proper batsmen. We've seen almost no partnerships this match up until now, actually. How long is this one? Ngidi over the wicket to Stark, who defends. This one must be adding up, I should think. Has it reached 50 yet, this partnership? It must be close.
Here's a leading question from Lockett 6. He says, it's 9:15 in Australia at night. Is it safe to drink 10 cans of Jim Beam 6.7%? I'd say that was pretty unsafe at any time of day, to be honest, but by all means start.
And then go for a hoon.
Yeah.
Lord's looking pretty full today, and no doubt a great atmosphere. Just like we had 2 days ago on day 1. Champagne being enjoyed in various corners of the ground. This is Ngidi once again. Round the wicket to Stark, who defends.
I believe it's been paper sellout every day so far. The gaps in the crowd are the people who bought their tickets expecting India to be there who have decided.
No, I think there's 2 myths in that. First off, the tickets didn't go on sale until it was known who the finalists were. And secondly, it hasn't been a sellout. There have been tickets available each day at the upper tavern stand at the very least. But it's been 26,000. I saw Collar say that, and I thought, nah, that's not right, Collar.
No, it certainly felt as good as full on day 1. I'd imagine the subsequent days have been the same. Ngidi again. Oh, a slower floatier one up to Stark, who thinks about a single as it's played out into the offside, but no. Bavuma swoops in.
Ngidi's going back to his day 1 mood, hasn't he? He doesn't have that sort of fire that he managed yesterday.
None of that movement either. I mean, it is a good thing for South Africa's hopes if it's doing a bit less today. I think it is fair to say, now that we've seen more than nearly an hour and a half of cricket, that it is actually doing a bit less off the surface today.
Yes.
Or our bowlers just haven't turned up, or the ball is old. I mean, this is probably one of the longest innings. I don't know how many overs Australia batted on day 1, probably about 60. This one's now into its 57th. I don't know if a ball has gotten as old as this so far in the test match.
56, the first innings.
There we are, and we're in the 57th over, so we're into uncharted territory, I think.
57.1 was South Africa's first innings.
So it's all been very, very similar. Does that bode well for a wicket in the next 3 or 4 balls? I hope so.
Well, it does show how impactful the run rate that the Australians had was, given that they ended up with a substantial lead, although batting for few overs.
Yeah.
We could get 56, 57, 58 over. So sometime in the next 10 balls, I reckon.
Wouldn't that be a lovely pattern? So, we've had 5 dot balls so far in this over.
Such a cricket nerd thing, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. And Ngidi to complete his over. He's into Stark. Does that hit him on the back pad? I guess there must have been bat in it because they would have shouted otherwise. But nothing doing. It's a maiden. He just bowled that at 71 miles an hour, 114 kph. He has not been quick this over. 186 for 9.
Talk of run chases, it's ultimately semantic, says Tom P. South Africa's batting lineup instills me with less confidence than England's. Kieran says, Lockie, Duckett can do more than just bat. No, he can't. Steve Chilton says, okay, mate, Sauter. I remember that test that David Gower declared with just over a day to play. The West Indies lost the wicket overnight. Haynes, and that was it. Stark is playing with consummate ease, hoping to jinx, says Banana Brooks. Doesn't work that way, Banana. You've got to actually mean it. Will Australia bat all day, says Jamar. Eric says no. If Stark gets 50, Australia will bat all day, says Jamar. And Chief says, some good fight from the Aussies. We can thank the Poms for instilling this into us. Somebody's bringing on some donuts by the look of it, or maybe it's new balls. I don't know.
It does look very similar to a Greg's donut box, doesn't it? The new
Krispy Kremes.
I'd like to see them bowl donuts. Just take a donut out for fun, and somebody chucks a donut just to put a bit of fun into the game.
Well, as we were saying, it is uncharted territory now as far as the ball is concerned, and the umpires have immediately panicked and called for a new set, a new selection.
Going through, having a look. This one, no.
They don't look nearly as nice as the donuts that Brown in Brisbane has sent us. I've got to say that we also have a visit in the studio today from Chris the Choir, who is one of our studio members on Patreon, and he's making good use of that by coming and visiting us, but also by bringing half a dozen donuts and a lot of cans of beer, which makes him extraordinarily popular in the studio.
We do like visitors of all kinds in the studio, but we like you a lot more if you bring food and drink.
Yes.
The early days of White Line Wireless, we had a beer sponsor, and the deal was we got a slab for every day of Test cricket that we called.
It got a bit messy by the third session, as I recall.
It did, yeah.
It's like when Guerrilla Cricket was broadcasting from the jet lag bar. The third session of that was absolute fiasco sometimes.
Remind me, how many in a slab?
24.
24. Okay, so Maharaj will carry on to Hazelwood, who just defends it away into the offside. 24 between how many of you was that? Usually 3 or 4?
It would depend, but usually 4 or 5.
Some bigger consumers than others, I suspect.
Yeah. Well, a lot of us had to drive home.
Oh, he's gone for a shot there, but he's got absolutely no power into it, and it's just dribbled back to the bowler. Nice try, Hazelwood. Maharaj.
I believe we're now officially into uncharted territory.
Yeah.
There it is. As Josh Hazelwood celebrates that milestone with a block.
And this wicket has put on 38 runs so far, which is really annoying for South Africa.
Turned into the onside by Hazelwood for no run.
Have we got a list of the partnerships so far in the Aussie innings?
I'll tell you what. I'll
probably is the biggest.
Involved in a 61. I think a 61 is the highest so far.
As there is another defensive shot by Hazelwood for no run.
There's. Here you go. This is what you want.
Stark and Carey put on 61.
Yeah, Stark and Carey, that's who it was, yeah.
But there's no reason a couple of 3 or 4 South Africans couldn't manage some partnerships too.
No, you'd think not. This over ends. It's a dot ball. It's a maiden. 186 for 9.
Shuknaz says another trophy for Cummins already. Don't get ahead of yourself, eh? Mog says finally some runs being scored. Chief says 316 watching and only 30 odd likes. Come on, lads, smash the like button and subscribe. Go for it, please. Lockie Six says, if I still had my 1973 platform shoes, I will give them to the lad and he will be 6'5". I loved my platform shoes and my fucking flares and body hugging shirt. There was less of my body to be hugged in those days, of course. And Adam Newman says, Lockie, 6. South Africa are batting in the 4th innings, not Australia. So not sure what that was. And we have a picture of Stuart Broad walking around the ground being acknowledged for something. I don't know what.
For being Stuart Broad. As Ngidi continues, and Stark will get himself one into the onside.
Yep.
So it's
No.
really... Or has he turned that one down?
He's now protecting him against Ngidi.
Yeah, he did. He could almost have sprinted 1.5 there, but was not interested. There's acres of space on the leg side for him to take ones, and there will still be for this next delivery from Ngidi, who still hasn't got the ball at the top of his mark. He now has got it, as well as hopefully a plan for getting rid of Mitchell Stark, who's now on 44 of 109 deliveries. Here comes the 110th. From Ngidi round the wicket. It's straight, it's defended straight back to the bowler. Yeah, Anthony, it's feeling a bit like it's gone a bit quiet. No runs, no wickets the last 3-4 overs.
No, I think that's fine by the Australians. I think, when you're batting in the tail, I think that's the strength of the Australian side in the tail is good defensive play. You only really need 1 or 2 shots that you can score off.
Yep.
You keep everything else out. Because, all you really want to do when you're down this low is frustrate the other side who have already got batting on the mind. And then
especially now they've got some runs on the board, and now everyone really does count. There's no reason to throw it away. And once again, it's going to be a dot ball. It's a decent line and length from Ngidi. Just played out to mid-on by Mitchell Stark. You are currently missing out on the joys of Sean Pollock, Ravi Shastri, and Matty Hayden in the official commentary.
Matty Hayden is not someone I want to listen to in commentary or at any time in my life, to be honest.
I would say the same for Ravi Shastri. Sean Pollock is not my favourite either. He's not offensive, but doesn't light my fire as a commentator. Stark is ready to face Ngidi again. It's shorter. It is pulled reasonably powerfully. He won't beat the fielder out in the deep. Will he take a run? Yes, he will. So Hazelwood must face up to the last 2 from this over. And they're going to...
Australians never forget, like the English never forget. Jeremy Scammell says, no doubt Broad is boasting that he smashed one to the keeper and not walking. God, that's a long time to be holding that grudge.
Cricket is all about holding grudges.
Although it was the basis of a fantastic jingle, must be said. What would make Broad walk? I don't know if you heard that. But
Ooh, no, I didn't.
It was a great jingle.
The follies of youth, eh? Long time ago. Yeah. Speaking of grudges, of course, Rabada will be looking forward to bowling at Pat Cummins. What am I talking about? As this one is going to be a dot ball played into the offside by Hazelwood. Yeah, it was Cummins that hit Rabada on the body yesterday, wasn't it? A couple of times. And we're due for a change.
We are indeed. One more ball.
I'm on to summarising. Shall I stay where I am?
Yeah, stay where you are. And Tony's going to come in here, and you can keep wibbling while we're changing.
Oh, I love a good wibble.
Oh dear, Richard.
It is.
Oh dear, Richard.
Look, it's nail-biting time, literally in the case of Ryan Rickleton there.
I've had to play one jingle in half an hour. It's pathetic.
No, it's been a very quiet half an hour, but we have learned what a hoon is. That's hit Hazelwood on the pad, but is going well down the leg side. There's no real shot. That concludes the over. 187 for 9, the lead 261, and we can do the old switcheroo.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Ant. Lovely seeing you again.
Yeah, it's good to see everyone. Hopefully I'll be back tomorrow.
See you, Ant. Good luck in the cold and snow.
Yeah, where is Ant these days, then?
He says he's within sight of a mountain in Victoria.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So that would I'm guessing that would be somewhere up in the northeast.
Yes, that's correct.
Of the state.
Don't want to dox myself completely.
187 for 9 is the score. The lead is now up to 261. At what point do you lose all hope, Richard?
When we are 10 for 3, whatever we're chasing.
That could be before lunch. No, not well. Probably not, because still got half an hour to go. Onto the front goes Stark. What an innings he's played, and how costly that.
Well, he's playing for a draw, isn't
night.
he? He's batting out for the draw, Hendo.
Yeah, he's going to have to bat for a long time. He's driven at this one, and he's going to pick up another single, I think.
No.
Yep,
declining.
out to wide, long off.
He's not.
And he's been inside of a 50. And what was he on when he was dropped last night? Not very many.
No, it was a handful, wasn't it? It would have wrapped things up by now. Don't forget, he has 99, his highest test score.
Oh, I never discount Stark at all, I have to say. This one from Maharaj is just defended. A big long stride, got in by a big tall man. Josh Hazlewood. He's into double figures, and he's been out there for 42 balls.
More importantly, in my head, is Richard's 270.
What was that? Was that your?
That was Richard's. When I said
ceiling,
what's the ceiling that you don't want South Africa to have to chase? He said 270.
Yeah,
that is what I said.
Maharaj round the wicket now to Hazlewood, who has looked pretty comfortable. There hasn't been a lot going on with the ball, you have to say, but it is 60 overs old almost, and we started on 40 odd overs this morning. This is pushed out into the offside, and there is no.
But that is that from a South African perspective is the upside of all of this, is if your 10 and 11 can look so comfortable against an attack that was ripping them apart earlier.
Maharaj has given that one air, and that's played beautifully by Hazlewood.
Oh, what a stop.
And then it's brilliantly stopped out there at deep mid wicket. He played that quite straight. It was a genuinely good lofted drive into the onside, and Jansen's extremely long extended fingernails managed to claw that back from disaster. But I guess they must have got 3, didn't they?
Yeah,
I guess so. But it was almost like a goalkeeper's parry from Jansen, but he had to catch up with it from behind, slap it back in field, and for a moment it looked like he was just going to slap it onto the boundary across the edge, across the angle of the corner at Lord's.
Absolutely.
But someone came and tied it up. Good work.
Yeah. So it was brilliant, and you suspect only Jansen could have got that. A smaller man would have struggled. But to go back to the point, if I'm South Africa and I'm Timber at the moment, and I'm looking at a pitch that looks very placid, I'm looking at a class attack that can't get past Mitchell Stark and particularly Josh Hazlewood, and I'm thinking 280, 290, 300, probably we've got the time in the world to chase almost anything.
Well, it's only got the time, so that's not going to be a problem.
Just how big a factor is the age of the ball right now?
Yes, I think that's the crucial thing, and we'll only find that out really once Patrick Cummins, Josh Hazlewood and Mitch Stark will get hold of it. And a nice new cherry. This is defended into the offside.
Don't forget, it's a proper Duke ball as well. It's not, your Kookaburra, which goes soft like a piece of paper mache after about 6 overs.
Papier mache.
Papier mache.
Chewed paper.
Well, it's actually you're right, Tony, because we have seen a lot in England over the last few years that the ball has moved more once it has got a bit of shine off it. Anyway, Ngidi.
But it's been mostly seam movement in this game so far, more than a question of swing, and that's not likely to change under the sunshine today, the hottest day so far.
It's just, I think it's a question of nerve, really, as much as anything. Ngidi in bowls and straightens a little bit on Stark, who clips it. And I don't really understand why he hasn't taken a run there to the man set out at mid-wicket. Not all the way, but certainly far enough for a single to be taken. It's like occasionally he's taking the single and occasionally he's not taking the single. It's working fine, but...
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a rhyme or reason to it, does there?
No.
Mitchell Stark has played and missed 12 times in this innings, we're being told.
He's edged 21 deliveries too. Oh, goodness me. Ngidi round the wicket, bowls, driven this time by Stark on the ups, trying to set off, or thinking about setting off for a single, and then thinks, no, I'm not supposed to be, or am I? So I'll stay here.
How much will South Africa end up ruining that drop? I mean, it's the only significant drop of this match so far, I think, was the Janssen one that I can think of last night of Stark.
Should have watched bloody Middlesex last night at Somerset. Dear God.
Dropping everything.
Three catches straight down the throat of loose deploy. Everyone dropped.
The same bloke?
Same bloke three times, who'd also made a second ball duck. And I was starting to think, hello, this can't be right.
Where were you playing? Oh, Somerset. That was a very cost. He didn't really get much of that journey, did he? Much out of that journey. That's a slower ball, I think, from Ngidi. And with it being the fourth ball of the over, Stark feels confident enough to expose Hazelwood. But on the basis that Hazelwood has been out there for 45 balls, I don't think he's in that great danger, really, in one respect.
And he hasn't looked particularly shaky, has Hazelwood.
No.
I mean, he's got a bit of a defence. You can't expect him to keep out Jasprit Bumrah with the new ball, but in this situation...
yes.
Yeah.
Bumrah,
or Shamar Joseph.
I was going to say Bumrah with the new ball, or Mulder with a soft ball. Although we haven't seen Mulder since probably the first half hour this morning, when he rather surprisingly opened the bowling.
Yeah, that was odd. I mean, you'd have thrown your best ammunition at Australia, surely.
It may turn out to be a mistake, but he did bowl very well last night, and I guess they didn't know that the pitch was apparently going to have got better for batting, as it appears to have done with the older ball. This is nicely stroked out to square cover by Hazelwood. I mean, that shot in the previous over off Maharaj, I thought was a lovely pick-up. It wasn't a slog by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, there's been very little slogging in this game so far. It has been quite fitting for the celebration of Test cricket that it is. Although the scorecard might look like people have been trying to slog, they really haven't. We've had 1 6. Not many silly shots at all. Except Carey, and he got bowled. I mean, the only reverse sweep we saw, pretty much. But
I would say, let's go back to it. Ngidi bowls well up, and onto the front foot goes Hazelwood. Defends. End of the over, 191 for 9. The lead is 265.
Right. Well, yes. Messers handed me the social duties. He said, "I think Ryan Mackenzie's next," and handed me this. And I've just realised it's a booby trap waiting to happen. But I'll read it anyway. It's Ryan says, "Any chance Mike Litoris gets picked for England at the end of the year?" I know what you're trying to get me to do, and hopefully I dodged my way around it. Lockie the Sixth says, "Not only did I have an orange body shirt with brown piping, but also a brown one with yellow trim and a huge collar. They both match the white flares perfectly." Mr. Handjob says, "Typical. I sit down to watch the game on that shite Amazon platform and it's not working." Oh no. Let me see. Leah says, "Those plonkers can't even get Hazelwood out. How village of them." That's harsh. "Get a wicket," she says in big, big letters. "Stark plays as a proper batsman," says Abhishek Sahu. Yeah, he's doing very well, and he does have a 99 in tests. Let's
so does Shane
not forget. Well, true.
Where was that 99 from Stark? Does anyone remember?
Kieran Roseblade, by the way, has said, "Bear, if you're listening, Bear, lads, there's a funny sound coming off the comms. I can't figure out what it is."
That'll be Tony.
No, it's not me. Has the technical department registered that question?
It wasn't me.
No, because all the Bear was interested in the last half an hour was waiting for a spot to become clear on the sofa.
And grabbing a donut. I did see him slinking towards the donut.
I thought you were going to say Goddo.
2 slips in a gully. In comes Janssen, who's back into the attack, and that's forced into the offside by Stark, out to deep cover.
I think he replied there.
Not going to take a single on this occasion.
Earth to the technical department. Can you hear us? There's a funny sound coming off the comms that we can't figure out what it is. I'm reading Kieran Roseblade's message.
A funny sound.
It's a yes.
I believe that's the technical term.
It's a little bit vague.
Kieran, your message is important to us, and we can assure you that the full depth of resource of our technical departments is sitting there not giving a fuck as we speak.
That would be much better if they'd said that, wouldn't it? You'd know where you stood. I mean, even though you do. Again, probing around the off stump. Foolish delivery. Played out to extra cover by Stark.
Okay. We don't know what it is, Kieran. Do let us know if it's gone away.
Can you be a bit more descriptive? Funny peculiar or funny ha-ha?
Is it to do with sibilance, hydroponics?
Oh, hello.
I don't even know what that means.
They were
either.
a Welsh band, weren't they?
The hydroponics.
The hydroponics, yes.
They just sound like audio words. I don't know if they really exist.
I just can't see where Wicket's coming from at the moment.
Well, neither can South Africa. That's the worry.
Janssen in outside the off stump, giving him a bit of width, giving him a shorter delivery, maybe hoping to tempt the cut shot, but Stark resists.
Well, for those who paid for tickets for today and were hoping to get a full day's cricket, they should be happy.
Well, there we are.
I mean, no runs or wickets at the moment, but they are getting more and more likely a full day's cricket.
I wonder if somewhere at home, Jeffrey Boycott and Chris Tavore are watching this and going, "Go on, Mitchell, lad. That's the way, son."
It's proper cricket. Well, I don't think Chris Tavore will be saying that in that dialect. Janssen in again, short. He really put a lot into that and got very little out of the pitch in response, and it's easily guided off the back foot into the covers.
It really is giving absolutely nothing today. That pitch.
It's dead. It's dead. Certainly with this ball, it's dead.
I'm super curious now to see what happens with the new ball. The problem is that those Aussie quicks, even if it does nothing, they're so nagging on that line and length.
Well, I think
still
you're
tough to score off.
I think you're right. I mean, they do actually bowl quite straight.
Yeah.
Which is, as we were discussing just off air a few minutes ago, was it the stat about Aidan Markram? His average against balls on the stumps is 5. But what that doesn't tell you is actually how many balls he's faced that have been on the stumps. So, and we were going back to the fact that there were often stats about England, after a particularly long day in the field, and commentators are looking for reasons for England's poor showing, and you'd find out that maybe 2% of deliveries or something quite limited had been actually at the stumps. Oh, well played by Hazelwood.
This cheekiness has gone on long enough,
Hendo. He's now beginning to take the piss.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Well, let me tell you what that was. It was a bouncer. It was cramping him for a room. But Hazelwood, who can't have played this shot too often, lets it come on almost level with his chest. Gorgeous and he shot. Lifts it up and over the slips for 4.
It was proper, and it was kind of following him as well. I mean, that would give you the GBs, actually.
I suppose you could argue there's not really any other shot he could have played based on the position that he'd got into.
That will get hit in the face, really.
So Hazelwood moves to 16.
I think that might be the highlight of his batting career, actually, that shot.
Certainly will be if Australia won by 4 runs. That really would. This is worth 48, this 10th wicket partnership. As a man who once wrote a quite long article about last wicket partnerships a few years ago, this is could well find its way into a revised edition if I could be bothered to do one. Short, and that's straighter and jab down. He has got a short leg in there. But it wasn't going to carry. It was well played again. It's the end of the over, as Tony alluded to. The nightmare is now real for Richard.
Yeah, right. Well, first of all, I need to remind you, the GPL is still open. It's 190 English pounds to be won. You've got 15 minutes left. So get in there, guerrillacricket.com/competition. Go to the website, you'll find it. You register, it's £1 per estimate. You just have to estimate how many runs are scored in the day. If you get it on the nose, you win the pot. If not, the pot rolls over. We've got one of these.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Now, I would read it, but I can't because there isn't actually a message. But it's Lockie 6 who's kindly sent us the money, but it didn't actually write anything.
Yeah, maybe he forgot. Maybe he did it.
Maybe he got so excited
to fill it
maybe in. The pace at which Australia has been striking this South African bowling had distracted him.
It'll still go down in the scorebook as money.
Money.
Well, it
will.
No
Yes,
comment
it
section
will.
in the scorebook. Oh yes, so Mr. Goldenarm is back, the man who got rid of Steve
Well,
Smith.
you know, I was thinking about 15 minutes ago, before I came on air, whether it might be worth giving him a go based on what he did in the first innings.
It's
it
almost
could be a
bound to
disaster.
fail.
It could be a disaster.
Somehow. It just
yeah.
sets up to fail.
Can we
thinking
jingle
like
it?
that.
Because he's got a lovely jingle.
It's the man who could only
he's a
score
grinner,
5 off straight
a
balls.
part-time spinner, and his Safa. Yes, he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's
I
not.
have to do this one down because it gets
He
us
is
thinking.
Aidan Markram bowling right arm around the wicket, off spin. He's got 2 left-handers there, so if there is any turn that he can extract, then he will. He's bowling with the slope as well, which will help him take the ball away from the left-hander. It's coming past umpire Chris Gaffney, and he's probing around the leg stump, trying to turn it back from there. Didn't turn enough. Nice take, though, by Varane, who whips the bails off rather pointlessly, just to prove he can do it. Well, we're looking back at the dropped catch last night.
How much is that worth? Catches win matches.
Markram in bowls and whipped away to mid-wicket, fairly short in that position. And there is no run. Stark just short of what would be... how many 50s has he got in Test cricket? I know we keep talking about the 99, but I'm sure he's
I'm
got a
gonna
couple
guess
more.
6 or 7 would be my
Oh, really?
guess.
Okay. Onto the back foot he goes. Very clean striker of the ball when he's given the opportunity. This one is forced back to Markram. No run. And, I think his batting of late has undersold his ability a little bit.
Yeah.
But then maybe he hasn't been required to do too much. He's certainly doing something very, very significant there. Again, whips to mid-wicket, but doesn't get it past... Who is that there? Beddingham, I think it is. And there is no run. 196 for 9. Markram has bowled 5 balls without conceding. Can he make it a 6th? Yes, he can.
He's also
it's a
kept
maiden.
Hazelwood at the other end.
He has indeed.
Which was the ideal.
Although, on the basis that Hazelwood is playing shots like that over the slips,
That's true.
may not be the best thing. Tony.
Yes, right. 196 for 9. Is the silence, says Suter from No Super Chat jingles, Kieran? Well, we've had one now. Maybe that's why I didn't put a message. Pirate Badshaw says the kookaburra, the paper tiger of cricket balls. Also, ahoy old salts and sea dogs. That's bollocks, says. First time for a long time that the Duke ball hasn't been replaced early, probably made in China. DJ Drastic, there's a great name, says Trump's about to set import duties on cricket balls from China at 200%. Eric J, good game though at Taunton last night. No, Eric J, it wasn't. It really wasn't. Josh De Silva, Jose De Silva. Hello, Jose. 270, I think, more than enough from South Africa. Ooh,
Well, I
for
thought
South
218
Africa.
this morning was more than enough, but we hang on to hope if we are of a South African persuasion, because the pitch
And
has
we
looked
are.
easier. Well,
Kieran Roseplay said, "Oh no, Tony's
Honorary,
been sold a
thank you.
kipper."
Honorary.
Then. Well, I wasn't sold a kipper, Kieran, because I read it in such a way as to not read it the way I was designed to read it.
are you going to have to explain that one to me, Tony, at
well,
lunch, because I
okay.
didn't get it.
Right, okay. You know there used to be a groundsman at Lord's whose name was Michael Hunt.
Oh, yes.
It was an adaptation of that. And I was supposed to read it out. But I'm too old and too wily to fall straight into that trap.
Too old, too wily.
old.
I've seen it all before.
Yeah.
Janssen, then. He's got a short leg, he's got a wide first slip, he's got a gully, and Hazelwood has also got a single. He races to the far end. The throw comes in from mid-off, but it's of no real danger. And there we were saying that well done to Aidan Markram in keeping Hazelwood at that end. And no sooner said than done. He gets a single off the first ball.
Temba's head is dropping.
Yeah, I don't like it when Temba's head drops.
No, it hasn't got far to drop. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, as South Africa's first innings was progressing, well, not progressing, as the case may be, yesterday, I mean, he just was a picture of bad facial language. Better ball from Janssen, probing around about middle stump, bringing Stark onto the front foot. And Stark isn't really getting a full stride in there, but he's able to play with some comfort still.
Can reach a long way with those long arms.
Can indeed.
Yeah. And Bavuma's captaincy has never been expressive. He tends to look fairly quiet going about the captaincy job.
But last night, not last night, but yesterday afternoon after lunch, his features were. I mean, he had a hand like this over his. I'm sorry, you can't see this on the radio unless you're watching us on YouTube. Hand in front of his eyes in despair. I think this is played out to the offside. Sorry, I kind of interrupted someone there. I was about to say something.
No, I think it was Kieran. Two super chats. One from Lockie.
Yep.
I don't remember why I forgot to write words. Kieran sent a super chat, but he says, Tony, that comms noise is getting louder and louder. Well, we will tell the technical department.
Oh, edged by Stark as he flashed at that one, but he flashed hard enough. It came off the shoulder of the bat possibly, and he has a half century. And Australia's 200 comes up at the very same time.
And the 50 partnership comes up.
Comes up.
You know that can't be bad.
It's going to be a jingle part.
Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
52 from 131 balls, 4 fours. Dot balls, 96. That's the... I mean, you have to say, some higher order batters have not shown this sort of discipline.
They have not faced these conditions, though.
That is true.
Can we just ask Kieran to kindly just give some sense of
what it is?
Description of the noise. Is it a whistle? Is it a bang? Is it a crackle?
And now he's whipped to the next one away. Very, very good stop at short leg. Unless he couldn't get out of the way of it. That might have been the case. Who is that? Is that Stubbs?
Bettingham under the helmet, still smiling. By the way, that's the question of South Africa having belief, or that quote about it. I mean, I can actually believe it. If one thing does seem to be confirmed multiple times, it's that the spirit in the team under Shukri Conrad is fantastic. I don't think there'll be an attitude problem even at this stage. There may be an executional skills problem, but I think they will be confident and they will still really believe.
It's an interesting one, that which I'll come back to in a minute, as Janssen is about to complete his over up into the ribs of Stark, and he eases this off into the mid-wicket area, scampers through for a single. And do you know, I'm beginning to feel that Mitchell Stark might be on the way to a first Test century. I just
sorry. I played completely the wrong
Don't stop.
Yeah, you don't have to play a century jingle yet.
No, what I wanted to play was a super chat jingle, but I'll have to wait. So I'll do it. Super chat cash. Right, it was a big build-up. Kieran Roseblade has been tormenting the bear with suggestions of noise in the background. And now we find out he sent us 2 euros and said, "Oh, it's just the sound of the Saffers choking again."
Hang on. So that's an extended joke, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
It was a beautiful setup, and finally, well delivered. I'm
also, it's only a choke if you come in as favourites, which is not the case in this match.
Ooh. That's another interesting point of discussion, actually.
I think so.
Markram then, second over from him. Slip and a short square leg. Bowls, tickled away airily for a moment, but he chose the gap, and that may make it all the way to the boundary. And if South Africa had hope, you feel it dissipating with every run.
Yeah, I'm in rolling over mode. Just do whatever you want.
I feel like I'm on the bus, on the last bus home, and the bloke next to me, who's clearly drunk, is just rolling over and practically falling asleep on my shoulder.
It's 270 plus. This is time to roll over. They can get 370, 570. I don't care.
It's got to that point. It's like when your football team's 1-0 down, 2-0 down, 3-0 down. That's 4-0 down. Bloody hell! Especially if you travelled a long way to watch them.
Then you start to take a kind of sick pleasure
Yes.
in your own suffering.
Come on, make it 7.
Why
8,
why
come on,
not?
Don't stop there. And now he's put in a leg slip, and the sound of hooves are heard as the stable door shuts too late.
And Messi just stands up.
Talking of hooves, tickled past the short leg, and there is no run.
Actually, he's not wearing very hoofy shoes today, to be fair. They couldn't wake anybody up on the floors below.
He's got the constitution of a horse, though, hasn't he? I mean, he's a...
When have you ever seen a horse eating a ham and tomato roll?
Constitution of a horse and the arse of a bull.
This is another single behind square leg for Stark, who's now on 58. Only 42 to go. Messi Jez is... well, he should be happy. I mean, he's at 80% Australian today. That's how much he wants Australia.
Is that a variable, flexible measure, depending on how Australia are doing?
I think it's flexible, and when it's against England, it's probably 99.99% Australian. Yep, he thumbs up on that. And this is a man born and bred in Eastbourne.
People don't get born in Eastbourne.
Born,
they
bred,
just
and
go there to retire.
They go there to die, as I'm going to Worthing to do the same. Pushed up to Markram, and there is no run. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully 20 years hence.
I'm hoping there's still a bake in that Greg's box. I can see on the window, frying in the sun, keeping it warm.
Defended by Hazelwood, 17 or 52.
Or have our learned colleagues gobbled them all up?
Oh, I wouldn't be
surprised. You had one,
surprised.
didn't you?
I did have one, and I did choose correctly.
Which one was it?
It was the cheese and onion bake. Markram in. Oh, that's an awful ball. And he's out! Oh, it's the famous shit gets wickets. Oh, my word, Markram has struck again. And finally, the torture for Richard and his South African brethren there at Lord's and around the world is ended for the time being.
Just in time for lunch, as Markram becomes the leading wicket taker amongst the South African spinners.
Only one jingle to play.
The first thing I learned from Gorilla Cricket is shit takes wickets. Shit takes wickets, inducing a poor shot that don't clear the wickets. Yeah, shit takes wickets. Shit takes wickets.
So you got the calypso bit there, or you've got the steel band, but he sounds like he's singing that in a South African accent.
Well, there you go. He's covering.
Would you say that, or am I
bases.
misinterpreting?
I didn't notice it. I wasn't
Okay.
paying that much attention, but wouldn't be a real South African accent if it was that exaggerated.
Josh Hazelwood can't believe it. What has he done? He's left Stark stranded.
Oh, good knock for a number
Just
11.
when Mitchell Stark saw 3 figures, a batting honours board appearance at Lord.
Steady on. He was on 58.
But I just felt it in my bones.
Just
but
in time for lunch, isn't it? I mean, they really would have gone off at the end of this over anyway, I think.
Well, you do know, of course, that there are infinite possibilities, and so that was a Schrodinger's 100. It could have happened, but people weren't observing it, so it didn't. Apart from the 25,000 at Lord's. Anyway, applause for the South Africans who've had a lot longer in the field than they would have wanted, especially after getting Nathan Lyon very early this morning. But Markram is the man, the golden arm himself.
281 the lead, so 282 the target, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
Very good arithmetic.
What is that? 281 rings a bell for some reason.
Well, Stark.
Is that a famous cricket number?
Not only not out 50, he's got himself a red inker, 58, top scorer as well.
Well, there you go. As we sitting over there in the so-called green room, which isn't really a room, it's an area.
It's a green area.
Green area. There's always someone who stands up in this Australian team, and that's what makes them so great.
Right, I have loads to get through, so let's start with this one.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
So Mr. Handjob of Melbourne says, for fuck's sake, I'm rage quitting this shit-arsed Gand. I don't know what that means, but okay. Adam Newman, Stark and Hazelwood 10th wicket partnership started 148, now it's 207. That's 59 runs for the last wicket. DJ Drastic, who, am I guessing you're a South African DJ? Oliver, no way I'm saying no to Biltong nor Castle. That would suggest possibly one of your brethren.
Sounds like a good diet.
Bloody Hendo, says Brian in Brisbane. I don't quite know why. Banana Brooks says hallelujah. Hello, hallelujah to you, Banana. Great name.
I had a banana this morning for breakfast.
Right, Lockie's going, oh crap, now I can hear the sound to which Kieran referred. No, they've got the wicket. Jeremy Scammell. Stark to tee off. If we get to 300, look out. Well, you didn't. But nonetheless, you got close to it, that's for sure.
Pipe down.
Adam Newman, a.k.a. I think, Ombre. Says Stark and Hazelwood. Oh, I've just read that. I must be going mad. Jamar the Pickleball King. Australia will bat all day. They didn't. Whizzing Oliver. Wixin Oliver. I'm sure I pronounced that wrong. Wixin. I think South Africa are too unfit to win this.
What?
They need to lay off the Bill. Oh, that's where I'm reading them backwards. That's where the Biltong and Castle Lager reference
It's all making
came
sense now.
From Team Gurley.
Oh.
Team Gurley. Gurley spelled Gurli, says Mitchell 50. Mandu Sankar said, hi, hello Mandu Sankar, and welcome to you. Hendo, why would you say that, says Abraham Gironka, but we don't know what he said because it was too long ago.
I don't know what I said. I don't know what did I say?
Lot of appreciation for Kieran's extended gag, but the secret of modern comedy is timing, and I've got to say it was timed beautifully.
Tony, I've just worked out what I said. I said that Stark was going to get 100.
Ah, there you go. Well, that's why you're getting some grief from the Australians.
Yes.
Jeremy Henderson, whoever he is, said, I just checked the YouTube sound on my phone and it's fine, but apart from those noisy bastards in the background in the green room. Well, that was before we found out what the joke was. Mr. Handjob says, I thought it might have been the robustly framed lady. I think he might, the rustly framed lady singing. No, it's too early for that either way, I think. Oh, hang on. It's Abby. It's our own Abby, who's now WhatsApped me and told me off for butchering his name. I'm so sorry, Abby. That's probably why I call you Abby.
So who was he? Who was he under?
Our Abby.
Yeah, no, but what was his?
Abraham Garong, our man from Brighton Uni.
Yes, I know who you mean. I'm just saying, what was his handle on YouTube?
No, it was me. His handle is his name. I just read it. I just made a complete Horlicks of reading it out. Right, I think there's plenty more, actually. Hello, gents. Nice to see you all back in action, said Abby. And yes, you're going to hopefully be on joining us for the India series, Abby. We really hope so. Another one from Ryan of Mackenzie and the name thing, but I'm not going to read that one out, although it caused me a chuckle. Right, lunchtime. Which way is it going, chaps? Come on, let's call it.
Australia.
Australia for you.
Since I've rolled over and don't care anymore, I'm going to say South Africa by 10 wickets.
That's going to be a big stand from a pretty unproven opening partnership, but we'll see.
I mean,
I think South Africa. You see, the time this track does not look worrying at all. Day 3, Lords. I've seen it a lot. It can be flat as a pancake. There is nothing. Okay, an old ball. I get that argument, but there has been nothing to trouble the batsman really. Stark and Hazelwood. You're 10 and 11, one of whom is, one we know can bat a bit, the other one really nothing at all. They've lasted the whole morning.
It's true. Yeah, go on.
So if I was a South African, yes, I would have that inbuilt fear of a choke, but I would be looking at the evidence in front of my eyes, and I would be going, do you know what? If we play sensibly, we got 2.5 days to not lose this.
That will no doubt be the team talk during half time.
Well, I know you're talking about the confidence under Shukri Conrad, but and if this was a South African team from 1995, I would definitely back South Africa here.
Or 2012.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know whether it's to do with the fact that Test cricket feels like it's been downgraded in South Africa and doesn't matter as much. I don't know whether that's in the minds of the players.
No, it won't be in the minds of the players. But there's elements of truth in what you say.
Yeah,
but not in the players right now. I think it's still going to be the biggest thing they've ever taken on.
Well, and also, I mean, if they were to pull it off, I mean, that lays all the ghosts that South Africa have had, because it would be such a good win from.
Not that there are many ghosts in the red ball format at all.
No.
In fact, this is the first red ball final because
well, there haven't been very
many of those. So if you split them, there's no ghost. But Australia in Test cricket, there's always been a few ghosts. But as I say, South African teams have been over to Australia. 3 out of the last 4 series over there, I think.
So in the Earls Court Wimbledon derby, you're still back in Wimbledon. Definitely.
Football reference, I'll just nod and smile.
Well, no, it's just where people live in London.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Earls Court's full of Aussies and Wimbledon's full of Saffers.
Yeah, I'm still backing Wimbledon.
I actually think that Wimbledon is full of more Zimbabweans than...
Is it?
Than Saffers,
I wonder if Ryan Higgins...
Southern Africans.
Anyway, Messers, do you know what we're playing at lunchtime?
Yes, we're playing Messi Interviews the Original Gorillas.
Oh, a live interview. How
Apparently
exciting. Right, well, we better let you carry on then, Messers.
I can tell you that if you're...
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
I do like the fact that whenever Tony gets up, he plays a Super Chat jingle by mistake. Because he sort of leverages himself up. And does it. Oh, right, okay, Messi's coming along here. I thought you were going to go behind the camera, but apparently not.
No. What would I do behind the camera?
God knows.
So, for those who don't know, we thought we would take the opportunity of lunch break today to just go over the history of guerrilla cricket a bit. Because although we've got a lot of supporters who have been with us for a long time, there are others amongst you who may not be aware of the journey that guerrilla cricket has taken over the last decade, and who better to talk to about it than the only 2 remaining OGs, the original guerrillas.
Why are we the only 2 left?
We're like the sort of 10cc of cricket commentary.
We can't leave the band. It's like Hotel California.
It's like we're going out on a sort of 70s retro tour very shortly.
So what I wanted to ask you guys first is, I guess we should start from the ashes, if you like, of Test Match Sofa. How much were you guys involved with Test Match Sofa before that?
Well, I was at the start of Test Match Sofa as well.
Right.
Because Dan didn't know how to do any sound. And at the time I was working in TV, had a load of stuff left over, basically surplus TV gear. And he wanted to do it in his summer. And at the time, I was kind of like, I knew, well, what was that? It was 2009. So Soph was 3.5 and Nate was 1.5.
Oh my God!
She was probably pregnant with Lexi.
Oh God!
And the chance of me being able to watch the Ashes at home was 0. So consequently, the idea of being able to watch the Ashes, because it was the first home one after 2005 as well, and we got spanked in the return in 2006-07, then we got whitewashed, and so it was kind of, we've got to win the Ashes back, and Dan had just quit his job. And
you should say Dan Norcross.
Dan Norcross quit his job, and he was like, I'm going to do this thing. Who wants to do it? And I was like, oh, yeah, that sounds all right. I can get to watch the cricket. It'll be fun all summer. So I sort of cobbled together some old gear, planted it in his house, and then we basically just started.
So you became an absent father at the same time?
Yeah, I get a lot of grief for that, obviously. And in those days, you used to drink quite a lot too, so yeah.
But you had a lot of fun.
Had an awful lot of fun, yeah.
My judgment in relation to Test Match Sofa is that, if anything, it was a lot more self-indulgent than guerrilla cricket.
Well, of course it was. None of us really knew what we were doing. And Dan, you got to remember how technology has changed. That was 2009, and what you could do on the internet. I mean, you had to pay for a server, and you could only probably get 200 listeners going at the same time on a server that costs a lot of money, and all this kind of shit. So the technology was so much less. YouTube didn't really exist in the sense that it does now. Neither did Facebook.
How did you pay for it?
Dan put up the money for it. I mean, it was done in his house, and there were limited costs.
Yeah.
Same as there always are now. You try and you're doing it on a shoestring.
Yeah.
So we found a server and we got it up on that, and then we will look like for tuning. We got in touch because we tried to get on Apple Radio, and they wouldn't let us on. And then you do a few searches and there was TuneIn, and we were like one of TuneIn's really early adopters. We were like a big channel on TuneIn when we first started. And you couldn't get these, you had to have a BlackBerry was the only way of getting TuneIn app, and things like that on your phone. It was. That's how long ago it was. And how much technology has changed in just in those 14,
it's
15
extraordinary,
years.
isn't it? Well, I mean, when
quite
you started, the
exceptional.
iPhone didn't exist.
No, exactly.
And Hendo, when did you first get involved with Gorilla?
I think it was 2010, and I found myself at a bit of a loose end. I'd kind of left the Times for a short while under dubious circumstances.
Under a black cloud.
Under a black cloud. And I was doing bits and bobs of book editing, but not very much. And I'd started a cricket blog like everyone had at that point. And through that, I came into contact with someone you might have heard of before, Jared Kimber. And he... Well, actually, no, I'd known Jared, I suppose, for about a year by then, because we'd taken part in a game called the Blogging Ashes in 2009, which was played at Barnes Cricket Club. And I can't even remember who won. But
you get any runs?
Yeah, but you had to retire at 30.
Oh, I bet that annoyed you.
Like well, it always does, because that happens in a lot of games. But I chatted with Jared. I'd had a couple of books published, and I knew that he wanted to publish one, so I put him onto my publisher. And through that relationship, I very vaguely had become aware. It's just in the back of my mind that there was something going on with a commentary service, and I have to say, I'm not a huge lover of TMS. I wouldn't say I wasn't a lover of it. I was in days past, and it's just I didn't listen to it a lot because I watched most of my cricket on TV. So it wasn't really a dislike of it or anything like that. And so I suppose I like TMS, and I just thought this is just going to be a bunch of amateurs. Which it was, of course.
Absolutely.
But Jared put me in touch with Dan. He said he knew I had some time on my hands. And I rang a man called Dan Norcroft, as I thought he was called. He was in his garden when I spoke to him, and anyway...
Glass of wine in hand.
Almost certainly. But then my first listen to Test Match Sofa was basically... I switched it on, and I heard a Scouse accent that one or two of you might be familiar with. And I have to say... although I'm not a big fan of the Scouse accent, that I did think, hang on, a cricket commentary with a Scouse commentator, it has to be something worth getting into, doesn't it? So
were you telling me that Gary Naylor and Jared Kimber were able to occupy the same space at the same time?
Yeah, they were, curiously enough, and it actually is quite strange that those were to be the two main movers in getting me into Test Match Sofa.
It must be more words per minute than any broadcast ever known to man.
Well, that's true, but also, Gary and I constantly disagree on almost everything.
Absolutely.
Regarding cricket. So
but in good humour.
Yeah,
mostly.
Anyway, that's my story, and
I'm sticking to it.
That's basically and I've been involved in the Sofa and then Gorilla ever since.
So we won't go through the long sad story of the
before.
demise of the Sofa.
No.
But the Sofa was dead and gone. What led to you and the Bear being involved in trying to reincarnate something similar to it?
Well, that was the meeting, actually, at the end of Test Match Sofa. Some of us, you got given a share, didn't you? I got given a share.
Yeah, we all got given shares when the cricketer...
So when the cricketer took us over, there was a few of us had shares, and the shares were actually, there was only about 500 shares in the company or whatever, and each share was worth like 180, 250 quid or whatever. Katie had about 4 shares or something, and me and you had a share, and someone else had a share. I'm not sure if Atif did. Anyway, we went to a meeting with the cricketer in which Neil
Robinson, wasn't it?
Richardson, wasn't it?
No, Robinson, I think.
Oh, I can't remember.
He was previously chief executive at Leicestershire. Yeah.
And his missus was that Tory fucking MP. wasn't
Anna
it?
Soubry. Yeah.
That's it. Anyway, so we went to this meeting, and they were like, "Oh, we don't want to carry on. We're gonna give it a break right now." Blah 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 blah. And we said, "Can we give you our shares back and get?" Because we wanted the Twitter feed essentially, because Twitter was big at the time, and we had like 24,000 followers. So we said, "Okay, if we give you the shares back, and we get Gorilla Cricket, Test Match Sofa, the name, and the Twitter feed, and the Facebook page and shit like that." And they were dead against it. They were like, "No, we don't want to do that. We just want to buy back your shares, and you can't use the name, and we prefer it if we don't really want to broadcast, so you can't really do anything." And like the four of us, it was me, you, and Atif, wasn't it? And maybe Sherwood and Katie.
Well, I think it was you and me. I mean, I was...
no, Katie was definitely instigating in
Well,
that.
if I know you, Bear, if somebody tells you can't do something, it's almost certain to make you want to do the opposite.
Precisely. I think Hendo's the same. And we went down to a coffee shop, didn't we, outside? And
do you
we
know,
sat there.
I honestly don't remember that.
do
I mean,
remember that.
I had sort of mixed feelings, because I think that there were a lot of people who thought that without Dan... he was such a focal point of the programme, in the sense that, like in the Gorilla incarnation, at the end of the day, we'd round up and we're off within 5 or 10 minutes at the most. I mean, there would be an inquest at the end of the day with Dan, wouldn't there? Like 45
especially when he'd had a
minutes.
lot of wine during
Especially
the
when
day.
he had a lot of wine, and you just think, we just want to get to the pub,
Yeah.
and chill. But we had to sort of put up with that. And I do remember saying to Dan, if you're going to the BBC, can you take me with you? And, well, I won't go into the story, but there is a long story involving that. However, my feeling was that there was always something in this. And I think I was torn. If there was the opportunity to go to the BBC, yeah, obviously anyone would like that in some respects. But I believed in this. And I think, in a way, I was massively disappointed that Dan didn't anymore.
Yes.
And I felt...
Dirty sellout.
I mean, I didn't object to it in one way, because I know that he could see other people making moves in their careers, like Jared was getting work with Cricinfo, one or two other people involved were doing things, and so he felt at that point that was his opportunity to get into full-time broadcasting. And whatever we say, he is a great commentator. He's a very, very, very good commentator, but I just felt there was mileage in this, and I was just disappointed. I really wanted to prove there was mileage in this. And at the time, I think we had some absolutely excellent, and I'm not saying we haven't got now, but I think the problem now is that we don't manage to get people as often as we want. But at the time, we had some brilliant commentators. I mean, you saw Manny, Ralph, Atif, Rob, Deverell was another guy.
We had people like
Ben.
Miller. And the other thing was the one thing that Dan could do that I have to say that me and Hendo aren't so good at is buttering people up and getting Ponzi people in. I mean, he was
getting Ponzi people in.
Well, I mean, he went to Oxford and he had all those fucking
Didn't
connections.
Katie manage that too?
Well, she did for a certain degree, but they were all bloody academics who were really quite Ponzi. They were fun, to be fair, and there were a lot of good people she got. And I mean, she got, what's his name, the writer who wrote the book about Pakistan cricket.
Peter Oborne.
Yeah,
He
and
was
people
very
like
good,
that.
yeah.
Exactly. I mean, she did get people like that in the early days, so that was cool. But I mean, Dan was the hinge on that. Now, I was never involved in that. I've always been the sort of technical drive. And I'm with Hendo. I thought it had miles left. And this is where me and Dan were on completely opposite ends of the scale. I've been working in TV for 15 years. I was fed up of the fucking brown nosing. I was fed up of all the shit that goes along with production and TV and media. It was actually driving me mad. And the fresh air that was Gorilla was you could just be yourself.
Yeah.
And we were all quite knowledgeable about cricket, and we all really enjoyed it. And I thought by that time we had a formula and a way it worked and all these kinds of things.
So you had this meeting in the coffee shop, and you were pissed off with being told you couldn't do anything. So what did you do straight after that?
We decided just to carry on, and we didn't have anywhere to go, did we? So we came up with a name, and then at that time we were in the Sports Night Live studios, is where we just left off with Gorilla Franklin, and what's his name?
Michael Franklin.
Michael Franklin, and his son, who was?
Of course, David Franklin.
David was, and Michael really liked us, and he was just trying to get things going. So we approached him and said, look, Michael, we want to carry on doing what we're doing. Can you offer us the space again? And he said yes. And that was 2014, wasn't it? First series,
2014.
So we're actually only there for about 6 months, aren't we?
You had a producer, didn't you?
No, not when we became Gorilla. But we got a whole bunch.
We got a variety.
We
of
got a whole bunch of
producers.
students, didn't we?
Even people that would get up sort of at 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning and get a bus up from Somerset or Devon or something. And
we put a call out, and we had about 10 in for the first series we did.
So what was the very first match you did? Can you recall?
It was the England-India series, 2014.
The very first Test match was the most boring Test match in history.
But
rolled snot.
So you said before that the Sofa had 25,000 followers on Twitter. How did you go about building up a following for the Gorillas?
Well, Hendo went through everyone.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, there's so many things you forget when you've. I was literally going and picking up, having once made the Gorilla Cricket account. I was going through the Test match Sofa tweeters and just sending them DMs.
Wow, we're here.
One by one. But the thing is, you couldn't do that. You could only do 200 in one day.
Yeah.
You weren't allowed to do any more. So, it was a painstaking process, and I certainly didn't get anywhere near doing all 20. I think it was more than that. I think it was about 29,000.
It was a lot. I mean, that was the most annoying thing about not being able to
losing
take
the
Test
name.
match Sofa name. There was the Twitter account at the time, because Twitter was so important in those days,
And I think that, there were a lot of people saying that without Dan, it would flop.
Yes, which annoyed me as well.
Which annoyed me a lot.
But you still had a big rota of people wanting to commentate, didn't you?
Yeah, but it did fall off once. There were a lot of people who were on the periphery who were involved who I thought similarly and were a kind of Dan's people, if you like. I mean, I don't know about you, Hendo, but I certainly felt that when we moved, and I thought that was going to be a problem. But I think getting the likes of Sherwood and Atif and Katie on board at the beginning was kind of important to proving the point, and the fact that they wanted to carry on was important as well, and get Manny back, and then Fred met us, didn't he? Quite early on.
I think Fred was
very early,
right at the end of the Sofa. You'd come out and you'd go to the jet lag, and Fred would be sitting there.
Yes, exactly.
He just sort of ingratiated himself into the lineup.
So when did you move to the jet lag to start?
Well, that was for the 2015 Ashes, wasn't it? Summer Ashes.
How did that come about? I mean, not many bars would say, "Yeah, come and do this shit."
Well, we used to drink there all the time, and because we were obviously upstairs, and we basically sharing the studio with these racing guys, and then they wanted to charge us for the studio, didn't they? And all this kind of shit started happening, and it started getting a bit queasy, and we didn't have anywhere to go, and so we went down to the guy downstairs and said, "Look, we want to do the Ashes in the summer." And he was a sports bar, he was a Kiwi, and we said, "Can we broadcast from here?" And he was like, "Yeah, fine." So that was the most alcoholic Ashes I've ever had.
You had a lot of fun though, didn't you?
I had an awful lot of fun, but Christ, it didn't do my liver any good.
Yeah, but I got to say, listening to it in Australia, it was a lot of fun listening to.
I can imagine,
especially when you had there was a bloke called Henry from Australia.
Oh yeah,
that was pretty much on the first day, I think. On the first test, anyway. Henry, he was called Henry Coventry, and he was from Queensland somewhere. What was it? I forgot what all the fuss was about now.
Oh well, he was a man. He thought that they were going to slaughter us, didn't they?
Was it that
people were going to get loads of runs?
And then there was that Trent Bridge test, wasn't it, where Brody went through?
Yes, exactly.
That's right. Goodness me, yeah. 8 wickets and all bowled out for 66. Was it? Something like that.
Yeah.
67.
But I think one of the weirdest stories really about that is the very first day of the Ashes, from the jet lag. was also, and you'll know about this, Messi, was the state. Was it called the State of the Union?
Oh, yeah.
Is it State of the Union, or is that the address they do in America?
That's the American one.
What is it? State of Origin.
Oh, State of Origin.
State of Origin Rugby League. Yeah.
Yes.
And so basically, obviously,
the bar was full of Aussies.
Well, the bar always got a lot of people in for this, so they put us into a tiny little corner at first.
Yeah.
And so there was the England-Australia Ashes, first day of the Ashes, you know, and all the Aussies in there were watching bloody rugby league.
Yeah, exactly.
Madness, I tell you, madness. But of course, then we spread out a little bit, and it was a bit more manageable.
It was.
Throughout
It
the,
was pretty fucking messy
series.
by the third session. Most
Oh,
days.
mate, I was absolutely bladdered most days, and I was spending about 60 quid a day on beer, even though he's supposed to be giving us a discount.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. We're supposed to have a little card.
Well,
didn't we?
we did, but it gave us a bit of discount. We were still spending shitloads of money.
Oh, fuck. So by the end of that series, had you built a decent base of followers? Because Twitter was the key then, wasn't it?
We were getting there by then, but I think on a passion project you can't always rely on figures. You know, you're not quite sure what figures you're getting. And
were you raising any money?
In those days, no.
We must be. We weren't crowdfunding, surely.
No, we weren't.
Oh, we were crowdfunding by series, I think, weren't we?
Yeah, we did have the GPL, and we were sort of crowdfunding by series. We didn't really have any money, did we? So that's why we were relying on that. And then we went from there to Katie's Flat. For how long were we in Katie's Flat? For about 2 years, I guess. No, about a year and a half.
Year and a half, yeah.
At which point, Katie wanted us out.
I'm not surprised.
It was a lot of fun in Katie's Flat.
I went to your 2016, I think. I went to broadcast in Katie's Flat with the South Africa series in South Africa.
That was a good series. I enjoyed that.
And but the place was a fucking pigsty.
Well, yeah. That's how
it was
worth about $5 million though.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It was right in the middle of fucking Earl's Court, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Pub at the end of the road. 2 pubs at the end of the road, actually. It was quite a handy place to be. And we were trying all sorts of things there. We had that fucking... What was that thing we were doing on the balcony at the end of the day?
Oh, Gorilla.
Yes.
That actually was quite good.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we were trying all sorts of things then, weren't we, to try and get an audience.
Yes. Yeah, well, just before you go on, I would say to anybody listening to this, if you look through our YouTube history, you will find a lot of instances of Gorilla, often involving Atif, on the balcony there, and some of them were a lot of fun. So, yeah have a look through that if you're looking for something else to
We
watch.
had a little format for it, didn't we? Had certain questions.
I can't remember. I do remember interviewing Isabel Duncan.
Yes.
Who was the sort of writer of, I can't remember the name of her book, but it was Skirting the Boundary, that was it. Which was like a history of women's cricket. And of course then she was on Gorilla for a while, and then she got offered county work with the BBC. And I have to say, actually, the BBC improved their commentary enormously, so they must have a very good training program, let's put it that way.
I think they do.
Better than our training program, anyway, which is basically sit down there and
talk. The 10,000 hours principle.
I actually, the day I was there, you had, I can't remember her name, a woman who was on the MCC committee.
That's her.
That's her.
That was her. Yep.
She was off to go skiing in the Alps.
That'd be her.
Talked about elephant polo.
She was the former partner of Sir Tim Rice.
That's right.
I like the former. I think that shows good taste. So you spent a year and a half at Sophie's place, and then she said, Katie's place, and then she said, "Nah, enough."
Yeah.
So, had you already got the property in Sydenham by then?
Yeah, I did, and that was the thing. So I knew that we needed to be out of Katie's, and I said, so the deal was, when we moved to Sydenham, the deal was this: I was going to put the flat up on the market, and we could do it from Sydenham whilst it was on the market. I assumed it would sell. Of the proceeds of the sale, I would put 10 grand of the proceeds of the sale into rent for something for Gorilla Cricket. If it wasn't self-sufficient after the 10 grand was spent, that was it. No more Gorilla Cricket. And that was in 2000. We moved in there at the beginning of 2000. Well, sort of March, April, May 2016. Then, of course, the fucking Brexit referendum happened, and the housing market went completely fucking dead. And at that point, I was like, okay, if we're going to stay there, and then interest rates, they were still through the floor, so the actual mortgage was really quite cheap. And at that point, it was like, okay, if we're going to do this, I'm not paying for us to stay here. We've got to raise money. And that's when we started doing Patreon. And quickly, we actually got up to about $1,300 a month on Patreon. And it was paying for the mortgage. And so suddenly it was like, okay, well, I'm not making any rent out of this, and that's part of my income, but I was doing okay. And therefore, we can stay here as long as I'm not paying for it.
Yeah.
And none of us are paying for it. We don't have to put any money in. We can stay here. I mean, that's cost me $100,000 in rent over 10 years that I didn't receive, but it was worth it at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So we stayed there, we stayed there, then we stayed there, and it grew and grew and grew, and we are where we are now.
Well, yeah, there's a hiccup in that process, though, because COVID hit.
Well, COVID hit.
So
yeah.
what did Gorilla do when COVID hit? And what changed?
Well, I remember the bear was. I mean, I everyone knows that I'm not particularly astute when it comes to technical.
I think you'd play down your expertise.
I don't think he does.
I don't. Yeah. But I mean, Zoom had sort of come on the scene, and I think the bear must have mentioned that it was technically possible to commentate through Zoom, but I got the feeling that Bear was quite reluctant to do so.
Yeah, so did I. And I suggested it too.
Yeah.
Well, mainly because we were so used to being in a studio. I wasn't sure it would work. Really.
And I think I had to sort of cajole him a little bit and convince him. I mean, Tony will always say, since he got involved, that with the bear, the first time you ask the bear to do something, he turns it down flat without even thinking about it. Second time. Then you provide a reason, and suddenly the bear thinks, "Oh, yes, okay," and then the energy erupts, and something happens.
That's what I was going to say about the bear. The bear is, in my experience, a doer. Once he's going to do something, he fucking does it.
Well, but you've got to come up with a solution. The immediate thing is, "Oh fuck, how am I going to do that?" No. And then I'll think about it and do a little bit of research on the internet and go, well, actually, maybe I can do it. I just need to get this, that, and the other. And then I'll look at whether we can afford it and go, actually, I can do this way. I mean, with us, it's always been on an ultra low budget. How cheap can you do this shit?
Yeah.
And how can you manage it?
Well, also, if you think about it, we have done certain series where we've crowdfunded. We've even done Ashes where we've crowdfunded for the whole series.
Yeah.
We crowdfunded for doing the Ireland Test match. Which of course I suppose is Gorilla's peak in
Gorilla.
one sense. And you can look at COVID and say that that's had an effect. But in 2018, I really thought that was when we were going to take off. And maybe it was because COVID came quite quickly behind that we didn't. However, of course, it's enabled us to expand in one sense, to certainly expand our contributors.
Yes,
like yourself.
Yeah.
Obviously you'd been a listener to the Sofa. You'd enjoyed Gorilla Cricket.
Yeah.
You loved my book about Australia, which is most important. So we had you, and now you are an absolute mainstay. I mean, if you're not, I mean, it's great to have you in the studio, of course, but if you're not on the end of Zoom when I was getting into Sydenham on a whatever time
Something
of
was
the morning, it just felt wrong.
Exactly.
It felt wrong. And so, we've got people like Forthy, we've got Cat, we've the White Line Wireless. We've been able to team up with them in Australia.
Nindo from India.
And Nindo, and
we've had Brian in America.
Brian, of course, Brian Barish. Yes,
Yeah.
where's he been recently?
He was on yesterday.
No, Brian Barish.
Yeah, it was on YouTube.
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good
He's
to know.
busy with Cricket America now.
Right, and there was like a Nick who I noticed was tweeting in, Nick Martin, who used to come in occasionally. I think he was based in Doncaster, but he would occasionally come in, and he was quite good. And I suddenly saw his name the other day on. I suppose it could be another Nick Martin, but I saw his name, and it's always really nice when you see that. You see a new or a name from the past who's it's like the prodigal son, isn't it? He's sort of suddenly coming back.
Yeah, there are people still finding us now. It's quite true. So we've moved now into a studio that is fully funded through patrons. Although we're still on the smell of an oily rag if we need a new microphone or something.
Well, we do have a little bit of funding, so the funds, I make sure that we don't spend them, basically. I mean, we just spend on rent, and then the rest goes into a pot, and then every once in a while we need to get something new. But I mean, I buy everything second hand. I mean, with the exception of the computer, this is the problem with COVID, so we did dice cricket, and the first so I realised we could broadcast via Zoom, and we had to have a second computer so we could fucking capture something and da 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 da. So it all got overly complicated. But I think the first time we did the dice cricket, the first 2 or 3 times we were broadcasting, because we were using 2 video streams. I noticed that one of our dice cricket games, even though it had gone on for 3 hours, the YouTube stream was only an hour and a half. And the computer was chunking out so much on the chip that basically it was just dropping fucking every other frame. And so suddenly, oh shit, we've got to have a brand new computer to do this. So we got a COVID loan. That was the first time we've ever borrowed money. We got a COVID loan. Thankfully, the government were giving money out for nothing.
So I'm conscious that we're getting to the end of the lunch break, so we're going to have to wrap this up.
Are we going to pick it up at tea, maybe?
Do you want to? Or
Yeah, I think.
Okay, let's.
I don't think we're quite there, are we?
No.
I mean, having started it, it feels
we should finish
truncated. Yeah.
Yep.
As
Okay.
Magnuson said.
Let's do that again at tea. The players are just starting to come back onto the field.
You're going to have to let some people in, Tone.
I don't know who's on straight after the lunch break, but South Africa are going to bat. It's the run chase.
Oh yeah.
It's a run chase for
I'm
the
going
ages. Going under what?
Whatever the fall.
I'm going under naught. Is Gary here?
No, Gary's not here. He's on the bloody.
Okay, so we've got to shift out while Tony takes over in charge of Gary and Suppan. Well, if anybody's ever in charge of Gary, that is.
That's true. All right, Gary, you there, mate?
Totally impossible to be in charge of Gary. Well, I'll keep talking till we got Tony. Is Tony on ball by ball, or is it Gary?
I don't know.
I've got a feeling it's Gary, but his name is there writ large. But and finally, his visage.
It's the mouth of the Mersey.
The mouth.
All right, mate. How you doing?
The man who turned me on.
Do I need the
Yes,
headphones
you
on?
do. Can't hear you.
It would make it much better if you do, because you're quite quiet.
Very quiet indeed. Very, very quiet.
Gary Quiet, are you sure?
Yeah, well, I know that's
not the Gary
an
I know.
oxymoron or whatever you call it.
Right.
Not the right word.
I'm off.
Well, I'm off too.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
You can leave me to it.
Yeah.
Should be Suppan. Hello, Suppan. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. I've put my Ricky Banner wig on for this session.
Fantastic. Oh yeah, you have to. Looking good.
Okay, is that
good.
better?
A little bit, Gary, but again, sort of slightly muted.
How do I get the volume up? I don't know how to do that.
Don't know. You'll have to go with it.
You're good for me on mine, Gary. So it might be your headphones.
Well, the headphones are fine. Well, let's see how we get on. So the Australians have they've set the Malachman. Is that right? 281.
That's correct.
Wow. Wow. Look, you have to take your hat off to these Australians, don't you? The key stand in the last time they were here was Lyon and Cummins at Edgbaston that took the first test away. They're both out early on, and the key stand is between Stark and Hazelwood.
That was
just amazing, really.
Surprise to everybody.
I was not expecting them to keep going all through that session. I was expecting 10 overs max and South Africa batting. So.
Well, it was also interesting watching Stark protect Hazelwood, which he did superbly. Right.
He's very good at that. He's just disappointed in not getting 100.
Well, here is Stark, man of the day so far, and he's right on the money, of course. Rory Burns will tell you that. But it's a drop and run from Markram, and South Africa are underway.
Well, here's Aidan Markram.
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and he's surfer. Yes, he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun.
Well, it's not actually. They now need a Latchman because the lead was 281, the target was 282. So, well, if you're kind of nerdy type like me, you'll be looking for other landmarks along the way. We've already, they haven't got enough for a gooch, but they will get to some on the way down. I think a Crawley is next, isn't it? When the required runs at 267. Nice ball from Stark, just hurries up Rickleton a little bit there. Left-handed, got on his toes, pushed the ball back.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what Stark manages to do with this pitch and a new ball. Like, I think for the batters, the pitch has not behaved like as anyone has expected, and when Stark's the high scorer in the Australian second innings, it wasn't poor shots that got people out. It was just lack of patience and really good bowling.
Yeah, I'm going to say something about the pitch quite soon as the slips take a step up early on. Of course, the Australians never take a step back as this ball is defended by Rickleton and there is no run. Yeah, you kind of, in matches that go like this, you kind of wonder what the true character of the pitch is. Is it a pitch in which Mitchell Starc can make 58 not out, or is it a pitch in which those 58 runs accounted for, I think, 5 South African wickets or so in the first innings?
I think it will get better to bat on that. We've got some interesting stats we've been working on, which I'm going to keep our powder dry on, but lots of reasons to be cheerful for South Africa.
Yeah,
It
definitely plays better at Lords, but it plays better on the 4th and 5th days. Whether that accounts for the 3rd day, I'm not sure. It's a leg stump half volley, and Rickleton puts that away down the slope towards the mound stand, and
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Beautiful shot.
yeah, this is surely the right way for the South Africans, not to go into their shell as they did in the first innings, but see ball, hit ball.
Let's jingle up Ryan Rickleton while we're
Ryan Rickleton! Up and cover! Ryan Rickleton! We got the winner!
Stark at the top of his mark. Very familiar sight in Test cricket over the last 15 years or so. That's down the leg side. In the one day it will be a wide, but it's taken well by Varane behind the stumps, and there is no run.
That wouldn't be Varane behind the stumps.
Oh, isn't it? Oh, God. Oh, of course not, because he's waiting to
that would
bat.
be Carey.
It would be Carey, another one of the heroes of the second innings. Dear me, you can tell it's my first stint. I got back at 1 a.m. last night from Stratford-upon-Avon, and I've been busy writing the review of Hamlet.
Romeo and Juliet?
No, Hamlet, Hail to the Thief, a mashup between Shakespeare and Radiohead. And it really did work. It was excellent. Not like much else I've seen. After in the next over, I'll give you a little bit of a theory made with hyperbolic conviction about the pitch, as he's in and on the stumps, and again there's some urgency. Good to see from the South Africans. Drop and run this time on the offside. 6 from the over. South Africa are underway. Rickleton has 5. Markram has 1.
Well, there's loads of you joining us after lunch. Loads of you. I'm delighted. I'm going to pick a few just because there's so many. Barney Hall. The Aussies and Kiwis moved out to Acton a long time ago. Oh, we were talking about locations. Oh, you're probably right, actually. Lockie the 6, righto. Time to piss off until lunch is over. Oh, well, it's not over. It's back. Hendo is brilliant, says Lockie the 6 for no special reason. Well, yes, he is. Richardson Carret says, good afternoon, gentlemen. Please respond. I'm texting from Dominica, land of many rivers. Well, welcome to you, Richardson, from the land of many rivers. We're delighted to have you with us. Jason Toy wants to hear the Vaughan Free Zone jingle, please. And Frenchy LeBeuf says, I wish you guys would bring back the Dick Weller Broad Alzat tournament. Well, there we go.
Some of us don't share that sentiment, it has to be said.
I can probably find the Vaughan Free jingle for you after I've jingled up Joss Hazelwood. A minute.
Who's outside off stump, taken by Alex Carey. No run.
Here's the bowler.
I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood. I'm afraid when he bowls. I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood. I'm afraid.
Well, I think that's something we can all agree upon, that we're afraid of Josh Hazelwood. This veteran Australian attack. Hazelwood, the junior partner with 280 Test wickets. How often can you say that? This flies off the edge. It's a sprawling. I think that's is that Beddingham there at third slip? But no, of course it's not. It's Bo Webster. Yeah, I've got to get the right team. It's this green that's confusing me. But he half stopped it. Is it a drop chance? I don't think it is a drop chance. He pushes hard.
I think it bounced beforehand.
Well in front. Hit the heel of an enormous Webster paw, and they're through for a single. But this again shows really good intent from the South Africans. They're not going to be cowed by these Australians.
Well, nor should they be.
But they were in the first innings, weren't they? As Hazelwood is in, and that one comes in a little bit down the slope towards Markram, but there is no run. My theory on the pitch is that there's some talk of 28 wickets falling in 2 days. Where are the ICC? They should be docking England 10 points for pitch doctoring or whatever it is. I don't actually think that's the case. It has offered a bit of nibble and movement, but the issue is the nature of that nibble and movement, which I'm going to try to explain after the next ball.
I would love England to get dock points for a test they weren't even participating in.
Well, quite. As Hazelwood is in, this is defended, no run. There's a kind of Goldilocks zone, I think they call it in astronomy, isn't there, where planets going round stars. It's in the zone where water is liquid and a few other things are possible, and they look.
Water is usually liquid.
Yeah.
Ice is solid.
I thought the Goldilocks zone was when you find a bear in your bed. I mean, nobody wants that.
Quite. But they look for signs of life on these planets in the Goldilocks zone as Hazelwood is in again, and this is just pushed by Markram through the covers, and they're going to take 2 to deepish extra, and more good play. The score advances to 9 without loss. And I think this pitch is in the Goldilocks zone, where the movement that it's offering is that half a bat's width that Glenn McGrath was so good at locating, again, especially at Lord's, where it doesn't move so much that it beats the edge continually, and it doesn't just go into the middle of the bat, but continually it's got that half a, particularly from the wobble seam bowlers, that half a bat's width one way or the other, and that is a boon to all seamers as Hazelwood is in, and this is full and defended by Markram. It's the end of the over, 9 without loss, the target 282.
Right, I'm going to try and kill a couple of birds with one stone here. In response to Jason Toy, who said, please play the Vaughan Free jingle, here it is.
Vaughan Free.
While that's playing, I shall read some messages over the top. I knew it, Supin is dyeing his beard, says Leah. I don't know if that's true. Isan Singh says, can South Africa win? Let me see. Isan Singh says, I mean, if they don't win now, better stop playing cricket. Reasons to be cheerful, says Eric J. Oh, that's why. That's what in response to me saying we had some things to make South Africa feel cheerful. We got plenty. Look forward to that. Gary Kilter says only 8 scored higher than Josh. Gary Pelser books beer and bullshit. My bet: South Africa takes it within 3 wickets remaining, or Australia rolls the Saffers out for under 120. It would be emphatic for whomever wins. It won't be close. Okay. Gary.
This is caught. Oh. It was full from Mitchell Stark. It's gone through to the keeper. There seems to be some confusion as to whether Rickleton is out. No, he is out. They're probably checking the no ball. It was full. He followed it. That's, of course, the other side of the coin from playing positively. He doesn't want to let the ball go. But he is standing there. Is there some concern about whether not so much the ball carrying, but it was one of those that maybe jammed the ball onto the ground? I'm not quite sure. This just looks like a regulation out to me, but I may be wrong.
Is it a batsman's review or is it an umpire's review? Just to be
both umpires are standing together, which suggests that it's more of an umpire's matter because they immediately went into conference, and we know that once the umpires are in conference, they're going to go. And the ball is pitched, it's hit the outside edge of the bat, and it's been caught at slip. Why are we even wondering about this?
Did it hit his... No, it didn't hit his back foot. It's going in the air.
It's hit the bat.
It pitches short, it bounces clearly, just short of the crease. It takes the edge. That's got to be out.
Toe edge.
I mean, if an umpire can't see that, I don't know what they're really doing out there. I mean, there may have been some concern about whether he'd hit the ground with the bat, but I mean, it's so bleeding obvious. But you know, the other side is, if you've got the technology, why not use it? It was a good sprawling catch by Alex Carey, and I hate to say this, but so it begins.
On your bike, mate.
Well, there we go. In the meantime, Jeff Perkins has said Mrs. Bear might disagree on not wanting to find a bear in your bed. Well, there we go. Quite possibly true. It'll be an interesting match, says Ishan Singh. If South Africa manages to get to a 200, though I know they aren't even going to get close to 120. Well, bit negative. I think they'll get past that, but they haven't started too well.
I think
they'll get to 120 with 9 wickets down.
I think if South Africa get to say 220, I think there's a certain word, you might find it on Wordle, 5 letters that will start to infiltrate the commentary.
Lockie 6 says, I love Gary's compendiousness. Well, there you go.
Compendiums. It makes me sound like the big book for boys summer holidays or something. They were compendiums, weren't they?
Eric J loves the respite from the ads for the first time. Okay. Dara's easy. Great to wake up to Wirtz to Liverpool. Aussie, says Chief. And get the night watchman in, says Eric.
It was a poor shot actually from Rickleton. We concentrated on whether it was a dismissal or not, but he didn't move his feet. He just followed the ball with his hands, and he wasn't even trying to hit runs. Yeah, he wasn't even trying to hit runs with it. And Ben
he could have just left that and been perfectly fine.
Well, Ben Duckett famously doesn't leave the ball, but what he does do is put back to ball. He seldom sort of hangs it out like that. And that definitely helps, as Wian Mulder, the makeshift number 3, is in, and Stark, who's having a bit of a day out, is right on the money as usual.
Yes, here's
When things get desperate, you don't need to worry. Just stop Wian Mulder out in a hurry. When things get desperate, you don't need to worry. Mulder will save the day for you.
I mean, I'm not impugning the integrity of Rickleton here, because of course he's under pressure and everything else, but it almost looked like he was offering catching practice there. He was sort of putting the bat out and say, which one of you lads wants to catch it in the slips?
He thought he was helping the South African slips, Gordon.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. This ball is outside the off stump. It's 140 clicks, though, 87 miles an hour. Mitchell Stark maybe in his mid-30s now. Is he 34 or something, Mitchell Stark? Maybe a bit even older than
35, I think.
35, but he can still get the ball down there. But frankly, if you've made 58 not out in the World Test Championship at Lords on a glorious summer's day and you've just taken a wicket, if you're not up in those circumstances,
has ever taken the field for a Test match with more combined wickets than this Australian attack.
No, I don't think that's true, because I think England hold the record with that in 2019. I may be wrong, as this ball is just let run off the full face of the bat down to the vacant third man, and 4 ensues.
I think pace attack.
In the name of fire.
No, I think all attack, because they were including Nathan Lyon in that attack as well.
Were they? Oh, maybe it's pace attack. But England had some like 1,800 in that, because they had Anderson and Broad with full complements, Ben Stokes with 200.
And if you want to pick a fight on it, then you'll have to pick it with Michael Atherton, because that's where I got it from.
Where?
Michael Atherton.
Oh, I see. I'd read it on Cricinfo a couple of days ago. I'm usually wrong on stats, so I'm happy to be corrected.
Mitch Stark is 35 years and 134 days old.
Oh, I see. As this is full and just pushed by Wian Mulder to the man at mid-off, and there is no run. In the first over, that would have been hit a bit harder, and it would have been to the left hand and it had been through for 2. But like goals change matches, so too do wickets. And South Africa are looking a little nervous. Wian Mulder's experienced pro. He's played a lot in England and scored a lot of runs in England. Well, now's your moment. Now is your moment.
I know you guys were saying about the stats playing the day 4 and day 5 at Lords, but those stats don't take into account the Australian attack.
No, they don't. As this ball is just pushed. That's what I was looking for, really. A push to the right hand of point, and Mulder is through for a single. He has 5 from 5. South Africa have 14 for 1, and picnics are being put away on the nursery.
They are. I should imagine the Veuve Clicquot tents being well frequented as well. Right, Kieran Roseblade, who's already magnificently wound us up a couple of times today. So Tony, there's a strange high-pitched sound on the comms now. Oh wait, it's just Gary.
I am not a high-pitched
No.
Jamie Carragher.
Hey.
No,
right.
I'm not.
Off to the glue factory with Ryan, says Leah. Jerry Pelzer books beer and bullshit. Suddenly I miss a guy named Jacques Callis.
Everyone misses Jacques.
Fluffy 3 nil India, Fluffy 3 India 1. Well, anyway, Fluffy, I love these second 11 county matches. He says, clearly watching this. I'm guessing you're an Indian fan, Fluffy, but confirm to us if you aren't. But I assume you probably are.
As this ball is just pushed into the leg side by Mulder, there is no run. Strange slips echelon. I kind of agree with it, but second slip usually stands a yard or 2 in front of first slip, but in this echelon, he's probably 5 yards in front. The one that reminds me there is that Botham used to stand probably closer at second slip than either third or fourth slip, backing his reactions to take the catches, and boy did he take them. But
we have seen the ball not carry
to
the slips a lot, so maybe Australia's actually just did a 1 step forward.
Yeah, as this is just turned off the pads by Markram. He's through for a single. He has 3. The South Africans 15 for 1. They've lost a wicket, but are still, I think, looking to play positively. And one of the advantages, it's a Bazball premium, a Bazball bonus, is that if you do keep taking these singles and hitting the boundary balls for 4, those 3 or 4 slips will soon become 2.
I'm hoping that this session ends with Travis Head bowling and getting a wicket.
As Markram goes back and he punches that off the back foot, that's the shot of a class operator. Vertical bat, but the ball went square through the covers to the vacant point boundary.
4.
Yeah, you've got to be a good player to play that shot, and Markram did. Up on the toes, yeah. Really nice punch forward of point. If he does that half a dozen times more by T, then South Africa will be ahead. Appreciated by Bo Webster there, although he might have been applauding a perfectly acceptable delivery from Josh Hazelwood. 5th stump outside off, punched for 4. Markram on 7 as he gets a beauty there from Hazelwood. He went back to that one, but he was beaten on the outside edge, and he goes down to do a little bit of gardening just to show it was the pitch, not the bowler, who got the benefit.
Yeah, Hazelwood's basically saying, okay, you hit me for 4, and this is what I'm going to do to you.
I think that might have been a leg cutter, I think there might have been just the fingers rolling over the seam there. It certainly moved like a leg cutter. It kind of pitched on or about off stump, or just outside, and then held its line through to the keeper. It's a damn good ball. Hazelwood's in again from the pavilion end, and this is defended by Markram, who does that kind of 2 steps and then no, and a dot ensues. Lovely day at Lord's. A bit disappointed there's so many empty seats, but I'm one of the people who's not there, so I'm as guilty as anybody.
How much are tickets today?
I don't think they've been, by Lord's standards, overpriced, because when you go and see India play, you won't get much change out of 100 and plenty in a lot of the ground. But I don't think these tickets were anything like that price. I'm sure we'll be enlightened on the YouTube, as this is defended by Markram. It's the end of the over. South Africa 19 for 1. The target 282.
Right. Suter Who just goes off on mad tangents a bit. Oh, hang on. I need to give you the context of all of this. Eric J says Gaz is the man for ball by balls commentary. Kieran Roseblade said he's agreeing with Lockie something. Lockie, I think Lockie's a big fan of yours. I need to find what he said.
Oh, I like that. Then.
No, he is.
Please do.
He absolutely did. I'm just trying to find what he said. Suter who in the meantime, records continue after 2019, you know, Gary.
Surely not.
Yeah, exactly. I can't find it. Someone was saying something really nice about you. Gary's really good on ball by ball, and I can't now find it, Gary. I'm so sorry.
Was it me? Was it me?
No, it wasn't you actually texting about yourself. And I'm pretty sure it's from Rocky 6, but somehow, maybe we thought it and somehow managed to delete his praise of you. Anyway, I know he did say it. Jimmy Smith says Markham's going to get 100.
It's Mitchell Stark in to continue, and this ball is just pushed into the leg side, and again there's good running from the South Africans. They're not going to let the Australians settle, and through for a single 20 for 1. Just looking at Mitchell Stark there, who was eyeing the ball, but he was very careful in how he had his fingers on the seam. He wasn't touching either side of the ball. Now, I'm just wondering if they might be looking for a bit of reverse towards the end of today. The ground will be drying out. It's a hot, well, certainly for London, a hot sun. And whether it will be roughed up a little bit enough to seek some reverse, that might be an interesting development after about 5 o'clock today. 4:30, maybe 5 o'clock. So Markram's looking up again with that scowl on his face, and it's wide of off stump, and he absolutely laces that half volley to the point boundary for 4 more.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And
disappointing from Stark with that one. Bit of a loosener.
Yeah, bit outside off stump, but already there'll be some consideration in Pat Cummins' mind, not as to whether he'll be coming on soon to bowl, because these two have bowled well, but can he afford to have so many catching fielders where the ball has now been hit, I think, 3 times to the point boundary? Can't afford too many more. 282 is a stiff target, but it's not that stiff. As Stark is in, and this is on the stumps, and it slightly skews off a bat that's coming slightly sort of 11 o'clock to 5 o'clock. But he gets away with it, and there is no...
Super, I mean, I'm looking at that field. There's 3 slips a gully, but you've got Stark, and I know Stark's at the pavilion end, therefore the slope's going away from the right-hander. Would you be tempted to have a leg slip, or at least a very short fine leg, if you're going to principally have a bowler swinging it into the legs of the right-hander?
I would always, for me.
Yeah, like with the size of the slips cordon.
Yeah, here goes the deep point. Has gone out. One of the slips has come out. So Pat Cummins, a ball late, has taken my advice there.
I mean, they have a fine leg, but the more... and they have got a forward short leg. I, just at the moment, might be tempted to have that fine leg up a bit.
Squarer? Yeah.
Definitely.
Starks in again, and this sort of runs off the face of the bat. They do like that old school one-day shot. Came to prominence in the 80s and 90s, where you just let the ball run off the face down to third man. In that case, it was fielded.
Lockie did actually delete. First he says how great you are, Gary, and then decides, must have changed his mind. What did you say? He's deleted it.
Well, look, I'm used to such revisionist views, so I'll roll with the flow.
Eulogised and cancelled all within the space of about 3 seconds. I don't know how that
happened. Very 2025, that, isn't it? So he's in again, his Stark. Gets quite close to the stumps. That's down the leg side. That's the ball that you need the leg slip for, really. But he got enough bat on it to get it square of the wicket. And Stark, all of a sudden, is leaking boundaries. Markham to 15. I mean, this is super stuff from Aidan Markram, because he's lost his partner Rickleton, but it's not made a jot of difference to how he's going to play. It was uppish that an authentic square leg would have caught it, and had he got less bat on it, then leg slip would have been in play. But there was no authentic square leg, there was no leg slip, so it was risk-free.
It's time for Steve Smith to come on and bowl.
I've seen him bowl at Lord's 2010. as this ball's past the off stump through to Alex Carey. It's an excellent over for the Saffers. They're now 28 for 1, the target 282.
Right, Fluffy 3-0 India, Fluffy 3-1 India, who I said, "Are you Indian, Fluffy?" has simply said, "All right, I'll iron my dentures." That doesn't necessarily sound Indian to me. I might be wrong, of course. But there we go. Hillbilly, would the World Test Championship be better if they played a 2-leg home and away? Not a bad shout, Hillbilly. If you listen to the latest Bishop and Bear, which you can find on our website or indeed on Spotify under the Guerrilla Cricket podcast, we spend a lot of time discussing a whole range of different options as to how you might structure the World Test Championship.
I'm gonna throw a slight spanner in the works, and I can hear in my mind's eye the guffawing of not Fred as the ball is defended. I'm not sure transporting players, coaching staff, media, and everything halfway around the planet, and then a week later halfway around the planet again for 2 matches is really on.
Okay, in case he deletes it, I'm just going to read this. Locky6 says Gary's a gem. There you go.
Thank you very much, Lucky6.
Now you can delete it.
I would suggest we're better off. Whoever wins the World Test Championship, they host the next final.
Oh, like the Eurovision Song Contest. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it should, as I'll come to it in a moment, this ball is wide off stump and taken by Carey, left alone.
Unlike the Eurovision Song Contest, it probably won't be Latvia playing Estonia.
I play it once every 3 years, but I'd find a 4-week window once every 3 years, and then I'd play a 3-match series in the 4-week window. It can't be impossible to find a 4-match window for 2 teams once every 3 years. I think it would really work. You know, if it was this, it would be the 4 weeks, and they play here, Edgbaston, and the Oval. Can't be impossible.
Yeah,
Mulder on 7. And this is, it's taken on the thigh pad there. I think the inner thigh pad, the ball just dies in front of him, and he does that, shall I pick the ball up? But it's the fielder's job to do that, and so he's left to it.
Yeah, I'd say it's a case of just money, because that rules the thing. So no one wants to spend the money on losing a big series and hosting a neutral venue.
Well, you could play it in August in the UK, and there's no series being played in August, so there's an option straight away. As Hazelwood is in, and this is defended, and there is no run. And I think August is not a traditional time for playing Test cricket around the rest of the world. But yeah, I mean, money will be one answer. But if they want money to do things, they'll find the money to do things. My experience of almost all organisations that say they haven't got the money is when they actually need the money, all of a sudden it turns.
They find it. Yep.
That's Hazelwood, 4 dots, an element of control here for Pat Cummins, which is what he was looking for. We could see that in his adjustment of the field. Hazelwood's in again, and this is cut, and it's cut with some force backward of point, and the control of the first 4 deliveries is gone with Mulder's aggression. He has 11. They're not going to die wondering, the South Africans here, and I very much agree with that approach.
I'm still hoping for 4 weeks to go this session.
Well, 1 wicket can bring 2, especially on a pitch that has an element of untrustworthiness.
We are due a change after this ball, chaps.
Are we? As this is defended by Hazelwood, and I shall vacate. I think I'm back at 4 o'clock or thereabouts.
Wherever you want.
And I shall look forward to more nice tweets from Lucky. See you then.
Well, there's a few.
Tomorrow, if the game's still going.
Super. Well, I think it's unlikely, but it's still great to have you back again, Super. Thank you for that. I'll just read some final messages very, very quickly. There's a lot of noise. That's Hendo. Messrs putting his things on, I think. Something about Gary and a large body of water. I'll leave the rest from that. Right. Something to do with the precipitation. I'm joined by...
the tide.
Well, now the first voice you can hear, the inimitable voice of great wisdom, and they say that with certain age comes great wisdom. It is, of course, Messi Jez.
Hello, great to be back. What a fantastic setup this game.
Well, isn't it just? 282 the target, 32 for 1 the score. Also, I'm joined for the first time on Guerrilla Cricket. Oh, he's going to have to wait a ball. Oh no, it's Pat Cummins into the attack for the first time, and it's defended in front of his off stump by Markram. He gets a single dab to point. He's off and running. We'll jingle up Cummins in a minute, but first of all, we're going to introduce Finlay Harris.
Hello, hello.
Bastion of the under-19s for East Molesey.
That is me.
All-rounder as well, Finlay?
Yes. Bowling all-rounder. All-rounder with an
all-rounder,
which is used very lightly depending on the day.
Well, I've seen you bat a hard-hitting number 7 or 8.
Yes, that sounds about right.
And can move the ball around a bit. Finlay is on a work experience day, which he conned me into somehow getting from his college. But to give you a bit more context, he is the uncle of my grandchild. There you go.
That is our link.
He's a Nepo commentator as we wait for Cummins. Over the wicket he comes to Mulder, who defends. Interesting time to bring Cummins on, do you think, Finlay?
Yeah, I do think so. I think Stark wasn't getting his areas right. Even with that wicket, was a bit of a very loose wide one, which he does tend to get some poles with. But yeah, I think with the ball seaming more than swinging, I think Cummins and Hazelwood will hold down both ends.
Yeah, well, Cummins, of course, he's in a personal battle with Kagiso Rabada to see who can take the most wickets in this match. And he's bowling now over the wicket to Rian Mulder, who defends a bit, well, solidly enough, a little bit outside edgy, just dribbles to short cover. Labuschagne does the ball polishing. And there is no run now.
We have a super chat.
Oh, you better go with that first.
A modest one, but nonetheless, a response to my behest to super chatters, and Lockie has sent us an Australian dollar. Thank you, Lockie.
Thank you, Lockie. Much appreciated. Now, Finlay and I have been doing a little bit of lunchtime preparation work for you, which we're going to tell you
very
after this.
In depth.
Well, I wouldn't say very. Don't oversell it, Finners. But we will do it in a minute as we wait for Cummins. Worked nicely off his legs. Backward a square by Mulder. And he's going to get himself 2. They're going to have to hurry, though, but they do come back for 2 reasons.
Good intent from South Africa.
Yeah.
They started well, especially Mulder, who didn't really get going very quickly in the first innings.
Totally
He's really come out and tried to put the pressure back onto the Aussie skipper.
So we'll work through them gradually. The first one that we came up with, Finlay, was that, wasn't it? Because Finlay, he's a true cricket man. He's a man of Middlesex, good lad. Was it 3 times out of 4 this season that in county games, the side, the second innings has yielded more runs than the first innings. So there's a positive for South Africa. We wait for Cummins, who's going to be into Mulder. And it just shapes the tiniest bit away. Mulder just thrusts a big front foot forward with a bat next to it.
That's where Cummins is dangerous.
And it
nipping it away.
Did nip away just that tiny little bit. Through it went to it was Carey, isn't it? Right, so yes, now when Middlesex played Lancashire, I think it was Middlesex who got 407 in the second innings versus 260 in the first. When they played Glamorgan, Glamorgan scored 199 in the first innings, 329 in the second. As we'll wait for Cummins. 2 slips, both stood very close. Up onto his toes goes Mulder, steers this wide of point and all the way, in fact, for 4 runs. Played that superbly, Finlay.
Yes. A lot of runs
just stood tall and dabbed it away. End of the over. We'll give you more of those reasons to be cheerful in a minute. 39 for 1, and we can go to Messers.
Kieran says the Saffers have this in the bag. Kieran says the uncle of your grandchild, you say, Tony.
That's right.
Is he single? I have a question for him.
Oh, is it cousin again? Is that Kieran's cousin?
It will be. You can bet on that. What's the Compton bar like at Lord's? I imagine it would be very refined, says Fluffy 3. Well, I don't know, because I didn't go to any of the bars at Lord's except at the very end in the Coronation Gardens and Border Pims. But I think basically riff-raff were allowed everywhere. It's strange, apart from the members, of course.
Well, yes. Or the media centre.
And Farong says, surely Finley isn't a Hornet supporter.
No, he's not. He's a
No.
bloody Arsenal fan.
Hey, there you
Worse
go.
than that, he's trying to corrupt my grandson. So I find this almost unacceptable. but there we go.
He enjoyed his Christmas gift.
We have to move on from that. Right. 3 slips and a gully. The slips, the staggering of the slips is interesting. We'll comment on that in a minute. Defended into the offside. What do you make of the positioning of the slips there, Finley?
It's not something I've seen very much before, especially in Test matches and at Lords. But both teams seem to be using it, and we saw.
This is a bit different though. They've got a first and second and a fourth slip.
Yeah, we've got.
That takes account
with
of
the
the wingspan that Webster has got.
Interesting enough, this is how ahead of the game we are. The TV just has picked up on our conversation and decided to show that the second slip is 15 metres further in than his 2 compatriots. That one's defended into the offside, and there is no run. Right, yes, so not only that, Middlesex against Kent. Kent made a paltry 129 in the first innings. They made 473 in the second innings. Middlesex made a slightly less paltry 238 and 366 in the second innings. So 3 red ball games with a Dukes ball out of 4 at Lords this season have finished where teams have scored much more in the second innings than the first. So there, South Africa fans, is something for you to cling to. Over the wicket comes Hazelwood.
Ooh, too high.
And Markram, it was too high, but it made him jump. Now, am I seeing things, Finley? Or does that ball already have a whopping great gouge out of it?
Yes, it's on one side, which seems to be the darker side. There is a bit of a patch right in the middle.
But it looks like it's lost its lacquer completely. That's
Yeah.
extraordinary. I'm surprised. We're looking as well, by the way, at the percentage of balls that have kept low, which is that by day?
Yes, it is.
So we're looking at day 3. A lot less today. Well, I think that's a good thing from a batting perspective.
No, a lot more.
Oh no, hang
The
on.
first
Day
session,
3,
yes.
20.4. Yes,
It's
I've
risen.
Hugely. Yeah.
Right, Hazelwood. In he comes to Markram, who defends solidly enough out towards cover. There is no run.
We have another super chat too.
Oh, fantastic! I'm gonna give you the benefit of a little jingle for that then. Do we have time? Yes, we do.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Richard Milgate sends us €5. He says, life's great. Today there's a test match, followed by a Hampshire T20 this evening, and I'm off work. Cheers for all the hard work. Thanks, Richard.
These
That's
are all
lovely.
good. Right, Markram on 16 from 19. Mulder's going well with him. He's on 17. Hazelwood is in to him, and that's a slashing drive backward of point. Fielded in the deep by Nathan Lyon, and they will come back for 2. Now, South Africa's highest chase ever.
It's 414.
Was 414
At the
but we
Wacker.
think was
At the
at the
Wacker.
Wacker against Australia. Yes, it was.
So, on paper, it was all looking very upwards for South Africa, according to records, but
2000
that
well,
is not how it works, I'm afraid.
well, as Brian Clough famously said, when he was said it looks like a good team on paper, he said yes, but the game's not played on paper. 2008 was that 414 for 4 at the Wacker.
It's arguable that the Wacker on occasions has been the fastest scoring ground in the world too. 4 of the 10 fastest 10th centuries, Test centuries
Finish the over.
were at the Wacker.
Messers.
Yeah. I believe someone has a cousin for the young bloke.
Yeah. No, we should have warned you about this. Any fresh meat that appears in the commentary seat under a certain age, or I'm actually not sure age is even relevant. Kieran Raisblue does have a cousin who he seems absolutely desperate to pair off with one of us at some point, somewhere, somehow.
Well, Sudhu says that another young person for the guerrillas to blood sacrifice whilst the fountain of youth is still in reach.
Bathe in the blood of young under 19 East Molesey all-rounders. Right, 41 for 1 after 8. Any more there, Messers?
Should replace the middle chair with a marble slab, perhaps. I don't know why. Cousin sacrifices will ensure us South African win.
Ooh. Don't think we need one that badly. Right, the slips go down. Pat Cummings is going to be in over the wicket. And it's stoutly defended
by Mulder into the onside,
And
and there is no run.
Kieran is saying, Finley, are you interested in a nice little motor? No rust, recently lubricated, dual airbags, can be delivered.
What's trying to sell him a car now?
Trying to sell me a car.
You wait. There'll
Well,
be more
I've
to
got a
this.
fabulous 2004 Fiesta on my.
You do.
On my.
It was your
on my
17th
drive.
birthday
Oh,
present,
my
wasn't it?
17th birthday
And
present,
it's having
yes.
its 21st. Isn't that cute?
It's older than you are.
So the car is older than me, yes. But it runs like it was made 21 years
21
ago.
years ago. Well, there you go. Right, I'm going to find you more reasons to be cheerful if I can for South Africa in a second after this ball, which is again full and defended by Mulder out to mid-on Stark Fields. There's no run. Okay, I can tell you that at Lord's, the highest successful run chase was 344 for one. 344 for one. That was by the West Indies in 1984. Gordon Greenidge got 214 not out. Larry Gomes, 92. Remember Larry Gomes, Messrs?
I do indeed.
He got 92 not out.
His highest score he made at Saffron's in Eastbourne.
Less
And he said
encouraging.
afterwards he couldn't remember a single shot he played.
You need to put the microphone in front of your mouth. That's
Sorry,
so-
Gordon Greenidge made his highest score at Saffron's in Eastbourne, and I'll say more in a minute.
Oh, sorry, he's new. We have to explain to him how things work. Not Finley, but Messrs. As this one is pushed away towards cover Labashine Fields. Right, other interesting things, or not, depending on your view. Teams have been set between 250 to 300 to win a Test match 12 times at Lord's. Rather disappointingly, from a South African perspective, that a win has only been achieved twice, but only 3 times have they lost. 7 were draws, obviously, which is not in the equation on this occasion. 2008 fourth innings in this country. I'll wait as we just wait for Paceman Pat. Short and pulled beautifully by Mulder. It's going to beat the man down there. It's Travis Head. Hammered through square for.
I find that
one
rather
of these.
strange. They have a leg side sweeper who is wearing pads to be in close. He had no chance to get in there.
He was there yesterday too. They moved
Just
him out to
another
the
score.
Perfect ball shot, wasn't it?
It's just another four.
So the interesting thing is Cummins just wasn't getting any lift, because that's clearly what he was looking for, was just the unexpected bounce, which would have made that a much harder shot.
Edgbaston 2008, Cummins in, defended into the onside. Cummins is very quick to skip across and make sure it's fielded off his own bowling, where Stark, it's more of an amble, says, no, don't worry, Skip, I've got it. 2008 at Edgbaston, South Africa chased 281 to win. They made 283 for 5. Again, Smith made a century. No Graham Smith, well, there is a Graham Smith there today. We've seen him lots of times, but he is not playing. We looked at some narrowest victories as well, didn't we, if I remember rightly? Australia's beat England by 3 runs at Old Trafford in 1902. 6 wickets for Hugh Trumbull. Right, that's 2 slips, and the 4th slip go down, and that kept low that time, Finland. That's the first one I think we've seen that has really sort of died on Carey, isn't it?
And I think it happened a lot in the South African bowling innings, but that was with a lot older ball. So I'm sure it'll go downhill from here quite literally.
Yeah, well, it will if you're bowling from the nursery end at Lord's. It will be going downhill if you're a right-handed batsman away from your outside edge. If you're a left-handed batsman, it will be going downhill on your onside.
I did tell you Kieran Roseblade would have more in relation to that car he was advertising. He says it sounds like it needs a suspension testing, Finley. You know, I have a cousin.
Lord. Don't think you're anything special, Finners. This cousin's been rejected by quite a few.
Yeah, well, the offers haven't
incumbents.
exactly been attractive. Steve Bruce says, "Hi, you beautiful men."
That's very kind. Hello, Steve.
This match isn't on knife edge, he says.
Hazelwood, in he comes. Worked beautifully off his legs by Markram. Down to deep square. They will take just the single, I suspect. Yes, they did, and it will bring Ian Mulder back on to strike. 46 for 1. They're moving along nicely. That early wicket may have jolted them a little bit. Rickleton was the man to go, but since then, Finners, these two have looked pretty solid, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. Absolutely. A lot more comfortable in the first innings. As we know, Markram obviously with the duck in the first, and he was quick to get off the mark.
Well, in comes Joshua Reginald Hazelwood from the pavilion end. That kept low as well. It was quite full, and Mulder, without Scully, had to jab his back down on that, and he did, and survived. And there was no run. We'll just have another little look at that. Runs his fingers across it, and it's
Scramble seam again.
Was a scramble seam.
We see that so much more often nowadays. Very rarely do you see a fast bowler just coming straight down the seam.
Are you a good proponent of the scrambled seam, or are you a
No,
more
I
traditional two
I'm more
fingers
of a
on the
traditional.
seam? Hazelwood in again. That's quite full. More predictable in its movement there, and Mulder defends very classically into the offside. There is no run. Very good crowd, it seems, at Lords today, as there should be. The way this game has skyrocketed along for 2 days, wickets tumbling left, right, and centre. And then oddly, you get to numbers 10 and 11 for Australia, who then batted best part of the whole morning. That's extraordinary.
Yeah, well, I mean, batting certainly looks a lot easier today, doesn't it?
And not only that, you had Mitchell Starc playing as if he was Jeff Boycott, constantly shepherding his partner, who is now bowling, Hazelwood, along. That's just dabbed towards point. By Cameron Green, no run.
As we were talking about earlier, the fact that the ball is keeping lower today, it means that fast scoring is likely to be hard, even though batting is probably a bit easier. But these two are going at 5 and over almost.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. So, I mean, if you look at that, they could be there by tea time, couldn't they? Maybe just after tea.
Well, I think that's a bit of a stretch.
Yes. 46 for 1. 282 the target, remember. Lords, an absolute picture, bathed in sunshine. And in from the pavilion end comes Hazelwood, and that's clipped beautifully off his pads. Through square by Mulder.
That's what they need to keep doing.
And they take another
Clip it
single.
off their pads.
Brings Markram. Well, that's,
Onto the
they've been
side.
doing that very well.
Just rotate that score, rotate the strike.
Very much well, I can't even say it. I'll try and say it again. It's very much shirt sleeve order at Lords today. A little bit muggy. If you're not in the UK, I would describe today as very warm, but with with plenty of moisture in the air. Which makes it a bit of a surprise. Perhaps the ball hasn't moved more than it has. That's nicely defended.
Good cricket
forward on the front foot by Markram.
So Steve Bruce says, how are you finding the UK, Messi? Any trips planned? I've actually done lots of trips. I've done 2,500 miles in the last 6 weeks.
Where have you been? Messi has been on Odyssey to meet.
I've been to Eastbourne, to Winchester to meet Rich Turner, one of our friends. I've been to Taunton to meet Annie. I've been to Bath to meet Will Reynolds, to Cardiff to meet Josh Robinson, to I think it's Balsam Common just outside Coventry to meet Hombre Nuevo. And we've got a new bowling change coming in.
Well, we do. It's the man who's taken more wickets than anybody else since his Test debut. I've got those figures somewhere. I might drag them out for you, you lucky people. But first of all, I've got to find his jingle, which would be really helpful. Well, here he is.
He's the Aussie's leading spinner.
He's lying.
He's not too bad.
Oh, it's rather quiet and restful.
He's lying.
He's, as you have heard, Nathan Lyon. He's bowling from.
Saw in Maharaj, it wasn't turning much, was it?
No,
and I think that's a big part of Lyon's game.
More about flight, wasn't it, with Maharaj? Anyway, Nathan Lyon, it has been playing for Lancashire, of course. Or was, I think that was last season. That's defended straight away into the onside. There is no run.
No, Lyon's never turned it a lot, but his consistency in his strategy is what really makes him a great bowler. And the fact that he doesn't bowl loose balls very often.
Well, also, he skips through his overs a fair old lick. That's nicely defended. There is no run. Right, since his debut, which was in August in 2011, in 136 tests, Nathan Lyon has taken 553 wickets. The next closest, that was before this test, I might point out. Next closest is Ashwin with 537, Broad with 472. But nobody has taken more wickets since August 2011 than him. That's defended into the onside and there is no run.
Well, basically, the only period when he was out of the game for any length was after he did his leg at Lord's, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
He did miss a couple of tests where he was not needed, but
he did. Best bowling, or wait, in he comes, he skips in. He does have a slip. That's a terrific ball. That just seemed to really hurry Mulder as it shot through.
Is that rebounded off Carey's gloves?
I think it's
just
back
going to
leg,
have a
isn't
look.
it?
Yeah,
Oh.
it does turn.
Wow.
It's a classic off break, really. It turns and it catches the inside of his knee, and it missed the off stump of Ian Mulder by what? A boarding house scrape of butter, as Grubby would call it. Right, the slip and a forward short leg. Lyon does give that some flight, and then Mulder just leans onto the back foot and steers away to short mid wicket. There is no run. Plenty to think about from Fabian Mulder in this over. Plenty of variety, ingenuity, and above all accuracy, as you would expect from Nathan Lyon. In he comes. That's a little bit shorter, and Mulder defends into the onside. There's no run. It's 47 for 1 after 11. 282 that target, and we can go to Messers.
Well, just continuing my visits, I went to see Jake Rover in Sheffield, Alan Hotchkiss in the Wirral, W.G. Rumblepants in Saffron Walden, and of course lots of gorillas here as well, and it's been great fun. Any tips? The tip I will give you is try not to hire from a big car hire company, because they're all absolute bastards, and try not to park your car ever, because somehow or other, doesn't matter what you do, you're going to get done by some sort of sneaky parking fine you didn't even know existed. And don't go through the Blackwall Tunnel unless you paid beforehand, because Transport for London are going to rip you off. It ended up costing me £130 to go through the Blackwall Tunnel.
Oh my lord, is that because you paid it late?
Well, I tried to pay it a week after, and they said, no, can't do it now. So you got a fine, plus the car hire company charges an extra £40 for the privilege of paying it.
Good lord.
So
right,
yes.
well, Cummins is going to continue. He's going to be bowling to Aidan Markram.
Change of ends for Cummins.
Has he changed ends?
Yes.
Well, he has. Maybe they were just using Lyon then. Are they just using him for the end change device?
I think he's trying to get that in movement off the slope.
Yeah.
And he comes.
Sorry, it kept low.
Defended by Markram. It kept a little bit low. So Cummins is now at the pavilion end.
He is at the pavilion.
He's at the pavilion end. So the slope will be away down towards the Edrich stand and towards
I think at the pavilion it's keeping lower than
the mound stand,
than the nursery, because you just saw there Markram, he leans onto the back foot ready to punch it, and then he's been brought down by the ball just not quite reaching him.
I hope it's not just for change of ends. I'd like to see Lyon used in an attacking role.
I mean, he certainly gave Sven Mulder plenty to think about in bowling a maiden over. 2 slips of gully still. Cummings in he comes, as you would expect from Paceman Pat, on the money, right in front of 3/4 of the way off stump, and Markram defends pretty tidily into the offside.
I think it's smart from Pat Cummins,
no
getting Lyon to hold
run.
down that end and just keep it nice and tight, not letting go too many runs, and then the pace bowlers Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood can attack those stumps, can attack the wickets. I think that's the best way to go, especially as they're looking very comfortable at the moment. South Africa.
He's been playing for Lucknow Super Giants, hasn't he, as Aidan Markram up until very recently. Cummins in, defended in front of his off stump again by Markram. There is no run. Made 13 at Arundel. He'd played 13 for the Super Giants in the IPL, averaged 34. Highest score of 51 was against the Sunrisers. He's got the fastest World Cup 100, I think. Am I right, Messers? Does that sound right to you?
So who
fastest ever World Cup 100 was Aidan Markram.
Oh, that sounds very likely to me, yes. I can't remember it, though.
No, I can't. I'm assuming it will be 2023, probably against England, because that's where everybody's whipping boys. 47 for 1 still. We're in the second session of the third day. We don't expect there to be a fourth, but you just never know. Cummings in, full, and that's driven straight to Nathan Lyon, who throws. And it was sharp. You get that hands-on head from Lyon on his baggy green cap. Big, sharp intake of breath. Markram made his ground, moves on to 20. And it's 48 for 1. How close was this, Finners?
Not very.
No. Well, the throw was close enough.
Well, the throw was close, but the run at opportunity wasn't. So comfortable all round.
I do think there's a real possibility this could go on to tomorrow.
I thought so as well.
I mean, even with an extra half hour tonight, I know the scoring rate initially has been quite fast, but I expect it will decline significantly as time goes on.
This is, I think, speaking as a long-time Test cricket fan, this one is worked nicely off his legs by Mulder out to square. They take a single. Time is not in the equation, really, for either side.
No.
So South Africa do not want to be pressured into trying to make runs quicker than they need to. At the same time, they don't want to get into the same kind of rut that they did in the first innings, because that cost them, I think, in the long run, didn't it, Finlay?
Yeah, bat sensibly.
Bat sensibly. That is probably all it takes.
Yeah, especially as you say, with a lot of time to go.
Cummins going to be bowling. That was a leg by the way, but this is going to be the final ball of his third over, and it's kept a little bit low. Jabbed down on by Markram, down to the second slip, beg your pardon. It's the end of the over, and they've taken the score away, but I think it's still 48 for 1, and we can go to Messers.
Leo says batting seems to have got much easier today, judging by the full shot percentage per day. I think that's correct. And despite a degree of humidity, I think the heat of the sun has taken a lot of the potential to swing away. Kieran Roseblade, speaking of his cousin, says the irony is when all this started, she was single and unpregnant. Yeah, that's what you say. I don't know if you believe anything you say about that, Kieran.
No, yeah.
Suda, who says Lyon coming on this early is odd. I regard it as a very attacking move, and I think he's the key to Australia winning this match, to be honest.
Well, we'll see as a slip and a forward short leg, and it's defended stoutly by Mulder, and there is no run. I think we might even be due a change at the end of this over. Maybe we can squeeze another one. Yes, I should have warned you this, Finlay. You think, half an hour, that's going to be a long, long time, and then all of a sudden...
It's gone very quick.
You're going to go, where did that go? That's like life, sadly. That is like life.
Now
Look at Messi. Look either side of you. You see just how quickly the years can ravage young, fit bodies as this one steered away to the offside.
I don't remember those days.
Well, I say look left and right. Look left, principally, obviously, but you know what I mean. 50 for 1. The 50's up. 50 for 1 for South Africa. Very well batted them. Just the one wicket to fall, Rickleton. And that target comes ever closer. How long can they keep that one? We shall see. At the moment, these two look pretty solid. That one does turn. It's steered round the corner. Up the Lord's Slope. To backward square. Fielded by Josh Hazelwood. And there is no run. Lyon, who's tonsorially challenged these days, to the tune of the fact that he has no hair at all on his head, and that's defended in front of off. Back to Lyon. I was chatting away, I can't remember if I was saying it to you or to somebody. He comes across as quite an abrasive character, particularly in Ashes series. When I watched New South Wales play Victoria at the SCG a few years ago, this one is thrown up. That was a lot more flight and air, Finn, wasn't it?
Had a bit of drift, that one, I think.
Yeah, little single, just dabbed and touch and run. 51 for 1. But Nathan Lyon, noticeably in that game, was the man who really happily stayed. Didn't bother to go to tea. He just sat out with the kids, signing autographs, signing bats, chatting away. And I thought, well, what a decent bloke. In he comes. That was slightly the wrong one. Just held its line rather than going away down the hill. It's the end of his over. It's gone for 2. It's 51 for 1. The 50 up now for South Africa. 21 for Markham. 23 for Mulder. And I think we should be due a change over here, chaps.
There's drinks break coming on. So
there's a drinks break as well. So Messers, fire away with some messages.
I can assure you, Lockie, yes, I do still call Australia home. Alberto Eva says, sorry, been away. The last I heard was Adam Newman.
Bear, Hendo and Yas.
I confirm we are not one and the same. Hombre's name is Andy Newman, and my parents did not name me Adam, but yes, our heritage names are the same. Kieran, I think you need to take at least partial responsibility for this cousin thing, says Lockie. Brian Barish, Big Brain One, says Messi needs to come and visit us over here when our country is not literally on fire. Yeah, well, I've got to say, Brian, much as I'd love to come and visit you, my desire to come to the USA is very, very dormant at the moment, until such time as I can be assured.
Yeah, who wants to go to that
ice.
madhouse?
Yeah.
Right. I'm supposed to be here with Hendo, and I'm joined again by Yaz. We got a game on, Yaz.
And
We
somebody
do.
else.
I wasn't expecting it to sort of pick up so dramatically, but as it's been said, South Africa are playing sensible shots and sensible cricket, which is completely different, to what I was expecting. I am not going to lie, I did have an existential crisis because I also grabbed my Richie Benno wig to sort of be in solidarity with Suphan, but then all this talk about Finley and sacrificing young blood and all that kind of stuff, I really felt my age once I found out that I was only a couple of days off from Mitchell Starc, and I have not achieved a Test Championship or a World Cup or anything along those lines. So
depressing, isn't it? You're on
yeah,
social.
it's depressing.
You might want to plug that into the power if you can find it, because it will run out.
No, it's got 49%. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, South Africa have done kind of what I wanted them to do, which is be a little bit more positive, isn't it? I mean, they were going off at 5 and over for the first 10 overs. Well, 6 or 7 actually, I should say. They've chilled out a bit now. Obviously, Lions come on, so it's might slow things down. But the ball's now also 15 overs old, and you can hang in a little bit longer, and 13. Things should be good.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, whilst you're there, Finley, can you pass me a beer out of the fridge? That'd be marvellous. Stella, please, Stella.
I think the biggest thing is that they haven't lost too many wickets compared to
No.
where so far I guess everyone else has been when they've gotten to 50 runs. Usually it'd be about 4 or 5 wickets down at this point.
Well, exactly.
So,
And also, it's the message it gives to those people waiting to bat, isn't it? That it's, I'm not saying it's easier, but it does seem as if the pitch has flattened out a little bit. It's a new ball at the moment, so it's coming, or has been coming off the bat quite nicely, attacking fields. The longer this partnership goes on, then obviously, patently obviously, the belief will grow in the dressing room. What you don't want is 2 or 3 quick wickets, do you? And then suddenly everyone's changing into their pads in a
absolutely, you just need a solid partnership to sort of build and grow.
Yeah.
And whoever's coming in second, third drop just has that confidence to be like, you know what, I don't need to worry. I can just play my game, play my shots, and continue from there. So I think that's looking positive for South Africa at the moment, but I don't want to jinx anything. So
No, I mean, if anyone in South Africa can get a ton, I think they win the game, don't they? And become the hero.
I don't know. 280 is still quite. Even if you get someone with a ton, you've got to have 8 or so others
who chip in.
Yeah.
Nicely forced. Lovely shot off the back foot there by Markram. It's gone out to the deep cover boundary. Fielder does come round from third man, back point. To get it, who was that? That was Green, who's done fuck all in this match. He's gone out twice for bugger all. Can't bowl.
Bowl. Yeah,
just making up numbers.
Yeah,
it's a kind of disappointment if your injury prevents you from bowling. You've been batting like a dream in county cricket for a month or so, and then you come here and
we got duck and one, didn't we?
Duck and one, yeah. Or maybe, something.
Or
like
maybe 2 ducks. I don't know.
No, it wasn't 2 ducks.
Okay. Cummins in. Edged! Oh! And edged and maybe dropping just short, but certainly wide of Carey. Can't get a glove on it. Races down to the boundary. It's 4 runs! You know what?
I'd like to think that was an intentional placement, but
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Sure, the smiles won't be on the face of the Aussies if this is still going in 100 runs' time. Well, it happened to be fair, it happened to the South Africans quite a lot, didn't it? There were a fair few edges that dropped really short of the slips and stuff.
It's the staggering of slips, though. He's a little bit too. He's wider than a first slip would normally be. Maybe because they wanted him to come up closer, but in a sense, he's actually sacrificed being sort of behind that one. If he had been in the orthodox first slip position, it wouldn't have carried. Anyway.
Wouldn't have carried anyway. No. Well, Cummins coming in again, just dropped in the offside and there's no run. I've switched my strategy from going under to going over.
Ooh, I say.
Which said something.
Bear. Divo DJ says, tuning in from Perth, could not stand listening to Haydos and KP any longer. I'm amazed you've survived so long.
It's 2.5 days. It's not a bad going.
Absolutely. I mean, come to Guerrilla Cricket first.
Yeah,
that should
exactly.
always be your default option. Someone needs to have a word to Matt Hayden about his stupid gnat.
Yes.
We've been saying that too. It's absolutely disgraceful.
Does he think he's a cowboy or something? That's a beautiful block drive by Markram. Can't beat the fielder at mid-on, though. We'll get a single when I won a bet. I think the second wicket was over 57.5. I might chase that up with another one. I think these two are going all the way through till tea at least.
Seem to have a lot of DJs around. That was Devo DJ. We've got DJ Drastic saying he's a yippee-ki-yay cowboy.
Ah, yes.
Nitin, who we still haven't discovered where he is, says heavy raining here.
Are these all clues, Nitin?
Well, he said it the other day. It was raining, and when we asked him where he was, he didn't fess up. Oh, he is in India. Okay, but I mean, it's a big country, Messi.
Yeah, whereabouts in India are you? Kind of narrow it down, maybe. Cummins is in, worked into the leg side. Think about a run, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Constas is on the field.
Yes, he is.
I just want to bring up a philosophical question for you that I sort of saw floating in the group chat, the YouTube chat before, and it was a question as to what type of cake Mitchell Starc would be.
Really?
I have some very strong opinions about this, and I don't know why I have very strong opinions about this, but I get the feeling that he would be a Madeira cake.
Madeira?
Don't ask me why, but I just think that he would be. He's consistent. He's solid. He's generally crowd pleasing. There's not a lot of complaints about Madeira cake usually. Just gets the job done.
Well, there are lots of cakes that get the job done, I would suggest. Being a fan of cake, that's defended out to the offside, and there is no run.
Who could we pick out as the Victoria sponge?
Well,
someone from Victoria, presumably.
Yeah. What he is? No, he isn't.
He's not from. He's from Perth, isn't he?
Starc.
Is he was he New South Wales or was he?
Starc is West Australia.
West Australia, yeah, that's what I thought.
Let me double check.
Linux Lear says, Markram made the fastest World Cup 100. Then a few days later, Maxi beat him by 1 or 2 balls. Do you know? Am I the only person who's really happy at the white ball? Is it just the one day as he's pulled out of, or is he retired from all white ball international cricket?
Well, Maxi.
Yeah, I'm so glad. I've never warmed to Maxi. There's just something that.
It's got a great jingle, though.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, true.
On the back foot, Markram pushes that. No turn on that one. Pushes it out to cover, and there is no run.
Do you just want to make a small amendment? Starkey was born in New South Wales,
but he plays went to Western Australia to play. Yeah.
Okay, Lyon tosses that one up. Oh, that was a good ball. Nearly beat him in the flight, but managed to get the bat down and force it up to long on. Gets a single.
I think on the topic of fancy cakes, I feel like Labuschagne would definitely go on to one of those special occasion cakes. Obviously, Labuschagne, it's only Labuschagne if it comes from the Labuschagne region of Australia. Otherwise, it's a sparkling Queenslander. So I feel like that would be a very, very...
Yeah, but I got a funny feeling the Labuschagne cake would have poison in it. There to really fuck you up. That one is nicely driven. Beautiful shot through the covers by VM Mulder. Out to the extra cover boundary, and it's going to be 4 runs.
Now my aim is going great guns. I hit the ball 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
The previous run had brought out the 50 partnership as well. So good stuff from South Africa.
Great start.
Still a long way to go. Still over 200 runs to get, and pressure can get to the Saffers, as we know. But it's a test match. The thing about test match, if you get into it, I mean, you know this Aussie side could put it back, but that's what I think could be quite exciting. It's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run, because I've got no doubt that the Aussies will at some point get a little clutch of wickets. The question is, will it be close enough to the end to really put the shitters up the Saffers?
I think anything will put the shit out of South Africa.
Well, it might well.
You know,
do
I
that.
mean, think back to the World T20 final, which they sort of walked, and then Bumrah was extraordinary, wasn't he?
It was extraordinary. That one's played out to the offside, and there is no run.
However much you want to put that, maybe it's overplayed, the whole choking thing. It's going to be raised. It's going to be in the back of one or two minds, isn't it?
Yeah.
If something like that happens, a few wickets go.
All right. Mulder facing up. Around the wicket now, Lion. And that one he just clips off his pads to the man behind square leg.
Where would
No run.
the South Africans want to be by the time they sort of get to the end of the session, do you think, where they'd feel comfortable on where they'd be tracking?
Well, this session, I'm not sure they bothered where they want to. I mean, this is it. They've got so much time.
They've got so much time. I don't think they have to think
matter.
about
I just
that.
think they've got. They want to be positive and keep the runs turning. They don't want to get bogged down where you get 3 or 4 or 5 maidens in a row, or just 3 runs off of 5 overs and stuff.
Well, you say that, but I personally, I always think that this is what I've been going on about. And it's about keeping your nerve. And if that does happen, you know, it's almost like assumed now that if that happens, you're going to give it away. And there's no reason why you should when you've got so much time.
Yeah, no, I agree with you in one sense, but it obviously plays on batsmen's mind. They want to be scoring runs, don't they? And you know, if you can keep them quiet for a while, they're looking for a scoring shot, and maybe you can induce the mistake.
I think you certainly don't want to fall into the trap of thinking that you've got more time than you actually do. Don't score any runs for 15, 20 overs, and all of a sudden your needed run rate goes from 2 up to 6. So
but that's not happening.
That's a long way off.
They've got at least 180 overs. That one's clipped out to mid wicket, and there's no run.
I mean, if they can't do it in
run
100,
rate of 0.2.
if they can survive but not actually win it in 180 overs, then they don't
that's
deserve
just
to
2
win
days
it, do they?
plus the rest of today. So
Well, yeah, rest of today.
They got
yeah.
about 200 overs, 220 probably.
Now let me see what's on YouTube. Haydos said Abbey Road was laconic.
I think he means iconic, mate. Twat.
Excellent. It could be laconic though. I mean, it could be,
Yeah.
laid back.
I'm sure it is, but I'm sure he meant iconic. Go and do another cookbook, mate. Is that what he does, cookbooks?
He did do, didn't he? He certainly did.
Christian burgers.
I couldn't eat a whole one.
No. Cummins in. Oh, maybe kept a bit low. Certainly Markram made it look like it, but he prodded a bat at it. Beat his outside edge through the keeper, and there's no run.
Laconic irrigation is not my cup of tea, says Fluffy3. Nitin says Chinese and Hong Kong wants British coach for the cricket. Apply. Who are you asking to apply?
Wasn't that bloody? That's what Bennett used to do, wasn't it?
What,
Well, he
coached
wasn't
Hong Kong?
He wasn't coach. He was involved in the management of them, though.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, look, I've just had an email from someone. It says, Ian, cake. Every single person in Australia knows that we will choke. We hope they fucking win. But that is clipped into the leg side out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. They'll ease through for a 2. The other thing is it is bloody hot today. The sun is out. The bowlers may get tired a little quicker.
That was a smart play there as well, just to push it away rather than trying to aim for big shots. That's exactly the kind of cricket they need to be playing right now, which is good.
Yeah, the ball's coming onto the bat quite nicely, isn't it?
There was a comment before about Nathan Lyon being the key for Australia, but we're just looking through the scorecards over the last couple of days and noticing obviously the spinners haven't got a huge amount of wickets compared to the quicks. Any thoughts?
Yes.
Well, yes. That one is played up towards mid-wicket even, and there'll be no run. He may. I mean, the thing is, the spinners generally come into it when the quicks aren't getting wickets, and if he can make a couple of important breakthroughs when that is happening, I'm sure they'll go back to the quicks. He'll obviously get more overs if they don't start taking wickets, because they're not going to get there today at 280, are they? So it's going to be tomorrow. We are going to go into a fourth day if South Africa are going to win. One would have thought. And he will, the bowlers will get tired, so he will get overs. That's defended out to the covers and there's no runs. The question is, can he pick up some wickets? He's pretty good at it normally.
I thought on the first 2 days there was a little bit of turn, especially for Nathan Lyon yesterday. I mean, it wasn't quick turn.
No.
But then here's a guy who does get bounce as well, and he probably gets as many wickets from his bounce and his flight as he does from the actual turn.
Yep.
But it's not doing a lot today from the looks of things so far. But he's a master. He's switched around the wicket. He's going to try things.
Just going to try and wheedle one out, isn't he? That's into the pads and clip nicely into the leg side for a single. Suddenly looks very easy to bat.
Shush. Dan De Castro says, I wouldn't have opened with Stark. He must be exhausted after batting so long. I always think that if you have a last wicket partnership, that it actually gives you impetus as a bowler if you're involved. I know it's a very different sort of last wicket partnership in that it was a quiet one. It was a measured one rather than one where players go, crazy and hit very quick runs, which must get the adrenaline flowing a great deal. And that's why when you come out to bowl, you're still on that high. Yeah. But I'd have thought that by extending that lead to what they did to 282, I think they must have come out with a bit of fire in their belly.
I think certainly a higher score than anyone's expecting at the start of today's play as well. We're also expecting 240, 230, 240, 250 at most. And I know quite a few people were expecting 270 at an absolute cap, but to get the number they did was fantastic.
Yeah, exactly that. Clipped out into the leg side. Can't be with wicket though, and it's no run.
And it actually shows the value of tail-enders not thinking that they can't bat. Even if you say Hazelwood's not particularly good, and he's not a bunny by any stretch of the imagination. I'll come back to that though.
Yeah, he can hold it back. Back foot forced. Lovely shot by Mark. I don't think he's got enough to get it to the boundary. The outfield is speeding up a little bit and it's downhill, but they'll come back for 2 and that will be it.
Yeah, placement's been very good.
I think that's part of the modern game as well for tail-enders to be handy with the bat, without necessarily committing to be a full-time all-rounder.
I think it is, but I think there are certain lower order batsmen who don't always do themselves justice, and it's almost like they don't believe that they have the talent to bat, so they give it away quite easily. I'll come back to that.
Line over the wicket. Bit of turn there, but a bit short. And Markham just hangs on the back foot, punches up to long and gets himself another single.
Yeah, so what I was going to say about that was that it was a really good partnership of 59 in the end, and that could make the difference in this game. And so you should never, as a tail-ender, think, unless you've got 600 on the board.
Exactly. Forced up to mid-off this time, no run.
Are there any batters in particular that you think don't necessarily value their, tail-end skills when, again, that number of 50, 60 runs could be the difference between a win and a loss?
Yes, I think Mitchell Stark is actually one of those, to be honest.
Yeah, sometimes it depends. Well, yeah. Play back to the bowler and there's no one. Shah Bashir. Rabbit.
Oh, no, but we're not talking about rabbits. We're talking about those who don't value their wickets that can actually bat a bit. There have been many. You know what it is when you put me on the spot and I'm trying to think of.
Latterly, Stuart Broad, actually.
Stuart Broad, yeah, absolutely.
After he got sconed.
Yeah.
That was worked into the mid-wicket area. Can't beat the fielder, though. Mulder, and there will be no run. Ends the over. Markham face next on 61 for 1 after 17 overs.
If you want to go to one-day cricket, you take someone like Adil Rashid. A very good quality player as a batsman at county level for sure. And people will laugh because we've mentioned this so many times, but
he's got a lot of hundreds in first class cricket.
I'm not sure you call him actually a tail ender as such, but.
Oh, he used to bat 6 and
7. No. I mean, I'm talking about Chris. I was going to say Chris Wokes, maybe a little bit. A really, really good batsman, although he does struggle quite obviously against the short ball, more so than most. But he's incredibly fluent through the offside.
Yeah, lovely drive.
Lovely driver of the ball.
So there are plenty around. I'll have to have a little think about that and get back to you.
Woody.
Mark Wood. Well, Mark Wood is a I mean, he's actually got quite a good technique, but he hits the ball so well as well, doesn't he? Really clean hitter. And again, yes, I think you're right. I think he could make even more of what he has. But it's almost like he's been said. It's almost like he's been said. It's been said, right? You can hit it. Go out and hit it.
Yeah.
When he could do a little bit better than that, I think.
Mind you, I loved that little spell out. Was it after lunch in the Ashes at Headingley when he scored about 28 and about 7 balls?
Oh yeah, it was hugely entertaining.
Clipped nicely.
Change of bowling, I think.
It is a change of bowling. Stark's back into the attack. Markram clips him up to mid-on, and there is no run.
There's a follow-up question for you, gents, just on that as well.
Yeah.
Do you think that part of that comes from that T20 mentality in the modern game because of that need to sort of go in and slog as opposed to playing measured innings? Especially if you're a tail ender where you need to try and score as many runs as quick as you can quickly. I
think from an England perspective of in the last 2 or 3 years, it's
Definitely.
the Bazball imperative, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Which sounds like a film starring Michael Caine as a spy of some sort.
Stark is in onto the pads of Markram and clipped again round to long leg and again another single.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that have happened, haven't they? I mean, cricket has changed almost beyond recognition in some respects because of the one-day game, or certainly the way that the one-day game has developed through T20. And of course, the knock-on effects it's had into the
Test match arena,
and the whatever county arena even at times. So I mean, we were sort of bemoaning a certain amount of the loss of technique particularly against the moving ball. But then again, you have got these innovative shots that have, been brought to the game, and it's always good to see people being creative, isn't it?
It is, and that's thrown up wide and driven up by Mulder, but you can't beat mid-off and it's no run. And this is the thing: people don't leave as many, do they? I mean, if the ball's there to drive at, people would generally attempt to shot at it. Whereas in the old days, it's a lot of leaving. And
I think, I think back to when I sort of first was interested in cricket, and I think I read Cowdrey's autobiography, and I think it almost starts with this sentence about, your first and most important duty is not to give up your wicket, which was what the game was like, wasn't it? In the
It's what you're taught from when you pick up the bat for the first time.
Yeah.
You never lose your wicket, yeah.
And I don't know whether you're taught that now. I don't know, because I'm not close enough to coaching the coaching of cricket.
I think I might be too old to tell you.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when my son, when I was trying to get him to play cricket, one of the things they were told was to enjoy themselves and not worry about getting out. So,
Well, that's all well and good, but if you're playing for 7 hours and you get out first ball or fifth ball and you don't bowl, it's a long time to expect a youngster to deal with now.
Yeah.
It was bad enough in my day, but it's even more so now.
I can't remember the format, but I think the format was everyone had to bowl and everyone had to bat, though, for sort of, we're talking under 7s, under 9s type stuff. It's a little aerial.
Oh, he's got him.
Mulder has driven aerially and fucking Marnus has called him out. Can you believe it? Mulder is going to trudge off. Hit it quite sweetly out in the middle of the bat, but was it a slightly slower ball because he didn't get over the top of the delivery. Pushed it aerially, much like Temba got out in the first
very
inning.
much like Temba.
And
he's not timed it that well.
Not timed it at all.
No.
He's just popped it up.
Just came off the top edge of the bat and then straight into Marnus's hands.
Right. Well, we have a wicket, and we have to say goodbye to V.M. Mulder. Good second wicket partnership, really, in terms of what's gone on in the game, though, so far. So can't really complain. Well, you can.
You can.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
What a day Mitchell Stark is having. Also, what a great change of bowling.
Yeah.
Fourth ball of his new spell, and he breaks what was a worrying partnership for Australia. But this is what I think about Australia. They will always have someone who will step up and produce when it's most needed, even if the rest of the team is wilting. There'll be someone who'll take it upon their shoulders to do it. Let me do some tweets. This game has been good all the way through. Certainly has, says Eric J. I think I finally caught up with the cake talk. Yes, I have. Sudahu says, yeah, the game is good. I just hope for 5 days. Yeah, a flat track that becomes spicy day 4 and 5. Australia need to get to day 4, but doesn't look good at the moment, says Dan De Castro. Is it just that angle coming round the wicket there?
Possibly.
Played a bit early.
Well, what we got? We're going to have a switcheroo in about 4 minutes. So probably another over after this. Me, you, and you're taking over from me.
Okay.
I'm taking over from you. No, I'm not. Rich is taking over from you, and I'm just going to talk wibble shit in the corner.
So much like normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Tea time. We're going to stay to complete our interview.
And then you'll love that because you're on straight after tea as well.
Oh, well, I don't mind. I'm a pro.
You are a pro.
I'm not an expert, says Lennox Leah, but I think 282 would be a pretty good score for South Africa here. I think you're right.
Yeah, it would be.
Especially if they're only 9 wickets down. Well,
it's been chased 282. So it's been chased twice before. Stark around the wicket to the new batsman, who has a great jingle.
He does.
And it goes a little like this.
Nice little mover. Front foot, back foot groover. Now it will behoove ya to keep an eye on.
I'm just wondering
I
whether
that's my ringtone.
Absolutely, should spread that around. I mean, you'd be sitting in Costa Coffee or whatever.
Stark in. Oh my word!
Wow.
Timber's gone over the top. Really quite shady shot, really.
Yeah.
But he's got back for 2.
Yeah, it's all right to make a statement of intent if you actually hit the ball really well, and that wasn't hit really well. And I think that'll actually give more confidence to Australia than it will to South Africa.
I think definitely more reckless than calculated. I think.
Yeah. Live bet odds, says Dan De Castro, already have RSA in front, although that may have been said a few minutes ago. Oh goodness me, we've got a super chat, but it's so far down.
Well, you skip everything else, man. They're paying us money.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's what they're for, Endo.
I forgot about that. Zippy Tuna has sent us $5 says, enjoying the coverage from Seattle. Thanks for distracting us from the real world for a bit. Yeah, the real world is...
Yeah, the real world over there is a bit fucking crazy.
Could we just get rid of the real world and just have the pretend one?
See what happened to that senator?
I know.
Hang
on. Actually, we should talk about that, because normally when we start talking about politics, Richard Peel will send us a super chat to shut us up. So, what did you think about the senator? I thought it was terrible.
I thought it was absolutely disgraceful.
Really? I mean, the FBI getting him on the floor.
I know.
And handcuffing him. And
Surely they should know who he is. I mean, but what gets me is all these fucking Republicans, they sit there and go, no, he was charging her. It's all on fucking camera, and he's standing there asking a question and announcing who he is. And it's just like, what?
I suppose they might argue that what's he doing in a press conference? He's not...
well, he was in the building anyway.
Okay.
It was in California, and he's the senator of the area or something.
Right.
Lovely shot. Markham goes back, just punches it through the offside, beats Khawaja, who's a gully. Doesn't make it to the boundary, but they're going to come back for 3, and every run is important.
Derek Willis says, if Hendo is the only one who's happy, that's a pretty bleak world.
Well,
that's a little bit harsh.
I would actually posit that's a really good world. Well, not because if you're happy,
if I'm happy,
then loads of people are happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're generally a miserable bastard.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think I've got a good reason. When you look at the real world,
yes. IRL.
Indeed.
I'm down with the kids. Lion is in. I nearly said Leon. Leon.
Leon.
Bowling
Leon
at Timber.
comes into bat.
Defended to the offside, and there is no run.
Now, Nitin has finally told us where he is. He's in Satara, which is 300 kilometres from Mumbai.
Oh, okay.
In which direction? Up, down?
Yeah, now we want to know which direction.
Inland.
We could probably look it up on a map, actually.
We probably can.
That's defended back to the bowler.
And following that catch, our man Woy Pom says, "What's all this talk about Lavy chains?" Come back to that in a minute.
Lion over the wicket.
Oh,
for fuck's sake, Tim, but calm down, mate. Has a big slash at one that turns into him from outside his off stump. Lucky not to play that onto his stumps.
Oh my God, Australia must be loving this.
Yeah.
I mean, what on earth? I mean, that has turned.
Yeah.
But it's a...
Well, he's nowhere near the pitch of it, so it's, if it does turn and he's playing that sort of shot, that's how you get out. Yeah.
Exactly.
He could play that shot if it was Mitchell Stark's height, but he definitely could not reach that ball to hit it the way he wanted to.
That one's tossed up, and that's much better. Just defends it out to the offside, and there is no run.
William Presley says, "They're doing well. Remind Hendo to check the Discord," says Leah. "I'll post a video there that will make him fall in love with Maxi in less than 4 minutes."
No, please.
No, it won't. It will never. Some things just weren't meant to be.
Maxi being a test match player was one of them. That one's defended out to the leg side, and there is no run. We're going to have a change at the end of the day. We're going to have a change now.
Did you do the super chat jingle for that super chat?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
We've got another one.
No, not at the moment.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of, but there could be one way down south on the tweets. Asker Khan says, "Sir, please to comments. Markram can bat long, so does captain. Well, not on the evidence the last two balls. But Cummins is the danger bowler. 50-50, says Dirty Sanchez in regard to betting odds. Let's effing go, Australia. Come on, damn it," with lots of kangaroo emojis. That's from Cameron K, not Cameron Bancroft. Hendo hates more Australian cricketers. Shocker. Yeah, but I do like some quite a lot. Who's on socials? It is Richard.
I think that belongs to me now. Thank you so much.
To pass you over.
See you later, Yaz.
Thanks, Yaz.
See you guys.
Brilliant
See you
stuff.
soon.
Good stuff.
Are you on again later, or are you going to bed now?
What's he doing? He's driven at that one outside off stump. Bottom hands come off the bat. That wasn't Bavuma this time. It was Markram. And there just seems to be a bit of scrambled thought in the minds of the South African batsman, that wicket having fallen. And is it something to do with... I think this is clever bowling from Stark. He's realised there's not really any swing there now. The ball has got softer. He's coming round the wicket, and I think he's bowling little off-cutters that would take it away from the right-hander. So it may look like it's there for the drive, but it isn't quite. Maybe it sticks in the pitch a little bit. And by giving it a bit of width as well, he's luring the batsmen into the shots, who've obviously got it in their heads that we've got to be more positive this innings.
They do seem to be going after ever wider deliveries.
Yeah.
It's like before Mulder got out, and as he got out, and since.
Yeah, indeed. Edged and dropped! Gone down! It's gone down.
He dropped the World Cup.
The World Test Championship.
And it was Piggy under the helmet, and he's hurt his finger.
He has. He's hurt a trotter. A trotter may have dislocated. Oh, he's in a lot of pain. He's in a lot of pain.
Oh, that looks nasty.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a little
Look away,
finger?
folks. Look away.
Is it the little finger?
Yeah, it looks like it's pointing in the wrong direction.
This is a great moment for radio if you're squeamish.
Well, as someone who's just had an operation for trigger finger, I know what he feels like.
Yeah.
Wow, well, that took the shoulder of the bat. It was angled into Bavuma, and he didn't play it very well at all. It wasn't that it got that big on him.
No running in the long room, gentlemen.
Well, that's not good.
The Aussie medical staff are proceeding at high speeds through the long room. I'm sure that's against the rules.
Smithy is... No running in the long room. Yeah, he's in pain, isn't he? And he's
going straight off.
He's going straight off. It didn't really need them to run out and meet him, did it? I mean, unless they're just offering support.
It wasn't a very good advert for slip fielding with the helmet on, was it?
No.
Should have had batting gloves.
Yeah, apparently.
And that was one of the ones that would have carried if it had been a normal slip as well.
Yeah, because that flew off the bat, didn't it?
Yeah.
I really fancy a replay of this one.
Wow, yeah, well, I suspect we're going to get one, but let's see it again. I mean, Bavuma is looking all over the shop
He's
at the
biting
moment.
his hand. He's in a lot of pain. Maybe he's broken it.
He's not had the best of luck when it comes to injuries and at Lords, has he?
No.
Being knocked down by Jofra. Yeah.
Oh, I remember that live. That was
frightening.
Got poleaxed, didn't he?
Absolutely.
It was a great battle.
It was a great battle. I mean, it was one of the great little periods in modern day cricket, really. Oh, he's trying to play that into the onside, and then it's not necessarily the wrong shot because it's a little bit short. It's not rising a great deal, and he's got the angle to play with. So I'm not quite sure how he's managed to edge that and edge it in that way.
He's definitely got away with one. Yeah, maybe it wasn't quite straight enough to be trying to work it around the corner. Maybe it's stuck in the pitch a little bit.
His bat doesn't come down straight either, does it? And it's coming down from gully.
It's interesting Smith being there because Khawaja has been at first slip, has he not, for most of the game, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, Smith is normally at second, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he was at first this time and didn't really put his hand up to keep the job. He was wearing the helmet. He was some way ahead of Carey.
I think, based on the delivery, as Stark starts again, and that's a much better shot from Bavuma. He's going to get a run. He might get two. No, there is a man placed out on the extra boundary, which is also another interesting position for Cummins to have posted, based on Bavuma's shot in the previous over, where he tried to pick it up and over. I think he's certainly saying to Bavuma, if you want to play that shot over the infield, then there's going to be a certain amount of risk associated with it.
So for all
He's really close there, isn't he? He really is close.
I also think he
but
thought
it
was
Carey, so in that point,
Yeah.
he was close enough in that point of view.
Just looking at his reaction, in again bowls and just dropped into the offside. That's much more calm, controlled, measured batting from Markram, fielded by the man running in off the boundary at backward point. I think it's Travis Head. Yeah, it's almost like he reacts twice, and I think he thought it was coming to him quicker than it was. He was surprised by it, probably because based on the angle, he thought that was going to be turned into the onside, and it's. I really still don't understand how he's edged that.
He just isn't letting himself settle in. I mean, you need to get the timing of the wicket before you try that sort of shot, I would say, as well.
Of course you
should have left it on length. Got away with it, though, where each team has dropped one slip catch and had multiple fall short.
Here he is again, a slip, sort of first slip and a fourth slip, and that's better from Bavuma. I keep saying any shot that gets him a run that isn't mad is better from Bavuma. Has he got two there, I think, down to Constas?
I don't think so.
Did he not get two there?
No, I think it's just ran it down for a single.
Okay. Oh, now we are seeing a lot more balls keeping low on the third day. Now, I don't know whether that means that's good. I mean, it's possibly good because it suggests a flattening out, but if it gets too low, then of course...
I'd also like to know how they measure that. What is the actual baseline of keeping low? Is it the day one bounce? Average bounce?
I presume so.
I don't know. In again to Bavuma, and this one is arrowed in at the stumps from that round the wicket line or angle. He pushes into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 80 for 2. God knows how. Markram 41, Bavuma 5.
Did we read out Zippy Tuner's super chat?
Yes.
We did. Okay.
Thanks, Zippy.
Try and get somewhere into the current century then with these socials. Oh, okay. We haven't missed any further super chats, which is shameful from everyone out there.
Yeah. Have a long look at yourselves.
Absolutely.
Lockie V1, VI, VL, the 6th. I don't know. I told you that South Africa would get these runs. Pants up. DJ Drastic says, Lockie, you are going to be the cause of SA losing by a run.
Ooh, that would be it'd be
how?
upsetting for you, but it'd be an absolute classic of a match if that happened.
I'd even take a tie. I'd be happy with a tie.
I'm sure Josh would at 500 to 1.
Lion is in, bowls to Markram, a slightly quicker ball, and I'm not sure whether they'd registered that the square leg was on the 1 there. And for a moment I thought that might be a slightly risky single, but they have got through it.
Gary Pelser says 75 runs, 25% of the way there, 20% of the wickets down. It's slightly out of date. We are a little bit closer, but we are still at 20% of the wickets down.
When you're chasing a score and you think you've made a pretty good start, 81 for 2, and then you still need over 200 runs. Add two wickets, says Messi. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
No.
Lion is into a 6th over, none for 14.
Well, these guys got to get through till tea, haven't they? Which is what, another 20 minutes?
Yep.
Zippy Tuna said as well, injury aside, that's a pretty bad drop, referring to Steve Smith's recent effort in the slips. Linux Lear says, I guess that rules out the pigster as a right arm filth option for the test.
Oh, what a shame. What a shame.
We have a slight delay, don't we, for Bavuma getting a new... Was that a new bat?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the bat was the problem. That was why he was playing such ridiculous shots. So he's got a new one from his, no doubt, vast sponsored collection. And Constas is wandering off, the substitute fielder, wandering off beneath the grandstand and shaking hands in the modern day way, which isn't really shaking hands, is it? Bavuma goes back, and when he does that sometimes he gets so front on, and well, he did manage to turn it away into the onside, but for a moment he thought he got through. Now, talking of old stages, on screen, something that gathers no moss. Lion, I think he's probably got quite a bit of moss these days. This comes off the outside edge, and they will get a couple of runs. Constas. Oh no, is it Constas? No, they've got a 3.
Kawaja chosen it there.
Kawaja, was it? Good running.
Oh, but there's just that odd shot from Bavuma where he's really just getting out in front of himself, isn't he? Even though he edged that one and it ended up going behind. I feel like it would have gone airborne towards the covers if he had got the full face on it.
You've got to take encouragement where you can. And a lot of several South African fans were standing up and applauding as the target goes beneath 200. Lion in again to Markram, and he plays off the back foot. Now got Cameron Green at a sort of short mid wicket, or is that the on Hayden? We really should call it the on Yeehaw now. It is the on Hayden. In comes Lion, bowls quite full, but he goes back with confidence. Has to hurry to the non-striker's end, so it's picked up quite well at mid-wicket. The throw comes in.
Got there safely.
85 for 2.
And runs just flowing again without much risk. I mean, we are choosing to take risk at times, but it doesn't look like it's necessary. You can work Lion around at the moment on current evidence.
Let's see what Bavuma does with the final ball of the over. He gets very front on again and plays it from the crease to mid-wicket. And there is no run. 197 required to win. 8 wickets in hand.
So, Soto who said Kawaja is normally first slip, I presume. Normally first slip, but has painted on eyes now. Linux Lear says, Richard, would you mind telling the bear that my alternate channel needs the spanner back?
Yes. Now you're on. I think, if you pass it over, I think I can do it on that.
On this iPad?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Mr. Technology, knock yourself out.
I have no idea what that sentence meant,
You've
actually.
got your spanner back. What are you on about?
Goes for most of my social media readouts. I just read them and hope somebody else understands. And heaven help me if there's a typo, because I will stumble. Be stopped in my tracks. People, predictive text is banned.
Yeah.
For all guerrilla targeted tweets.
If Trump wanted to do something genuinely useful, he would he would make that his one of his priorities, banning predictive text. Stark will continue bowling to Markram. 2 slips, staggered somewhat. Doesn't really time that one, gets it, but finds the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. The ball seems to gain pace as it rolls across the outfield, and I think it is Khawaja in pursuit. They'll get back for 2.
Leah, I think if you message in from your alternate channel, it'll be a lot easier because I can just click on your name and add you.
Oh, there's Neil Manthorpe in the press box. We're getting a look at the gentlemen of the press and the ladies of the press as scenes from Lords and around the ground are played.
Oh, goodness, yeah. Hector, the 18-year-old wonder kid from Guerrilla Cricket, who's managed to wheedle his way into the inner echelons of cricket journalism very skillfully. This is chopped by Markram down to third man for a single.
With the help of us.
Well, yeah, that's that. Yeah, on the basis of getting accreditation through us. But you know, there was a time when it was really hard to get accreditation through Guerrilla Cricket. There was a time when it was really difficult to get accreditation for lots and lots of journalists.
So even for England games, it's okay on Guerrilla. Or are they still a bit
I think it's
sticky
unlikely
with us?
because he's actually on the ground staff now, isn't he? In terms of he's been working at Lords, I think. But he did get accreditation because he went to New Zealand in the winter, and I think they're much more open to that sort of thing. This will be a rapidly taken single by Bavuma as he pushes off the back foot into the onside. Spotted that very quickly, actually. Realised that the fielder was predominantly right-handed. Well, that's interesting. Predominantly right-handed. It was Travis Head, and he's a left-handed batsman, but he seemed to run round his left hand there to field that. It's odd.
Just keeping his own life interesting.
while sort of not taking the opportunity to run someone out. I think that seems a little bit unusual, but there you go. Stark 2 for 32. Here he is round the wicket from the pavilion end into Markram, arrowing in on middle and off. And well played by Markram. Full face of the bat, straight bat.
Oh.
And there is Travis Head. He's doing a few yoga poses.
What's that one called again? Is that the Cobra?
It's not the downward dog.
The upward sphinx.
Upward sphincter.
The
Sphinx.
I think the most
lion
interesting
thing in Egypt.
Yeah, you know.
I know.
Pyramids. I think the most interesting yoga pose would be the pissed bear. That would be a good one. 46 to Markram, 4 fours in this innings so far. Stark in again, wide, and he slashed at that. I mean, it's not much reward for a slightly risky shot when you've got a man out at deep point, but he's got the single. South Africa go to 90 for 2. Oh, I'm loving watching the South African fans in the crowd.
Oh, they'll be having a fine old tense old time. I mean, it's like I said yesterday, this is going to be tense, and South Africa's going to make it interesting, even if they do go down. It won't be without nerves, bitten nails, anguish and heartache, because they're going to get somewhere within sight, let's say.
We do anguish and heartache and bitten nails for breakfast here. Stark into Bavuma. That one was possibly arrowed in too far outside leg stump, or arrowed in that direction, and was played comfortably by the South African captain. End of the over, 90 for 2.
Zippy Tuna says if Trump wanted to do something useful, he wouldn't be Trump.
Oh, that's true.
So to who says an age away, old memories. That might be a musical reference, perhaps. Big Fudge XD says time to get the sandpaper out, Australia. And that's not the only sandpaper reference on the list. Stephen Kelk says, I thought SA wouldn't be able to chase 140. So if they chase this down, I will have been very, very wrong.
Well, I'll tell you what. I still think they could chase down 140. from here, but I'm not sure about a huge amount more.
There's a technical thing you can do again, Bear. Aliyah has written in, I think, as requested.
But I can see a couple of super chats.
Yeah, well, keep them on
arriving.
tenterhooks for the next over.
Oh, now, what's happened to Temba Vavuma? He seems to have taken all his clothes off. Well, certainly
things are not yet that desperate.
He's certainly taken down his trousers, exposing stomach. Oh, he's done it.
I believe that's done.
He's got a physio on. He's revealed his thigh pad and various undergarments.
Does not look happy.
And he doesn't look happy, does he? He's sort of down.
Has he got problems with his back?
Is it a back thing? Has he had back problems before?
Not that I'm aware of. I think it's been he's had some tennis elbow type issues, if I'm not mistaken. But this doesn't appear to be in that part of the body.
I was going to say, talk about the phrase, didn't know his arse from his elbow. He's got tennis arse, maybe. Because that's what seems to be being looked at.
A couple of super chats then while this on-field very public massage is going on.
YouTube comments, we're not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price.
Am I supposed to read over this?
No, you can read them now at the end of the tune.
So Zippy the tuner says, anguish and heartache is why we super chat.
Yay.
GC Pornbot says, maybe Travis Head is ambisexual.
Ooh.
But was it Head that had the opportunity now to get a massage of his own?
Yeah.
Whilst Bavuma is done. That's
what's
cheeky.
going on? It's got to that time in the afternoon. He said, well, look, we've got loads of time left in the test. Can we just have a time out for a quick massage?
I must say, if I had a paid physio travelling around with me, I'd have an awful lot of massages, even if I didn't need them.
I wouldn't be able to get off the table. Markram not out 47 from 58. Good knock from him. Mulder made 27. Disappointment when he drove and mistimed the ball in the air to Labuschagne at extra cover. Rickleton went for 6. Bavuma is out there, but seemingly struggling with some sort of injury.
Bit of hammy, isn't it?
Oh, well, let's say we're just looking at him run. Is this where he did it? Oh, is it? Yes, could be.
A very awkward end to that run as he pulled something with about 4 steps to go.
That's either a glute or a hammy.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if you do a hammy badly, you can't really move, can you?
No.
So he would have to go off, but he's definitely reapplying the thigh pad. So that is good news for South Africa.
Might just fling the bat.
Oh, goodness, I hope not, really.
Might as well just declare tea now with 10 minutes to go and get him sorted.
It would be sporting, wouldn't it? But you can't expect that of the Australians.
No, absolutely not. God damn.
I jest, people.
I expected of the umpires.
I should jest before I get attacked by every single Aussie out there. So reapplying the pads as well.
Do you think he has kids' pads? Do you remember 4'11", isn't he, or something?
No, he's more than that. He's about 5'2", isn't he?
I don't think so.
Actually, I think he is. He's not 4'11". There was a. Who was the guy who played for Glamorgan who was absolutely tiny? Was it Tony Cotty? I mean, I know he was a footballer. He was a footballer for West Ham, but that's different Tony Cotty. I think it was him. Maybe if Josh is listening, Glamorgan expert, he could confirm or deny. Anyway, looks like Bavuma is ready again.
Bloody hell, it's hot in here
It
today.
is warm. We need more than one fan, don't we?
Oh, let's have one bit of very important social media. Peter Jones says, thanks for the commentary from Cape Town.
Oh, excellent. Lion from round the wicket to Markram. Pushing it across him, and this one slides off a thick outside edge. I think under control, though.
Let us know where you are in Cape Town, Peter.
On a beach? I suppose it's not beach weather at the moment, is it?
Oh, that keeps perilously low as Markram goes back. But fortunately enough, he's kept the full face of the bat on it. So, what's Lyon's on a kidology of going for a review to the umpire. He's a wag. Lyon in again, and back goes Markram. Forces, doesn't get it past the diving Lavy Chain from who's come across from mid-wicket, cutting off a shot that was aimed through mid-on.
What was that?
It's 5'4". People are always bigger than you think, Bear. This is pushed back by Markram. Just momentarily popped into the air ever so slightly, and I think Lyon gives him the stare as if to suggest that he did something clever to fox him and to be away. He's gone back again! This is really not the way to play. He's going to skid one of those through even lower shortly, and he's going to be as dead as a very dead person. That might have actually, if that had hit the pad, it might have been
going past.
It might have been very, very slightly. I'm talking millimetres outside the line of off stump. Get on the front foot. There's no short leg. You don't need to go back necessarily. Forced to cover. There is no run.
It's the modern way.
It's the modern way. 90 for 2. Lions 7 overs, none for 18.
Right, fair bit going on here. So Leah also says that according to his wiki page, Bavuma is 5'3", even shorter than Tom Cruise. Mahal Sheshe says thanks for the game from South Africa. Nicholas LaRue also sounds South African. Appreciate the lekker commentary from the Netherlands. Yes,
nice.
From the Netherlands, but definitely South Africa with that choice of words. Peter Jones confirms that he is in Komaki. Says it's a great day here. That is on the beach, incidentally, but it's much more known for surfing than sunbathing, particularly at this time of year.
Great white sharks.
There'll be a few of those, won't there?
Less on that side of the peninsula.
Penguins, little penguins.
Also on the other side of the peninsula. Komaki is faces straight onto the wild Atlantic.
Oh, right, not onto the
It's
Indian
all about
Ocean.
the big surf swells.
Stark will continue, and he's going to continue around the wicket, I imagine, to the right-handers. He's in, bowled to Bavuma. That's what I like to see from Bavuma. He's onto the front foot, and he's watching it, getting his head over the ball. He's letting it come to him.
I know what we need to get. We need to get those ice packs you put around your neck. We've got a little freezer now.
It's not that hot, Bear.
I'm fucking boiling.
Not that hot, Bear.
It's making me very sleepy.
It is a hot corner here.
Yeah, well, we've got lights on us, Bear. For goodness
those
sake.
aren't very hot for crying out now. The LEDs.
The glaring lights of fame.
Yeah.
WinViz is back, or Win Predictor as it's called on this occasion. South Africa is outsiders at 38%. Australia 62%. That could all change fairly quickly. In comes Stark. Ooh, aims a drive at that one without any real timing and not enough foot movement.
I think Tembo needs to count the balls down to tee and just go and have a little think about things in the change room. I'm hoping this is the last over because I'm feeling a bit nervy about this just getting through to tee now.
It is weird, isn't it, how the closer you get to a maybe it's just been sort of drilled into us over the years that you don't want to lose a wicket just before lunch or tea.
It depends on how the momentum goes. The runs were flowing, but then there was a wicket, and now we're starting to see unconvincing shots which weren't there in the first hour after lunch. We've had an injury. All these things add up to make me tense.
And a man has gone back at deep mid-wicket, whether that's a bluff that there's going to be a short one. This one isn't short, and it's rather nicely essayed out onto the offside, but Bavuma is in great discomfort there. He was running very stiff-legged there for that single.
Well, I need to get off exactly that.
He needs to get off, but if it is a hammy or it's a calf muscle or something like that, you can sometimes literally not move.
Yeah, and you're kind of better off carrying on, aren't you? There's been no singles. I don't know. He can come back if he goes off, can't he?
If you retire hurt, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe he goes off and sees what happens and comes back later, heavily strapped. Ian says, you guys have no clue what you're about to partake with the upcoming tour. Please bring your best as our climate will be your downfall.
onto the back foot, forced by Markram, fielded down at backward point, deep backward point. Sorry, what's he talking about?
England going to the Ashes. Well, I guess talking about the weather and it being hot. Precisely. Well, just getting to Australia is generally England's downfall. Let's be honest.
Well, they always tend to show something in the first 2 tests, and you think there's a moment in the game where England can win or make a game of it, and then it all falls apart. And when they've lost the first 2, they just crumble in a heap. I was reminiscing about the 94-95 tour when England only lost 3-1. Markram Markram's not in. It's Stark bowling to Bavuma. He turns this off his badly injured leg and waddles up to the other end,
where he will hopefully stay until the tea break.
Yeah. He'll say, no quick singles, please.
I don't think he's going to have any time to be quaffing sandwiches at tea. He's going to be straight on the physio's table.
Yes, I think so.
Can I give him an injection?
Oh, well, I don't know.
Magic potions must be up the physio's sleeve.
I mean, they do for so many things, don't they? I don't know. A muscle injury like that, I'm not sure. I mean, if you could just give someone an injection. I mean, if you think of the amount of footballers that do hammies, you just inject them and say, get back out there.
Well, yeah, but football...
long-term damage, I suppose.
Yeah, and different, isn't it?
Yeah.
And this is the final.
This is true. Stark into Markram, turns it, and poor old Bavuma has got to get going. It's going to be funny in a strange way. They've got another single. That is the end of the over, is it not? Yes, it is. That should be tea. I always want to say Raymond Illingworth, but of course it isn't Raymond Illingworth. It's that other Illingworth, Richard, who is umpiring. He knocks the bails off. They used to pick up the bails and carry them off in their pockets, but now they just knock them to the ground as if they don't give a toss. 94 for 2. That's been a good session.
It has been a good session. Shall I do a very quick run through socials before you guys move to your tea time program? Because we've got lots and lots of international communication going on here.
Brilliant.
Steve van Vuren says awesome commentary from Cape Town, Strand to be precise. Stephen Kelk is greeting somebody, I think. Hoi, Nicholas van Utrecht. Cub Zero, Safa in Victoria Falls. Great commentary, thanks. There's a lot here. Great commentary, says David Rama, listening from Marloth Park in SA, lifelong Windies supporter. Lots of discussion about the word lekker, but it'll be a bit too much to get into right now. Savata Flavas, it's a pity we don't have cricket on SABC 3 anymore. I agree. At least I found you guys. So this is the only free-to-air cricket coverage available in South Africa.
Wow.
Amazing.
Ek sal nie vir 'n fok vir DStv betaal nie. That's a little bit of Afrikaans, declaring an unwillingness to pay for subscription television. Nicholas Leroux says, hoi Steven, Luik van Eindhoven. So we've got a bit of Dutch, a bit of Afrikaans going on. I think that will do it for now, as we have a tea time program. The chat from lunch is about to continue, and Messrs is hovering with intent. So I shall stand up and hand over.
Messrs was halfway through a sentence, so he has to make sure that it joins up
remember what
nicely.
the sentence was, because I can't. The other thing we should say, all those people who are joining us, and it's great to have you along. Remember to smash the like button and subscribe, and then you'll get a notification when we're on. We're going to cover the entire England versus India series, which it's going to be quite a mouth-watering series. I know it's not South Africa and you're South African, but if you need cricket and you want it free, we're here most of the summer.
And please spread the word to your fellow South Africans. If this is the only place you can get free-to-air coverage.
Well, also, Messi, it sounds like the word is being spread, because there are a lot more South African names, it would appear, certainly on hearing them, coming through in that last little raft of tweets, I would
Excellent to see.
Indeed.
So we're going to go back to where we were at lunchtime, discussing the start and the continuation of guerrilla cricket. And we talked a little about what had happened during COVID. I want to go back, if I can, to something I forgot to ask you, but I'm really interested in. The theme tune that we play at the start of every day's play is, I think, inspired. Can you give us a bit of a story about how that came to be?
I certainly can. I already have told you off air, but for the interest of those people listening, because of the sofa as we spoke about earlier, Test Match Sofa finishing, and the fact that we were going to be called Guerrilla Cricket was a suggestion that we're outside the mainstream and outside the tent pissing in. Revolutionary in that respect. No regarders of legalities, generally speaking, unless it's the ICC coming down on us really hard, like they did with our T-shirt. But yes, basically what happened was, having decided upon a name, I wrote a smallish manifesto, basically, which I intended to give to James Sherwood, who was one of our fine jinglers in the Sofa years and early on, and is the writer of a lot of that particular theme tune. So I gave him this manifesto, and I wanted him to sort of talk it. He is a sort of stand-up comedian, and he has, presence. And I wanted him to sort of speak it, but then he thought, well, no, I think it's this how it worked. I'll put it to music, or I'll use some of the ideas. Like, I mean, I remember the whole thing about they decapitate us, but we just grew another head. That was, I was quite proud of that one. And so that formed the body of the theme tune in terms of lyrically. And then I think Sherwood himself had the idea of matching famous revolutionaries with obscure cricketers, let's put it that way, to some extent obscure cricketers.
With some fairly generous rhyming.
Yes. So what have we got? We had
Lenny Pascoe with somebody.
Yeah, I can't remember who.
Why don't you play the short version for us, Ben?
Yeah, I can.
I'm not sure. Will it get? Do we get that?
Short bed, yeah.
Let's have the short bed.
Chairman
Mao.
Jamie Howe.
Jamie
There you go.
Ho Chi Minh.
Asif
Din.
Václav Havel. Graham Saville.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
No surrender.
Percy Fender. Which, of course, is on one of our T-shirts, and then Tony came along and did a sort of multi-program piece about Percy Fender. Not so long ago.
He was doing an auction.
So basically, that was the story. If people remember the Sofa, I think we had a sort of version that was a knockoff of the 10cc hit "I Don't Like Cricket."
Yes.
But this was all original work. It was.
I had visions of you all sitting around, absolutely off your faces, coming up with ideas for the rhymes.
No, that went around on an email chain.
That went, yeah, absolutely. That was, as I said, it was. Something that we did put out to the wider guerrilla, or the potentially burgeoning guerrilla audience. Yeah.
Well, there's been a few things that have sort of grown from just the broadcasting. I mean, originally it was just broadcasting England games.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fair to say that there's been coverage of quite a lot of series. Australia, India comes to mind, and of course World Cups since then, which is a major exercise in terms of getting the people in. I think one person who's been absolutely crucial to all that has actually been Tony Bishop, who's been the Rodermeister in bringing that together.
I've never been so relieved as when Tony offered to do the rotors. You see, the thing about Tony's rotors is that he knows how to do them really neatly and put them into little boxes, whereas I just used to put them on the email, and you know how things would just turn round, go round, and so people were confused.
Yes.
But I think Tony came on board in 2017, I think it was. And I remember clearly the night I met Tony. It sounds like a song.
I met Tony.
And it was in at Lord's. It was after the. I think it was after the. Was it after the Yorkshire game? Middlesex Surrey. It was. I was thinking. Oh, and I thought for a moment it was the end of the Middlesex Yorkshire game. Must have been the previous year. Anyway. Yes, and I met him, and he was all suited and booted. Looked every
advertising exec.
Well, advertising exec, or I don't know, bankerish.
So
I don't know.
Basically intimidating.
Not really. But it was Dan Norcross, of course, who was the kind of conduit who introduced us, because he was chatting away to Tony, and then he said, he must have said something about commentary, and he said, well, this is the man to talk to, Hendo. And I tried to describe to Tony what guerrilla cricket was, and the first thing I said, I think, was that guerrilla cricket is for those people who don't like TMS. And his first response was, why wouldn't anyone like TMS? And, I saw his point, and I thought, well, this is going no further. But actually, we sort of exchanged numbers or something like that, and he came on board, and he's a complete convert now. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't still appreciate TMS, but he absolutely loves doing this, and he's driven us forward in a lot of ways. I mean, he's been invaluable in terms of when we've attempted to make this into a proper business, which would, pay us some money.
So given that this doesn't pay either of you any money, in fact it impoverishes both of you.
Absolutely.
Why the fuck do you do it?
Still got a passion for cricket. I actually like being on air, I guess, now. I mean, there was a time where I refused to start the show, wasn't there, really?
Oh yeah, you've grown in that sense.
I didn't like being, I never wanted to be the front man. I always thought of myself as technical, and I liked sitting here talking bollocks about cricket. But
yeah,
I think there was a point around about, I've got to say this, I suppose, there was a point around about COVID and stuff when Knackle was in, and everyone was getting to introduce the show, and I was getting really frustrated with how people were introducing it sometimes. And someone who wasn't very good was being picked because I basically said I didn't want to do it, and I said, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to do it. And yeah.
So it's fair to say that fundamentally you have a lot of fun doing it still.
Yeah, it's not so much fun. I mean, we've all grown older as we've been doing this, and you begin to feel it more. And the funny thing is, having done God knows how many overseas Ashes we've done now.
God.
I've done 2010-11, 13-14, 17-18,
19-20.
There was one that I didn't do very much of, if at all, because of ill health. But I can't.
Well, that would have been that one.
That might have been that one, yeah. And most of those were over in 3 days, it seemed, anyway. So, or 3 nights. Doing that through the night it doesn't get easier. I think it gets harder. I think it gets a lot harder, especially when England have been, well, since 2010-11, which was great during the sofa days. I mean, I don't think we've had a successful guerrilla Ashes away win, have we?
No.
And so we've sat through, whitewashes, and when you're putting that much effort in overnight, it's absolutely exhausting.
Yeah, I get that. By the same token, there is something about the misery in company thing, isn't there?
Oh yes, yes, of course.
And the truth is that for me, I do get a lot of fun out of it, but most of all, I get a sense of community out of it. Being involved with a whole lot of people who I would never have known otherwise. And I've been travelling the country, meeting some of them who I've never met before, and they are every bit as nice as I ever expected them to be.
Well, we're basically the fourth emergency service.
Absolutely.
That's exactly
Especially
right.
for cricket people.
Yeah. We and inevitably we have a high level of people on the spectrum, because that's what cricket followers do, and we're in there together with one another. So before we close off, because they will come back from tea in 5 minutes or so, I'd like to know the individual highlight for each of you of Guerrilla in all your time on air.
Well, I think it's quite easy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be.
It's got to be Ireland, hasn't it?
It's got to be Ireland.
So tell us a bit about the story with Ireland, actually.
Well, it was Dave Brooke, wasn't it?
Dave Brooke, who came on board when in fact.
Yeah, I mean,
just that Ashes series in 17-18.
Exactly. We met him, and he was a real live wire. I mean, we did that night in the bloody
Groucho Club.
Groucho, and I mean, I'll never fucking forget that. Dave said, yeah, we can do it in the Groucho. And so I think you helped me get all the shit.
Yeah.
So I grabbed the entire studio, took it to the fucking Groucho, and Dave said, yeah, you can do the whole test match from here. We got in there. It took me fucking hours to set it up. We had a great night, but we didn't leave there till like 10 in the morning. And I took it all up there during the day before, set it all up. We got back there for the start at 11. We finished at 8 in the morning. Then they gave us breakfast, and we were all a bit fucking hammered anyway. And then I had to get it in a cab because we were all pissed. So we got to dump everything in a cab at 11 in the morning, and then take it back to the flat. Get it back in the flat. Then I had to set it all up and be on air again at 11 at night because the guy said, "Yeah, well, after the lights, it can't be in here for the rest of the test."
Yeah, that was quite interesting because I felt all night. There was ironically, it was an Aussie guy who was running I don't know exactly the events or whatever it is in Groucho. And we had a little bit of a crowd, didn't we, for a couple of hours certainly, and it all went very well. And we, by about 4 o'clock in the morning, you're thinking, yeah, this is going great. We'll be here for a while, and this is good because we're actually doing it in front of a live audience. And then the guy came over to me, at about 4 o'clock in the morning, and basically said no. And so so exactly, we had to then get the mixing desk back up the stairs at Sydenham. So it was.
So how did this lead to getting the rights to the Test match in Ireland?
Well, I think it was
Dave
basically
knew something.
Yeah, Dave knew Warren Dutram, who is the chief executive.
Right.
And we sort of heard rumours that the
Nobody got the radio
BBC
rights.
wasn't really pushing for it that much, and that we were in touch with I think they were called Pitch, the company that was brokering the rights, if you want to call it that. And I think it got to about a week before the Test match itself, and by that point, I don't think anyone had confirmed that they wanted to do it or had offered any significant money. And
so we offered 500 quid.
Well, I think we offered $1,000 in the end, didn't we? We got it for $1,000, I thought.
I thought it was 500.
Oh, wait,
I seem to remember paying.
Okay, well, whatever it was, we got it, and we
packed everything into two cars.
We packed everything into 2 cars. We got the ferry over
from where was it? We got it from
Holyhead or somewhere like that. Yeah, and it's fantastic. Someone who's normally tired the whole time. I can't believe that I got through that week. Actually,
well, and considering the first day was entirely rained out.
Well, I think the thing about you may not think about Gorilla as being significantly prepared, but sometimes we are very professional.
Yeah.
The Bear is not a man who likes to do too much background and research, but Tony certainly is. I do or did. And we really prepared for it well. And I remember, I think one of the things that set that off so well on the first morning was that with Rog Pineapple, Roger McCann, who was Irish, a big follower of Irish cricket, and was on Gorilla for some time, now unfortunately back in Belfast, I think. I sort of wanted him to do an introduction, a big introduction about Irish cricket, and I wrote him a sort of again a manifesto, almost a sort of introduction that he could do in his wonderful Irish brogue, and he just came back with something completely different, which was all Rog and much better than what I had written. Obviously, had the sort of heartfelt element that I wouldn't necessarily have been able to produce, and I think people really liked that, didn't they? They loved that introduction, and I think from then on, and we got a bit of publicity in the press.
Did lots of interviews with lots of people who.
Well,
we interviewed everyone connected with it. Irish cricket. Basically.
And the other thing, and the funny thing is, when we had the rights, suddenly everyone wanted to speak to us.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I don't know whether COVID's had COVID, but if I'm to end this on a slightly disappointing level, I feel annoyed and aggrieved that we've been subsequently kind of ignored.
Yeah.
I
get it.
It's not so much that we want fame and fortune, although we do want fortune. It's more that we want more people to be listening and just getting it out there. That we're actually quite good.
Yep.
We all know our cricket. It's hard if you don't have a big name journalist writing a big article about you.
Exactly.
And we don't have that anymore.
So, friends, We need to get the word out there. Just more. Just let people know. We've got to wind up now because the cricket's about to start again. But I just want to say thank you to you, Bear. Thank you to you, Hendo, not just for this, but for 10 years of actually making this happen. It's been fantastic. And may we be here in 10 years more, but with 10 times the audience. Thank you both very much.
Well, I was going to say, it may be only 10 years, but it feels like a decade to me.
Yeah, well, Temba Bavuma is on his way out to bat, looking like he's moving a little more freely than he was before the lunch break, in the company of Aidan Markham, who's been very impressive. I caught the end of that excellent conversation. I enjoyed it very much. My highlight being on Guerrilla Cricket is Shane Watson being given out LBW while we were in the jet lag sports bar.
Oh, I remember you shouting there, yes.
Yeah, us all calling for the review, rejoicing that he called for the review, and then getting to do it all again when, of course, he was given out a second time LBW. What a joy that was.
Where is... Oh, there we go. Sorted it. Right. Well,
I'm filling a bit here because I'm not on ball by ball. I'm happy to fill some more.
No, you're absolutely right. I think that is me. As Messrs settles himself in, joined obviously by Gary, who's already well and truly introduced himself.
There's a lovely message from Pirate Badger, who said we were talking then about the Malahide Test match, and Pirate Badger says, "Of course, out of Malahide, you gain me as a follower, and you'll never shake me loose."
Oh well, we're not trying to.
I should also say, Jez, that we've done much more than just the England games, right from the word go. I mean, I remember commentating on the match where Mitchell Starc made 99 and Shikhar Dhawan made 187 on debut.
Yep.
And I also remember doing New Zealand against India, riding the motorbike past Dulwich School on the South Circular, 4 o'clock in the morning, freezing cold with mist. So we've always had a spirit of adventure on Test Match Sofa and subsequently on Guerrilla Cricket. I think we'd all like to do even more, but we can't always resource them.
Well, 188. How much of a spirit of adventure do South Africa need to get 188?
That's a Desi Haynes, isn't it? 188.
Well, indeed. Temba Bavuma, he's been struggling with a calf. Travis Head was off having a massage, or Temba Bavuma had a very public massage with his arse out. In the middle at Lords.
Wasn't it some tribe of Israel who was struggling with a calf in the Old Testament?
Well, it could be a fatted one, presumably. Yes. Right, it's going to be
Golden.
Captain Paceman Pat, who's bowling two slips. We've lost any captioning. It's defended into the onside by Markram. And there is no run. That's better. 94-4-2. Let's be honest, Messrs. It doesn't matter how bad your eyesight is. If you can't tell the difference between Aidan Markram and Temba Bavuma, you quite possibly need to hang up your mic.
On a technical matter, have we lost the kind of beard of the crowd, the man who says yay? And
no, it comes up from time to time.
He comes up from time to time.
I can hear a bit of noises off in the green room, but I can't hear the beard.
Oh, the crowd is playing.
It is a little bit quiet. Right, Cummins in again. Those two slips go down. He's in two. Well, very much the hero of the hour, I think, for South Africa. That's defended by Markram into the offside. Yeah, there was the man who goes away. Right, 218 was the lead at the start of play. They were 144 for 8 overnight. 207 is where Australia finished. Right on lunch. A partnership of 59 between Starc and Hazelwood. Now, who would have put money on that? Before the start of this match. That is what set the target of 282 to win. South Africa went to tea on 94 for 2. They're still on 94 for 2 because with 2 balls into the first over after tea, bowled by Pat Cummins, who has Tony Gregg style, the collar of his shirt up under his ears. And we've seen no runs since tee, mind you. There's only been a couple of balls.
I have to confess, I would have bet on Hazelwood and Stark putting that on, but I would have bet on it in the circumstances that it was raising the score above 600.
In comes Cummings. It's quite full. Loops in a little bit to Markram, and he works it off his legs out to mid-wicket. Temba Bavuma has run that, and he still looks in some discomfort, but what he will be thrilled about, as will all South Africans, is that Aidan Markram has made it to his 50, and it has been a terrific knock. If they are to win this, you sense he needs to add quite a few more to that. Well done, Aidan Markram.
Stop, just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done.
Bavuma on the strike. Holds us back high. Lets the ball through, and there is no run.
Is there any precedent for an overseas batsman hobbling on one leg and making a huge score to chase down an unlikely total in the fourth test at Lord's? I wonder if there's a precedent for that.
Who are we thinking of? There is, of course.
The captain went to see Anything Goes the night before, I think.
Cowdrey, was it? Oh, no, he had a broken arm, didn't he?
Well, Lyon had a slightly sore leg.
Yeah, but he didn't go on to make a big score.
No.
he made one, I think.
I'm thinking one of the most famous innings ever at Lord's, 219.
Hold that thought. Driven beautifully, but
stop.
straight to Labuschagne, who's been lively at cover. He's taken one important catch. The one that got rid of Ian Mulder, who looked to be going nicely, but then he slightly just didn't sky it. He didn't quite get to the pitch of one, and it went at some pace, but straight to Labuschagne at cover. He was the second wicket to fall. But nothing has fallen since then. Gary, sorry.
Well, I'm thinking of the one-legged Gordon Greenwich, 1984.
The one-legged Gordon Greenwich. Okay, well, I'm trying to remember.
You don't recall that?
I don't actually. In comes Cummins. Driven again by Bavuma. Doesn't really get hold of it. Bobbles it really. Out to wide mid-off. There's no run. It's the end of the over. It's the first over after tea. And it's 95 for 287 to win for South Africa, Messers.
Didn't they win by 9 wickets in the end?
They did. Larry Gomes was 96 not out at the other end. Much underrated batter. And they chased them down. Gower declared in the morning, about an hour into play. And they got them in about 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Extraordinary innings from Greenwich.
Eric J says Malahide Dublin, very pretty.
Yes, it was.
Stephen Kelk says, Gary, Noah of the tidal rhythms of freshwater cricket. Brown in Brisbane says...
Noah, how are you spelling Noah, as in N-O-A-H? Or Noah, as in K-N-O-W?
K-N-O-W.
Oh, right. Okay.
Could be both. Brian in Brisbane says South Africa must be believing they can do this. I think they'd probably believe. I still think Australia are slight favourites.
You and Winviz.
Yep.
You and Winviz.
And me too. I'm definitely... Once 1 or 2 wickets go, it might go quite quickly.
Right, Josh Hazelwood into the attack. He's got 2 slips as well. He's bowling to Aidan Markram. It's full and it's on-driven by Markram, and he'll take a single out towards wide mid-on.
I mean, I know this must have been done, but it's the kind of thing that our listenership are very, very good at. I mean, how many palindromic Test match players have there been? Because we're enjoying the positive stylings of Markram at the moment. There can't be that many, can there?
Well, we're just saying, at the moment we're just enjoying the cameraman just wandering around looking at the sights of Lord's. All Father Time there's large,
including WG Rumblepants.
Well, we did. We saw the statue of WG Grace, and then they cut immediately to our friend WG, Mr. Rumblepants. Right, in comes Hazelwood over the wicket. Bavuma stoutly defends.
These
away, adjusts his cap, no run.
These little interstices, I'm not quite sure how you say that word, that they've used because this is an ICC event, not an ECB event. They always remind me of the Eurovision Song Contest when they'd have those 30-second clips of kind of fountains in Tallinn and then the band gurning at the camera before they come out to do their turn and subsequently finish 27th with 7 points.
Yes, you're probably the only person anywhere ever who's likened the World Test Championship final to the Eurovision Song Contest, but I take your point. That one's worked nicely off his legs by Bavuma. It's going to go all the way for 4 runs, and somewhere in the green
Good
room,
shot.
Richard is punching the air, almost like they'd won it. I think he's a bit premature.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, he looked able to move back in the crease there. He's not running particularly well, but sometimes an injury can work for you like this. It concentrates the mind. It shows it gives you fewer options.
Even though that was going
rather
for
like Tendulkar putting away the cover drive that time he got a double 100 at Sydney or whatever it was. It can help you.
Well, he still had to run to the other end because he wasn't sure he was going to get to the boundary, and he certainly laboured doing it. This one he leaves, keeps quite low, goes through to Carey, and there is no run. So Temba, who you might have thought briefly after tee was moving a bit more freely, now very much isn't. Will he, I wonder? Well, what do we think, Gary? If you're clearly struggling with a serious muscle injury, are you best staying out there and gutsing it out, or are you best holding yourself back in case you're needed?
Well, he's moving a lot better than Nathan Lyon was the last time he came out to bat at
Lord's. Very different circumstances.
The other day. I'll give you my answer after this.
Hazelwood in. Bavuma defence takes a quick single. Come on, Temba. I'm not sure the quick singles are what you need right now. As it is, Khawaja misfields. Bavuma can get through, and he survives. He gets survived. No, he does more than that. He gets a single, but they're clearly very uncomfortable for him. He is hobbling those runs.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm a believer in these particular circumstances in Temba staying out there. I think he is inspiring his team, he's inspiring his supporters, he's getting runs. He must be careful he doesn't run his partner out, but this is inspirational stuff.
Hazelwood in, dropped onto his toes by Markram, and there is no run.
We have a super chat.
Just very brief to add on to that. He doesn't need to take the quick singles because there's so much time left in the game. If this was just one day and they were turning down singles because Bavuma can't run them, then obviously he should come off. But in these specific circumstances, good on you, Temba, staying out there.
Well, 101 for 2, Messers.
Super chat we have from the...
Have you turned into Yoda? No. Super chat we have.
From the wonderful Pornbot, who sends us $4.99 US. Says, did Hendo request a personal masseur? If so, I'm not sure there's enough Gatorade to keep him hydrated.
No, he has a lady come in from the sandwich shop who just sprinkles him in pastry.
This
and
sounds very much like Better Call Saul.
Sounds a bit like a fever dream to me.
He's rubbed in sausage rolls and donuts. Cummins in and defended by Bavuma, and there is no run. 101 for 2 still. Messers, any more messages there?
Indeed. Leah says, oh no, sorry, don't need that. Bavuma, worthy or not? This is the test, says Sardias. It's an interesting question. Did you see how effortlessly Tony riffed on the Noah bit? He truly is our comic leader, says Stephen Coates.
Oh, Stephen, that's overly generous of you, I think, but I'll happily take that. Cummins is going to be Paceman Pat over the wicket. He comes. Boomer gets an edge, or edges not to slip, but out towards cover, drops well short.
We have
Labuschagne, and there was no run.
An incredibly generous super chat.
Oh, hello. Would you like a musical intro?
Yes, I think so.
Super chat.
YouTube super chat.
Johan Ariatnam, Ariaratnam has sent us $79.99 Australian.
Wow.
He says, I'll wait till after this ball, give it its full.
Oh, well, fantastic. Already, thank you. I may thank you again, or now hear the message. That one is defended by Bavuma, conscious that really we need to the super chat message so he doesn't take a run.
He says, I'm English born and raised of Sri Lankan immigrant parents to the UK in the 1980s, but I emigrated to Australia 10 years ago, and I'm the ultimate fan of Australia. Why do we always get the absolute worst of conditions in England, Australia? Never got to bowl under lights.
Well, interesting.
I'm sure, Johan, if you work it out over the fullness of time, it'll even itself out.
Well, I'll tell you what, Johan. I mean, you've already been unbelievably generous, and we're enormously grateful for that. But we were having a chat earlier. We were trying to rank the factors for the 2 bad first innings batting performances, and I will include both sides. Just hold that thought for a minute as we wait for Cummins, who's going to be into Bavuma, who leaves, through to Carey it goes. So if we take, let me see, the fact it's a duke ball when you're playing 2 teams who play traditionally, certainly at home with a kookaburra. Too much T20 and possibly a lack of technique. The pitch, or the pure quality of the bowling. You take those 4 factors. What order do you put them in as to the reason for 2 such poor first innings performances? Very interested to hear anyone's point of view on that, because it's
well, the
it's quite a
bowling and
discussion
everything
point.
else a distant second.
Yeah, I think that's right, actually.
Cummins in. Ooh. Slightly mistimed pull for Bavuma. He doesn't quite get over it, and it's dribbles its way down to fine leg where Hazelwood feels.
Temper's going to have a bat in one hand and one of those kind of walking frames, a Zimmer in the other, to get to the end
Poor
here.
old
But
Temper.
he's toughing it out.
He is.
17 off 32. It doesn't matter how slowly he scores. Markham will score plenty fast enough at the other end. But the heart, this must be given the changing room. And of course, we know that heart really matters for South Africa. And, they haven't got a history of winning these things. This is good stuff.
Last ball of this Cummins over. Markram it is this time, who nudges it to short mid wicket. They choose not to run, probably wisely. Temba can rest his legs. And after 27, it's 102 for 2. Possibly more importantly, 180 is the target with 8 wickets in hand, misses.
Well, we have a tweet from a vaguely familiar name by the name of Louis Bishop, who says, "Afternoon, gorillas. Look after Finley today. Make sure the bear doesn't lead him astray." Well, I've got to say the Bishop is never a good influence to start with, and then he leads him on to Hendo and the bear. He's got no hope.
He's done very well. He's already done his first commentary stint as Phillies. He's on next, by the way, Louis. I think he's on after me. No, he's not. He might be on third, but he's on. It's on between now and the close of play. So keep listening.
Zippy Tuna says, in case the gorillas were wondering, YouTube is putting Trump ads on their videos.
Oh, we don't want that.
That will depend on where you are and what the selection criteria are for what they feed you. I'm afraid we don't control that.
Josh Hazelwood's going to be in. Temba stands to his full 5'4", and he pushes it out to Kawaja, who's at short mid wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, so Temba, I think, okay, 5'4", you're not exactly in land of the giants, let's be fair, but neither is it tiny. I think poor Temba suffers because he does spend a lot of his life surrounded by very tall people. What do you reckon, Messrs?
Well,
he's only 4 inches shorter than Ben Duckett.
Well, yeah, but that's not a big bar to be below.
At least in so many ways a low bar. But yes. Okay, Hazelwood in. That's defended in front of his off stump by Bavuma. There is again no run, still 180 to win. So those 8 wickets in hand. That looks a pretty big comfort zone for South Africa.
I was in a shop in Upper Street in Islington. Indeed, after the first day's play here, I got up there, and the assistant there. So I'm standing next to Jesper, who's 6'4", and there's the assistant the other side, and I'll just break off.
How tall are you, Gary?
6'1", me.
See, you're taller than Gary by a fair bit. This one is worked off his legs by Bavuma. Backward of square, they'll take a single. There's no such thing as an easy single before old Temba, who limps and hobbles the very best he can. And he does get there.
Turned out that she was 6'4" as well.
Wow.
So had 2 20-something people, both of whom were 6'4", and me in the shop. I felt a little like I was back at school.
Well, my first wife was a politician who was 4'11.5". She reckoned 5 foot, but wow. I'm not sure. Her election campaign was launched by Gough Whitlam, who was 6'5". The two of them standing next to one another was quite a sight, I got to tell you.
Yeah, well, great short cricketers. I grew up on Harry Pilling and Clive Lloyd, of course, at Lancashire, famously in photographs at 6'3" and 5'3".
Very true. Now, I don't know if we've told people this. If not, I think we did, but we'll tell you again in a little while. We wait for Hazelwood, who's coming over the wicket. Oh, and that really nearly went through Markram's defences. He just got that down to an inside edge down to fine leg. Aussie hands go on Aussie heads, but he survives with a single. Now, our friend David Brooke and a number of other people were in the what's the name of the gardens at
Coronation?
The Coronation Gardens at Lorchester. Clive Lloyd was there, and Messrs, I think it was, who asked Sir Clive Lloyd about the Bears driving, and he said, was it really that scary? Because we've lived on the legend of how many times poor old Clive Lloyd nearly died in the back of Bears' car. And Sir Clive said it wasn't that bad. I wouldn't have gone sat in the front if I'd have thought it was. Which rather spoils the whole legend.
Well,
as that one is steered to backward point, they take a single.
Except I asked the Bear about that, and he says, I think Clive Lloyd may have misremembered that, because I think he sat in the back.
Well, equally, the fact that the Bear has no memory of actually driving him might suggest why he had cause to be afraid. 106 for 2, 176 now the target. Nearly one ball left of the 28th over. A bit of life in this new ball. Australia would desperately want to take a couple of wickets tonight if they can.
Well, will they get a new ball tonight, or are they going to try and reverse this one?
Oh, they won't get one tonight.
They won't get one till about lunchtime tomorrow.
Off he tries to sprint, poor lad, and he clutches the back of his leg. He's in huge discomfort, is Tembe. We feel for him every time he sets off on a run. And bear in mind, he has to take twice as many steps as most other people to get from one end to the other. That is particularly harsh on the poor lad. He's being a hero for his team out there.
So our very, very generous super chatter, Johan Yaratnam, I'm sorry about the way I keep catching on that one, says, if you guys want to promote a great Australian cricket podcast, check out the Dibbly Dobbly podcast.
We know that. We've been on it. We've been on it with him.
I'm on there with the WTC preview. Little late now, but we'll see if you were right.
7 for 2.
There's lots of discussion about Bavuma and whether he's the best person to be leading South Africa, which I'll leave in the chat, I think.
Well, he's been captain for 9 tests, remember, and he's had 8 wins and no defeats. That's a pretty decent record.
Yeah.
That one, the bat is angled, steered out towards backward point. They take another single.
Well, it's immaterial to some extent because he's the captain today. This is the World Test Championship. If he leads his team to that World Test Championship, he's bought himself some time for sure. And he got them there. And now he's in the middle. On one leg, but he's toughing it out against Stark, Cummins and Hazelwood and later Lyon. You can criticise him for lots of things, but you can't criticise him today.
No,
certainly he's got the heart of a lion.
In answer to you, Tony,
yes.
Brown in Brisbane says the reasons why
Cummins in, defended rather watchfully by Markham. It seemed to spit at him a little bit, that ball. He looked a tad surprised, kept it down there out to the offside. There was no run.
So the reasons are lack of red ball cricket in the longer format, good bowling, and different ball.
In that order, yeah. I think the bowling quality, I'm with Gary, is the primary reason. That did really just climb a little bit on Markram. He kept it down very well. Soft hands, as they say.
I didn't see any dismissals that reeked of white ball cricket in what I've seen over the last couple of days.
As we wait for Cummins, in he comes. Defended. Soft hands, of course, not being the German you'd want at your back if it came to a fight, but there we go.
It's an interesting question, Gary, because it's hard to know what to blame, because time immemorial people have been nicking off outside the off stump.
Yeah.
But it's very common to say, well, there he is going for a shot that he didn't need to play because of white ball cricket. So, what do you attribute it to? I don't know, but I think there is less degree of concentration a la Steve Smith or Joe Root to be seen than there used to be. It's fair to say.
Yeah, but nobody was in long enough to be troubled by concentration.
Forward comes Markram.
Concentration.
Thought about a single, but a tumbling dive at mid-off, I beg your pardon, by Stark meant there was no run.
I don't think concentration is a factor of time, though. I think it's a matter of each ball concentrating on it.
I take that, but if you look at someone and they've been playing 20 over cricket and a few games of 50 over cricket, and they're in their third session in the middle, and they make a mistake, you could say, well, they're not used to batting 4 hours plus or something, but I don't think anybody did. What they're not used to doing is batting with slips, so it may make them go for those shots a bit more often.
That's
I
true.
didn't see recklessness there. Alex Carey played the reverse sweep and was out in the first innings, but that's his shot, we know that. Nobody was out ramping the ball or stuff like that.
Cummings, in he comes. That's driven, should be driven straight to mid-on. In fact, very similar to the last ball. Stark goes a tumbling, they take a single, and it's one more to the score, 109 for 2. Temper's never made 100 against Australia. He's played against Australia 8 times. The average is 40. His highest thus far, 95 not out at the Wanderers in 2018.
There won't be many batters average 40 against
This was surprising.
Australia in the last 10 years.
He's only ever Test wicket. He bowls a sort of medium pace of some kind, I think. And his only ever Test wicket was also against Australia. That one is up onto his toes by Bavuma, pulls it away down to backward square. There is a man down there. It is Hazelwood, and there is no run.
There's an example.
One run.
That
Take
shot. If I can give you the example.
No, you can't,
shot.
Gary, because we're way behind on tweets. Sorry.
110 for 2.
Nindesh Pandya says, please tell me about the weather conditions. It's fine and hot in London. Relatively low humidity, but certainly warm enough to make it uncomfortable to be bowling long spells. The weather's lovely, said Dan De Castro, which is a good way of putting it. Louis Bishop says, Tony, Dad, your grandson is very much enjoying watching along, albeit he should be asleep.
Well. Yes, it's afternoon nap time, isn't it? It just shows in life. You start off as in one way, and then that's as you get older, you end up in pretty much the same place.
I think that's the 7 ages of man.
Round about mid-afternoon, both he and I want a nap. That's the way it is.
Synchronicity. Leah says South Africa are going along nicely here and at a good clip as well. So when will the Aussies start panicking?
From the pavilion end, Joshua Reginald Hazelwood. Just the one slip for him. And it's defended by the brave, courageous heart of a lion. 5'4" Bavuma into the offside. And there is no run. The Lord's crowd all busy fanning themselves. It's pretty warm there, Gary.
So I was just going to illustrate the last ball of the previous over, because Temba Bavuma got one short and he kind of half swivel pulled it, half deflected it down to deep fine leg. In a one-day game, he'd have gone full-blooded at that, in the air, backing himself to hit a 6 or inviting the miss hit to be caught. But it was a test match, and so he just worked it off his shoulder for one, and that's the way most of the shots have been played.
Forward comes Bavuma, steers it down to third man. They're only going to take a single. There's not going to be running twos. Oh, they do run two. I'll take it all back. How wrong could I be?
I mean, have there been any sixes hit in the match? I don't think there were any on day one.
I thought Markram's got a couple, hasn't he?
So you've got a couple.
Markram definitely hit a couple.
I think there's been no sixes on the whole of day one. So it's just I don't want to overplay this, but it's an easy stick to beat cricketers with, batters especially, saying they play too much one-day cricket, they can't adjust their technique. And there are times when you can say that, but it gets said far too often. We don't give batters enough credit for being able to move between the formats, and most are able to do it quite well. There's obviously some that struggle against the short ball, the Suresh Rainas and the who was the Australian? Michael. Who was it? Michael. Who was the Australian who couldn't play the short ball? Brilliant in the one day as the finisher. Can't remember.
Right, in comes Hazelwood. Defended by Bavuma. That last ball, poor old Bavuma. I think he thought he was taking a single, and then he turned and he realised that Markram was already on his way back for the second. Perhaps Markram had decided that they want to keep this scoreboard ticking, keep the pressure on Australia. WinViz has changed. WinViz has narrowed the odds substantially from where it was. It's now 52% South Africa, 48% Australia. Good old WinViz, as fickle as a piece of paper blowing in the wind.
Well, that's exactly as it should be.
In comes Hazelwood, short and pulled beautifully by Bavuma. There's a man down at deep square though. It's Mitchell Stark. And
I
we'll
was
take
reaching
a
for
single.
Michael Bevan earlier and couldn't pick him up as a player who couldn't go between two formats of white ball and red ball. So, but I better finish off my floundering point.
Floundering point. 113 for 2, 169 is what's needed to win. When do we change?
Well, Bear's
Yeah.
asked us to do one more over after this one because
we
it's the
can
call
do
of
that.
nature.
Well, I've got a message for the Bear. Is he there?
He's being called.
Okay, bye to the woods.
Yes.
He's been taken to the woods. One other thing, I mean, we do, of course, well, just wait. And in comes Hazelwood. That's a big shout. That looks to be going down leg to me. It also looks to be going down leg to Richard Illingworth. And Pat Cummins, I think, is of a mind just to agree and say, come on, Josh, you might as well get on with that. Well, my message for the Bear is going to be, we've got, in our beautiful new studio, we do have a fan. However, it seems to be keeping beautifully cool those in the green room, whilst those of us actually doing the work are sweating our nuts off.
Yep.
So investing some guerrilla
we
funds.
can change now because the Bear is back from the wood.
Well, investing some guerrilla funds. I'm staying where I am. I'm just moving to
Okay.
your role. Some guerrilla funds
Last
and a
ball.
second fan Bear would be great as in comes Hazelwood. It's left outside the off stump. Through it goes to Carey, and it means that after 30 overs, it's 113 for 2. Most importantly, 169 is the target to win.
Yeah, I'll be back in half an hour. See you then.
Thank you, Gary. Great stuff.
Joshua Letchford says, agreed, South African batting has been mostly weak, but Australian bowling has been very good.
Okay, marvellous, thank you. The Bear is going to come in. It's 113 for 2. Who's with us, Bear? Oh, it's Yaz back. Well, Yaz, are you still awake, Yaz? Is this gripping
Still
you?
awake. The caffeine and the change in play is keeping me awake. It's gotten a little bit intriguing over the last couple of overs. I've just been listening in.
Well,
I
equally,
feel a bit bad. I'm gonna say his name properly because I feel terrible that his name's been mispronounced at least 6 times so far. But thank you, Jahan, for that very generous super chat. So appreciate it.
Ah, well, there you go. And what do you make of the change of the fluctuating wind viz, which now has South Africa favourites?
What it should be, shouldn't they? 113 for 2 on a pretty flattening out wicket. Over the wicket is Leon, and it's clipped out to deep mid wicket and I'll come back for 2.
Oh, thank you, Messrs.
Yeah. 167 more runs after this is counted, with 8 wickets in hand. The odds are looking very much in their favour.
Well, they are, aren't they? I mean, you can't count. I mean, it's still got quite a long way to go. 167. I think 3 or 4 more wickets.
Yeah.
And things change, which can happen quite quickly. It is a great day for batting, as that's what's worked in the leg side. And there's no one. It's hot. It's humid. It's hard work in the field. And to be fair, South Africa have done really well not to lose the wickets early on. The pitch has flattened out, Tone. It has to be said, it's not doing nearly as much today as it has on days 1 and 2.
Well, I hate to say I told you so.
Yeah,
but
you did. Well, you did say day 2 would be quite flat, but there were 14 wickets
I
yesterday.
don't know if you were here, but Finley and I were going through Middlesex games this season, so 4 championship games. In 3 out of the 4, second innings scores have been bigger than first innings scores.
Yeah. Well, it was clipped out to the leg side and there is no run. Next ball. Oh, off the outside edge. Oh, that's lovely. But that's gone off down towards third man. It could even get for 4. It is a 4. Tone, it's a 4.
Yeah, I know. I was just enjoying the fan as it works its way around to soothe me. Yeah, just
The positive thing for South Africa is they've been sort of churning 3 to 4 runs over the last couple of overs consistently. And, I mean, this over's already gone for 6, so positive play, like really impressive play.
Well, I have to say there's lots of people getting in touch with old school email styly. This one is around the wicket, sorry, is Lion, and it's just knocked into the offside by Bavuma. Thinks about a run, there's no run. Will Ramage has got in, he says, Will here, listening to guerrilla cricket in Herceg, Novi, on the Adriatic coast of Montenegro. Nice.
Oh, beautiful.
Bet it's lovely out there at the moment. Here's to the next 10 years of excellent commentary and fucking excellent and very entertaining banter on guerrilla cricket. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's very kind. We're happy with that.
Lion over the wicket now to Bavuma, who just plays that into the offside and there's no run. Also, Bruce Eyes has got in touch. He said, I started listening to you during the pandemic because you were entertaining and distracting. Surprisingly, I also started to enjoy cricket. Going to see a local 40-over match tomorrow. Yeehaw. Bruce in Brantford, Ontario. We are worldwide. It has to be said.
Bradford, Ontario.
Yeah.
All right. Different Bradford.
Brantford.
Brantford, not Bradford.
No, not Brantford.
No, Bradford.
There's only one Bradford.
I'm sure there's another Bradford.
I'm sure there is.
But yeah, there's only one I can ever think of. Funny enough, that's the second time that's come up in a conversation today. I think.
Bradford?
Yeah, we were talking about the National Photography Museum for some reason earlier on with someone, and I believe that is in Bradford.
Yeah.
City of Culture, once.
Yeah, was it the last year, the year before, wasn't it?
Well, it may have been twice then, because it definitely got it about 15, 20 years ago.
Well, Cummings having to think here. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? He's gone back to Hazelwood. He's going to bowl at Markram. He's gone 55 off 80. Bavuma's 30 off 48. Certainly scoring at a better run rate than they did before. Nearly 4 and over. That's angled in at leg stump, and I don't think Markham got any bat on it, but there's no appeal. It'll be a leg by. One more to the score. 163 needed. Ooh, imagine if these two are still in with 100 needed.
Let me jump in with a message or two, because I realise I've been missing them. Hannah Visa. One day in T20 cricket has affected a lot of players. I think for the most part that added skills players develop is more beneficial to the game. The best players are still able to adapt. Yeah, I would go along with that.
I go along with that, but I would say what it has added to is more recklessness, less. I'd say techniques have got not necessarily worse. They're just different. I mean, there's a lot of hand-eye ball players now rather than foot across, get in line, because it allows you to play more shots if you play hand-eye, which also encourages more mistakes. As that one is defended into the offside and there is no run, hence run rates are higher and wickets come more frequently. But it does make the game more exciting. I'd go along with that.
One thing we've just missed in the little block there is that it's a 50 partnership between the two of them as well. So 2 50 partnerships between 2 sort of pairings, which has not happened in this game yet. So,
Aye, and very valuable it is in the 3rd innings, 4th innings even, last innings of the game. Hazelwood coming in to bowl to Bavuma. It's arrowing in at the stumps, but he defends it out to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I mean, just on your comments again about footwork and all that kind of stuff, do you think the bowlers I find watching older bowlers, particularly like the Glenn McGraths and the Srinivasas and all that kind of stuff, they all sort of focus very much on line and length, and I find a lot of modern players don't necessarily do that as much because they're sort of bowling without consistency as much as you used to see potentially.
Well, I think was the ultimate metronome. Wasn't
I think Hazelwood is the modern McGrath, isn't it? I mean, he is a metronome. I do think. I mean, I've been saying this over the last couple of games as that's defended and there's no run. If you watch modern bowlers in the last couple of years, particularly, the wobble seam is so in vogue now. Like you, in days gone by, you were an in-swinger or you were an in-ducker or you were a nip away or whatever, and a majority of balls you would bowl with the seam in that direction. But I think because of short form cricket, whilst you don't get an array of slower balls and out the back of the hands in a test match, people have learnt how to manipulate the ball in slightly different ways and get it to the point where they don't know which way it's going because it's just a wobble seam, right? And that's just played into mid-wicket and there's no run. I mean, Jimmy Anderson was I don't know if he invented it or whatever, but I mean, he started talking about it 2 or 3 years ago and now everyone's doing it. And if you watch a lot of the replays, a lot of the time it's wobble seam. It's not straight up the seam trying to get it to swing away sort of thing.
From a bowler's perspective, though, if the ball's doing something that you don't know what it's going to do, surely that's marginally less skillful.
Well, no, I think in a lot of senses not at all, and that's defended into the leg side and there is no run.
It's certainly got its pros and cons. I think for Test cricket, having that consistency and wearing down the batsman's mental resilience, I guess, just playing the same ball again and again, but slight variations, is very different to getting a random potluck every single time you bowl the ball. So I think there's certainly a variance, I guess, between the two.
Right, a couple of messages. Lockie6 simply says, "Oh no, Gary's gone." Well, he's back. I've got good news for you, Lockie. He will be back. Temba's looking good, says Nitin Deshpande, and wants to know, Dan, where are you from? Okay, well, Dan, I'm sure will tell him. Kieran says, on palindromic cricketers, isn't it cheating to have Markram Prakash? Yes, although Markram is, of course, palindromic. And Eric J. Cuba, so that I think is where he's from. We're going to wait for Nathan Lyon.
Cuba, wow. Around the wicket. As a Castro stopped you from listening to anything from overseas. That's defended back to the bowler and there's no run. Yeah, but the thing about the wobble seam, isn't it? If you bowl it on the same spot, 3 balls in a row, it could do 3 different things. And if the batsman doesn't know and the bowler doesn't know, it makes it quite precarious. Especially if the wicket has a little bit in it. It's defended out into the offside and there is no run. And I guess that's
Are they better off playing? Are they better off bowling 4 with consistency and then 2 with a wobble seam, just to catch people out?
Well, exactly.
Rather than just a wobble seam every single time.
Well, exactly that. You got to mix and match, haven't you? I mean, I guess if you find good movement on the pitch, you might, and you get one to nip in, you might try that 3 balls in a row sort of thing. Nice shot. Markham goes back deeper in the crease. It's a little bit short by Lyon, but not much. But he's quick onto it, cuts it out through the offside towards the covered boundary. It's chased down by Green. They'll get 2 runs. They move on to 122 for 2.
Not sure Temba's going to be that chuffed about.
He seems a lot easier. They've
Swift
probably given him
twos.
some muscle relaxant or something, haven't they? At lunch, at tea even. Slapped on some deep heat. That one's hit down the ground. It's straight enough. There is a man down at long on. It's not even that deep. It's Stark, or is that the skipper? And is just a single.
Been well timed, just not out the middle of the butt. Those last 2 shots. So
yeah. But that's it. It's not T20. It doesn't have to go at the boundary. Got to accumulate. Around the wicket, Lyon. Back goes Temba. It just knocks it square on the offside, and there is no run. I mean, when was the last time these two played in a Test match? About 4 years ago, wasn't it, or something?
No, was it end of 23?
Well, no, they didn't play in this cycle.
No, they didn't. You're right.
Tossed up.
So end of 22 then.
Yeah, maybe off the outside half of the bat. Bavuma just guides it down towards third man. They'll get a single.
We'll tell you in a wee while. Is that the end of the over? Yes, it was.
It
right.
is.
Safaguna says, I used to live in Brantford, Ontario. Now I live in London. I'm a purist for technique, says Henry Visa, and fully agree. Better hands and eyes for the ball lead to worse techniques on the other side. Bowlers have often gotten better at finding small weaknesses in techniques.
Well, if you are going hand-eye and you're not getting right behind the ball and getting your head over, like you watch Root and he generally his head's right over the ball and he tends to, there are a few players that still do.
Ooh.
Kane Williamson's another. He gets across to the ball, even though he's got good hand-eye coordination.
Our friend Nitin Deshpande, by the way, is a national chess player.
Oh wow!
Who's our chess man?
Peter Svidler.
Peter Svidler is a Russian grandmaster.
Yeah.
A friend of the show. Right, Kieran, I've played chess in Ireland and in the UK, therefore I'm an international chess player.
Well, I play on chess.com. Does that mean I'm an international player? Because I play lots of people in Eastern Europe and India.
There you go, definitely. Let me see who else. South Africa has a seriously good chance of winning this one.
They do.
Says, I'm going to do my best here. Tisalani Sibanda. I think you're right, Tisalani. They're looking in good shape here. Kieran says, I'm not sure Mark Ramprakash's comment landed for Tony. I didn't hear it. I missed it. That's probably why. I'm so sorry, Kieran. You might have to repeat it.
Yes. Cummings in. Left alone outside the off stump. He was replaced Hazelwood, isn't he? Through to the keeper. No run.
We have one of these coming
up.
Yes. Ooh, yes. Let me read that out when we're ready.
Got him.
Oh, okay. Do we have time? I'll do it after this chat. I'll wait for the next delivery, so I give it its full worth.
Okay. Well, we're waiting for the next delivery because something's going on. We're not really knowing what's going on. We've looked at every face of Australians. Do they look worried? They look a little bit thoughtful.
Well, they should do now. 158 with 8 in hand.
Defended by Bavuma out to the offside, and there is no run.
Right, yes, it's from Jehan Ariatnam. 15 Aussie dollars. I beg your pardon. Thank you so much. Hey, don't want to sound like a whinging pom, being an Oz fan, but this reminds me of Lords in 2023 when Tongue seam balls back 2 miles to Warren and Kawaja, whereas Stokes' slogging went into the stands. Well, you're absolutely right. You're right. Henry Visa says, wobble seam is generated by countering the ball rotation a bowler's wrist creates during the delivery. It's more difficult for very fast bowlers. That's why Anderson, Philander, etc. are so good at it. There you go.
Well, Cummins isn't a bad exponent of it. That's defended back past him. He gets a palm on it as it goes past him though. It slows it down and there's no run.
I think speaking of players who are very good at adapting between formats, Jimmy Anderson would definitely be up there between T20 and Test.
Well, he didn't play T20 towards the end.
Certainly very early on he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is it. I mean, you think of the variations and how, I mean, we all remember, what was his name? Fucking idiot from Surrey. That we always used to take the piss out of. That's clipped into the leg side and there's no run.
You might have to narrow the field a bit there, Bear.
He won the World Cup with us in 2010 or whatever.
Well, I think you're being a bit harsh, but I think you mean Jason Roy.
No, bowler.
I also know who you mean. What, the multiple variations?
Yes, well, he didn't really have multiple variations. He used to bowl it out the back of the hand all the time.
I forgot who are we thinking of?
His name.
Oh, his name's gone from me as well. I know, I can picture him.
Exactly that. His name will come to us. That's driven. Oh, nicely driven by Temba. Inside cover. It's going up towards the boundary. It's not going to make it, though. And they'll come back for 3. Oh, what was his name? Tall guy.
No, he wasn't that tall. But I mean, he wasn't short either, but he wasn't tall like in that tall. Are you not thinking of Tremlett?
No, not Tremlett.
No, I know who you're thinking of.
He used to bowl T20s, and it was when he started, he had this one that came out the back of the hand, and everyone's like, ooh. And then he ended up about a year later. That's all he bowled, and at the end of a T20, he just keep getting smashed for 6.
He did, and his name was escaping me. Someone will tell us. I have no doubt.
Indeed, nicely guided by Temba Bavuma, but down towards third man. There's no run. But
let me have a run here because I'm way behind. Kieran says, Tony, I asked if Mark Ram Prakash. Got it, Mark Ram Prakash. You see, Mark Ram Prakash. Henry Wise agreed, gents. At the end of the day, the best batsmen all have excellent techniques, including Steve Smith. Look at his point of contact. Head is still hands straight. Basically still good. Eric J says Tony moves diagonally. I do indeed. Kwandal Nkosi says we need a 100-run partnership. I will personally be waiting for you at our Tambo International Airport down to Castro. Nice GC. You know Peter Fiddler. He's awesome.
Yeah, he's good.
Best com during big events. Oh yeah, no, he's a commentator.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
he was. That's right. It's true.
Hannah Vista says a good technique is not the same as a pretty technique. I go along with that. You're not wrong.
Yep.
Justice Silva, Jose de Silva. I've also played a lot of chess against foreigners. Was a restaurant and a lodge manager. I'm an international chess player from South Africa. Good for you.
Around the wicket and a little bit short. Jay Dernbach. Jay Grover has told us the answer. That's who I was thinking of.
Give me just his initials. Jay Dernbach.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay Dernbach. You didn't even have to give it to me. It came to me when I wasn't thinking of it.
I just told you his name.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I just said Jay Dernbach. That's what Jay Grover told us. I wonder why you weren't listening to me, Tone.
Did you say something?
Yeah, I did. Really nice shot. Temba's gone back. Oh, it was a Markram, sorry. Has pushed that through the offside. Again, it's not going to quite make it to the boundary. Doesn't have to, though. Well, I suppose it'd be handier for Temba if it did with a dodgy leg. But 2 more runs to the total.
That was beautifully timed, but Temba just didn't have the legs to run that third, unfortunately. But
no.
That extra 2 runs would have come in very handy.
No, whatever Temba gets from here is quite handy.
Kieran Rosebleed says, is Tony okay? Does he need a professional? A professional what?
Yes.
Probably a bit of everything, to be honest.
Well, Markram goes back, plays that back to Nathan Lyon, and there is no run. What's the highest individual score in this test? It's still Bo Webster, isn't it, in the first innings?
Yep.
67, can't remember.
And be honest, you wouldn't have put money on Stark to top score for Australia in either innings, would you?
No.
But that's what's happened, and it's set a competitive target, which South Africa are doing a
Very
reasonable
well.
job of here, I
Yeah, it's
reckon.
not an unachievable target, especially with the time left in the game. And that's what they've got to tell themselves. They've got fucking 2 days after this. Worked into the leg side, and there'll be a single. Well, interestingly, the game is going to be done today, so that the final score that was set isn't going to be the GPL plus whatever Australia
I'm
got.
not so sure it is. Are you sure? 154 runs. The run rate is not exactly zooming along.
No, it's not going to be done today. That's worked into the leg side, and there's no run. I said it wasn't going to be done today.
Oh, it wasn't going to be done
No,
today.
no. But it'll only be a session and a half if South Africa win tomorrow.
Leo reminds us that Webster made 72 in the first innings. So, yeah.
So at the current run rate, it should take about 54 overs to finish. So certainly won't be done today, but it's actually quite early on tomorrow.
Well, they might speed up if they're getting close to the total as well. You never know, and they're feeling confident. Markham's raced back for 2. He's got tickled it round the corner. Or did they come up for 3? No, it's 2.
Just the 2.
And that is the end of that over. Leg bars,
Marcus Johnson
actually.
says Mark is from Guyana. Okay. We've certainly got listeners everywhere. 18 big Nitin Deshpande says 18 big channels in India showing water 24/7. This is disgusting. India have 10 cricket channels. Okay. Kieran Rosebud, knitting mate, we can keep the warmongering out of the chat. Thanks. Yeah, fair enough. Suter Who says nurse. Tony's gotten out of bed again. Well, probably fair enough. Right. Just for that, I'm going to desert YouTube for a bit and see what action is taking place on Blue Sky, because there'll be something. Let's have a look. Listening to the story of guerrilla cricket during the breaks today has been an utter joy, says Legacy Ad Brian. Hope to buy you all a beer at GC Towers locally at some point. Fantastic. Tim Everingham. Evening Gorillas, could this be an Australian equivalent of Headley 2019, a match-winning 10th partnership? Also, does lunch get pushed back an hour due to that? Was obviously from earlier on today. No, it didn't. And it didn't matter anyway because the wicket fell just on the cusp of lunch.
On the cusp of lunch,
On the cusp.
It was an annoying morning if you were a South African, but a marvellous afternoon so far. Similarly, inside half of the bat played out to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
That's a good ball by Stark, by Cummins, but 60-run partnership between the two, which is just a run behind the previous partnership, ticking along pretty well.
Aye. Well, we've had another email from Gary Crider. He's situated 800 kilometres north of Messages in Perth. Been prospecting for gold and done very well. Listened last night and am tonight, hoping South Africa win. Except Pom. Expect Pom. We'll be happy to make donation to account. Cheers. Well, thank you very much. Go to our website, click on PayPal. Left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run. You know what I've always wanted? Occasionally I catch Aussie. You're not one of the Aussie gold hunters on the Discovery Channel, are you, Gary? Because and it's a no ball.
No.
Because I occasionally catch that, and I kind of get a little bit of gold fever myself, and think, I quite fancy going up there and
over the line,
striking it rich. The dream
I'm sorry,
of,
Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Getting a massive nugget out of the ground or something. It looks quite hard work, I have to say. Cummins in full. Beautiful drive by Timber. It's down the hill. I think it's got enough on it this time, or maybe it hasn't. Just gets to the boundary. Kawaja's not quick enough these days, and he gets 4 runs. Lovely shot by Timber.
At the corner of my eye, I'm watching Richard Asher getting ever more excited. He was literally stood up like he was trying to usher the ball to the boundary. You know when you watch curling and they're sweeping the ball, the thing to make it go. He was like that, only for the ball. Even though he's here and this is at Lord's, it was like he was trying to sweep the path of the ball to get it to the boundary quicker.
Just having a look at where everyone's scoring. So Bavuma seems to be getting the bulk of his shots from sort of little late cuts towards final.
Defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. Carry on.
While Markram scoring out towards sort of a deep cover kind of area, but I'm surprised that Bavuma seems to be sort of cutting behind as opposed to scoring forward. You'd think that he'd be able to make more goals if he's injured himself, but just a strange observation for me.
Well, he's just letting them run off the face, isn't it? Classic getting singles, rotating the strike type of shot in a test match. And I mean, they're down to one slip now as a second slip. So they certainly spread the field. There will be gaps to run those little singles, as that's just dropped out on the offside and there's no run.
Got a super chat coming up.
Oh, lovely. We do love a super chat.
How many more balls are this over?
1 or 2.
Okay, well, we'll wait. We'll hold it.
2.
Okay.
5 off the over so far with a no ball.
Yes, Messers is getting himself into position. Cummins in.
Pulled!
Oh, you're doing it.
Yeah, very nice. Oh, well stopped by the man at square leg though. And they will. Did they get the single? Yeah, they got through.
Are we sure it didn't actually?
Did it hit the umpire?
I think it might have hit umpire Gaffney on the way through there. In which case,
5 runs.
Well, no, I don't. But I thought it made it a dead ball.
I don't think helmet rules apply.
We'll have a look. Or did Cummins run into him? No, Cummins ran into him.
Cummins must have run into him. There was nowhere near him. Did Cummins run into him? He didn't even run into him.
Ah, I know.
Maybe he's just getting old.
Gaffers ducked down because he thought Cummins was going to put in a throw at the stumps. But in the end, Cummins had dropped the ball anyway. That's what happened.
And he got up creaking.
And, well,
possibly.
Not as creaky as poor old Messers with his dodgy knee.
Well, you know. That was guided down towards third man. They scooped through for a single.
Where are we? 137 for 2. Right.
Must be closing on 100 partnership.
Super chat.
I'll let you know in a second. First of all, Jehan Ariatnam completely set up for the latest South African cricket choke in cricket history. They're the best at setting this up. Barbados was ridiculous. Well, you know, you never know. They might not be.
Before you go on, Tony, I just want to point out that's Jehan's third super chat. He's now donated over $100 in the last hour.
That is amazing, and thank you.
Really appreciated. We rely on our fan base obviously to keep ourselves fluid and pay for this studio, etc., etc., etc. So we appreciate your super chats. You can also patron us. Go to patreon.com/cricket.
Richard Camis, thanks for your brilliant and entertaining commentary. You should discuss the bowling actions that come straight from the Department of Funny Walks and hence difficult to play or watch. I'm sure we'll think of a few now you've prompted us. Robin Mark Phillips, lots of cricket channels. You guys remind me of Sea Fortune. He wouldn't. Something though, not quite sure I understand that. Hannah Revisa again. Have I got time? The good news is the Duke balls swing most between 15 and 30 overs old. We've fought through that well, but tomorrow morning is going to be the hardest session if we want to win it.
Well, it depends. See, if we do get the rains that's coming through tonight, it'll freshen everything up tomorrow morning, and it could be quite interesting. Might be a bit zippy in the morning. It's a 10:30 start, but by then, theoretically, you're pretty much halfway there now. So what we got left? We got another hour, probably an hour and a half. Let's be honest. Which will equate to about 22 overs. You're going on about 4 and over at the moment.
Change of bowling
Another
as well.
88 runs on top of that. You'll only be about 60 runs short in the morning, roughly. Which could be quite interesting. Stark around the wicket. Driven airily, edgily, but it's beaten the man at gully. Is anyone down there? Anyone down there? There is anyone down there. It's gone to the boundary. Richard's really happy. It's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And now they are exactly halfway. South Africa 141 for 2.
Significantly less than 40. So.
Yeah, and 140 runs.
Partnership's now moved up to 71 as well, off 112 balls. So
yeah,
ticking along.
Exactly that. Now Australia have got to start thinking they really need a wicket, and I'm sure when they get that wicket they'll be pumped, and it'll all change around all of a sudden. The ball will start talking. It's always looks.
We've seen Test matches change much quicker than, 2 or 3 wickets. Like they'll change on a dime. So
yeah,
it's leading into a very solid finish, which is fantastic.
Exactly that, which is what you think. I mean, in a way, you kind of want a couple of wickets, don't you? And a bit of
action.
Bit of action.
There's a lot of discussion going on between Captain Pat and Mitchell Stark here. Maybe not surprisingly, they need a wicket. They need something to change.
Well, it is the best batting conditions probably of the test, isn't it? Bright sunshine pretty much all day, and a pretty placid pitch all of a sudden.
Kieran's asking me the odd joke.
End this over having a switcheroo?
We are. It's going to be Finley and Gary and I think Hendo. Oh, Messers.
Oh, Ariel! Oh, but he didn't. He chunked it a little bit. I don't know what Markham was thinking there, to be honest. He kind of stopped on the shot. Kind of ballooned out towards mid-off, but fortunately it dropped short of Cummins, who's down there. And there is no run. Stark's around the wicket. Oh, he got a real toe end to that, didn't he?
Mark Zip says, Bear, did your adventure in crypto not teach you anything? Gold prospecting, indeed.
Yeah, well, I'm never going to be able to do it because I live in London and I've got to go all the way to Perth. But it just, the thought of it is quite enticing, that's all.
Is that?
There is another super
You're
chat.
absolutely right. It's our friend Lockie 6.
Another one guided. Can't beat the man at point. Timber's almost halfway down the track, but they decide that best not to run.
It's our friend.
Certainly running that bit.
YouTube right, super chat.
Good luck buying a Bitcoin with this pittance. I don't know if you're thinking of just the amount you've donated, Lockie 6, because we are. We're hugely thankful for everything.
Yeah.
And you've been very generous. So
Bitcoin's what, 110 grand at the moment or something daft like that?
I wouldn't know. I haven't dabbled. I've dabbled in gold.
If you bought gold a couple of years ago, you'd be in gravy. I tried to convince my mum to buy gold when she was alive, and this is about 2015, 16. Driven nicely by Markram. I presume there's someone down there. Or maybe not. Maybe he just knows it's going for 4, and it is indeed.
Yeah,
straight shot,
just
lovely.
watch Richard's reaction in the corner there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he's
That's beautiful.
punching the air, it's gone for 4.
2, 3, 4.
So here's this partnership, 75 Bear. 75 off 115 balls. It's a terrific effort for South Africa. Couple of wickets though, it's the old adage, it's so true. Suddenly 2 wickets in a hurry before the close and they'll be starting to
Exactly, and then they've got
feel a bit twitchy.
And that they've got to start again in the morning, and you always think when a batsman's fresh, even if they've got 80 overnight, you still got to get yourself in the morning. And that's when you're most likely to get a wicket, is when a guy's new to the crease.
I've told you my Chris Rogers story. I think he was 98 overnight. I said, good luck tomorrow, Chris, and he was out second ball for 98.
Well, that often happens, that. That's the thing. Stark around the wicket, Markram into the pads, and he clips it around the corner. Should only get 1 here. They do only get 1. And now he's worried. They've got 9 off the over, 1 ball left. We'll have a switch at the end of this over. So is it?
That over's taken him up to 71 as well. From a very good over for him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, who did I say? Gary Finley for his second stint behind the mic. Very assured debut. He's coming back for more, but he has got. We set him up with a few gentle looseners with a nice, easy commentary team. This time we've given him Gary.
Yeah.
If he comes through that, he will be a man, my son.
Yeah, exactly. Stark pulls out, points at someone in the. He's not very happy. Points at someone in the outfield, and starting to get a bit antsy on the Aussies.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's really interesting having a game where literally time is not an issue. Is not important. It matters not a jot. It's all about nerve, really. Nerve and
All about runs.
Can South Africa hold theirs?
Wickets for the Aussies, and they desperately need 1 at the moment. That one is guided into the offside.
Poor old Timber.
Gets a single. That is the end of the over. That is the end of our stint.
We are.
Gary's in.
Finners is
Good
in.
day to you, Yaz.
See you, gents.
We'll see you later. I shall let Messers get in there. Gary, tell us your thoughts.
Well, it's really well poised, isn't it? I think this might be very close to being done by the end of today. The South Africans have 147 for 2. They need 135 more. And rather like it is when you're in a declaration match, once you get kind of halfway, and they're past halfway now, you start looking to the next marker, which will be the required runs going to 2 figures. And Lords is doing, as I build it, because I've seen a lot of cricket at Lords in the last 20 years or so, that the pitch gets easier and easier. And in the absence of reverse swing, Australia, they're going to have to find something. Finley, what can the Australians find?
That is the question, isn't it? I just think 2 wickets in the next 15 or so overs will really, really swing this game. But you do have to say 135 more runs, 8 wickets to go. It would be quite an all-timer of a collapse from South Africa.
We say 2 more wickets. They've only got 2 in 37 overs, and one of them came sort of very early on, Rickleton playing away from his body. They've got to conjure something soon. Of course, we've seen the Australians do this so often. But we're not far away from Travis Head, I feel. I didn't expect to be saying that this morning. But it's Nathan Lyon off spin, or top spin, I should say, really. And Temba takes the single that's offered to him by walking down.
Still hobbling very, very awfully.
Yeah, but why would you have your mid-on back then? Why wouldn't you have your mid-on up? Save that single, keep Temba on strike. And if he wants to take you over the top, Nathan Lyon, then he might mishit it.
Yeah, I just think they're trying to quite brutally wear Bavuma down, maybe.
Maybe. As he's forward is Markram, long strides, tall man.
You don't think well of Australians, do you, Finley?
Why'd you say that?
Because you think we're so brutal as to just want to wear him down by making him run singles.
Well, it's not an awful shout.
Tiniest bit of turn there for Nathan Lyon, and perhaps mindful of that, he tosses the next one up, and it's a bit of a yahoo from Markram, whose day increasingly you're thinking it might be. He missed it, so did Alex Carey, and I think this is going to be buys, is it? Let's have a look. It is the big top spinner from Nathan Lyon. Let's see it bounce. It does take some dust out of the pitch, and it turns as well.
Just landing that foot mark there.
Well, I think it's just there's a bit of dust on the actual pitch there, but it may be a foot mark. But that's 2 that Nathan Lyon has got to grip, so maybe this is what the Australians are looking for. Again, there's a bit of turn, but Markram is back and he's watching it all the way onto the bat. And there is no run. Markram has 71. Temba Bavuma only on one leg, but he's got 40. The South Africans have raised 150 for 2. Markram in his stance again. Nathan Lyon is in, and this turns again down the leg side. I think there was a little bit of backed on that, but it's gone all the way to the fence. A fine leg for one of these.
Saffers won't mind it.
Yeah, they won't, and I'm getting a bit slow.
Well, you say that, but they might do because
he missed it entirely.
Yeah, he missed it by a mile, and the reason he missed it by a mile is it turned, sort of half a warm to Gatting. It turned a long way. So the Saffers won't mind it. On one hand, it's 4 runs. On the other hand, they won't want to be facing Lyon for the next 3 hours if he's turning the ball that far. Get Travis Head on! Lyon's in again, and this turns as well, but Markram is back watching it. It goes to short extra. It's the end, short mid-wicket. It's the end of a pretty good over from Nathan Lyon. He ended up conceding 6 runs from it, but it was pretty good.
Henry Visa says that if there is a wicket now, they should send in Keshav and give him license to try and score some quick runs. Mr. Steve says it feels like you all placed a lot of money on Australia. Sorry guys, South Africa will win it. Ombre Nueva says, try spending 10 days in Uluru and Alice Springs. I did meet the future Mrs. Ombre there, so I suppose I can't complain. And as I recall, you called your wonderful daughter after Alice as well, didn't you, Ombre? So not all bad. Yes, he said, named our daughter after it. She's never going to go there, as she will never forgive us. I don't think any child wants to know anything about where they were conceived, to be honest.
Brooklyn Beckham's carrying it round for his whole life, isn't he? Don't, by the way, buy gold or buy diamonds. Have a look at the working conditions of the people who have to hew that stuff from the earth. If you want to be complicit in that trade, then, it's your choice, but I'd suggest you shouldn't.
Ian Forth is with us. He says, "Hi, Lee. I've been vacationing in Berlin, Freiburg, and charming Black Forest small town of Gengenbach. Enjoying this test very much. Good to have you with us, Forthy."
Yeah.
And
Guten Tag.
Muttley says he's back with us. Popped out with a friend to Asda. Come on, South Africa. This is looking good.
Well, the Australians are rattled, and the reason we can say the Australians are rattled is that we must be sort of 3 or 4 minutes into this bowling change here with Mitchell Starc about to come on, but they don't seem to want to bowl, and that suggests they want to slow it right down.
He's coming back over the wicket now.
So that there's more time tomorrow morning to bowl at the South Africans. He is over the wicket as Mitchell Starc, and this is outside off stump, and it's just steered by Temba to point, and there is no run. Is my read on that right, Finlay? Are Australians slowing the game considerably now because they want to have overs tomorrow rather than overs today?
Yeah, I'm sure you're probably right. I think, like you said, they're a bit rattled. They're not used to it. They've been dominating Test cricket for the last few years, and now when it's come to it, their backs are up against the wall. Quite a lot of field changes quite regularly.
Yeah.
Trying to find something.
Stephen Smith is off the field, of course. He's gone for treatment on a compound dislocation. This is defended by Temba, but for some reason the Australians are on the heels. I just cannot understand why they're not in close saving one against a hobbling batter. But, Australians have won more Test matches than I have, so maybe I'm the one who's wrong, but I don't understand it.
They've got to change something. They're just South African batsmen just seem so comfortable at the moment.
It's only sort of a minute or two deliveries from a long conversation between Cummins and Starc, and they're doing another long conversation here. This is my point about slow over rates. It's not whether you get enough entertainment for your money. It's because it kills the game by allowing this sort of thing to go on, and by allowing 4-man attacks to be rotated. It's a question of balancing the game. They're very keen on balancing the game when it comes to white ball cricket, about your fielding restrictions and everything else. They should get a hold of it with Test matches as well. We shouldn't be waiting here for this. This is all designed so the Australians can bowl tomorrow instead of today.
I do agree. They're taking out their slips now.
Yeah, there's an off Hayden as Starc is in, and that's just late cut
that's
by
a good shot.
Martin.
That's a really well timed shot there.
Yeah, and it bisects the fielders at point.
Really split those fielders.
Yeah.
Third man and deep point.
There's your rebuff. If you're going to bowl 3 balls in 7 minutes.
Great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, if you're going to bowl 3 balls in 7 minutes, to me, I'm going to cut one of them beautifully using all the pace that you've put on the ball, make your fielders run, and I'm still getting 4 runs. Good on you, Aiden, lad. The Australians call that the back cut, I think, don't they, Jez? We call
back
it the
cut,
late
yeah.
cut.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think it's sort of interchangeable in Australia.
Yeah. So we're getting pictures of the crowd now because there's no cricket to be showing us. Should we cut to a podcast and come back?
It's taking the piss, isn't it?
It really is. There's now 2 short extra covers catching, kind of a half an umbrella on the offside, and this is defended by Markram to one of those, and there is no run up at 140 mph. Finley, what's your background in cricket? Or you may have done this on your first commentary stint, in which case I'll apologise and move on. But,
no, that's all right. I play. I still play age group cricket for East Molesey Cricket Club in Surrey in the Surrey Primary League, Primary Division, sorry. And I play under 17s, 19s, 21s. Yeah, so I'm bowling all-rounder, if you can
Fantastic.
call it that.
I played all that age group stuff. I was very much bowling, but not an all-rounder. As this ball is a kind of curious shot. He's done that twice now, where Markram has taken the bottom hand off the bat. Both times it's been edged aerially, but this one was dropped short of third man. So we seem to be showing a repeat here of Mitchell Stark pulling out of the delivery. If you're wondering why your commentator is not talking much about cricket,
it's not much
because there isn't any. Anyway, I'll give you the score. The partnership is 90. The score is 160 for 2. The target is VVS Latchman +1, 282. Stark's in, and this is sort of half driven, half cut by Temba. That's a rare shot where I think he was a bit incapacitated by his movement. And it's the end of the over. And of course it's drinks. Why would it not be? Oh, in fact, with any luck here, the man running on with the drinks bottle is going to be waved off.
That'll be strange. After the first over on the first day, there was someone coming on with drinks. It was fucking ridiculous. We've got one of these.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Zippy Tuna sends us $5 and says, for all cricket addicts, assuming that's everyone here, Major League Cricket started yesterday. Timed well for late night drunk watching in Europe. Yeah.
Oh, look, I know it started yesterday because on ESPN Cricinfo's webpage and the list of matches, it was coming up before the Vitality Blast games. So we know where their priorities
Finn
lie.
Allen scoring 151, didn't he? It's 19 sixes.
Yeah.
That is serious hitting.
Are they playing in a school playground?
It's a stupid game. Sorry.
There's a fine game between Netherlands and Scotland, which had a lot of runs. I think either earlier today or yesterday. Have a look at that one. There, we've gone to advert.
Yes.
So it was a drinks break then.
Yes, it was. Mark Zip, hello Zippo, says I should probably know the answer to this, but if Bavuma goes off for treatment and another batsman comes on, does Bavuma get to come back tomorrow? Only once a wicket falls. He can't come back until a wicket falls. So,
Yeah, you can't have three men not out. But it's gamesmanship. Word about gamesmanship. This is not gamesmanship that we're looking at here with the Australians delaying the game, because gamesmanship is bending but not breaking the rules. And if the rule is 90 overs per day, this is breaking it. This is my point. It is breaking it, and there are sanctions.
No, I think it is gamesmanship when you stretch it as far as the umpires will let you take it. That's gamesmanship.
No, but there is a penalty for what they're doing. The reason why Australia were not in the World Test Championship last time was because of the penalties
The time
they
before.
paid for their slow over. Oh, the time before.
Yeah.
Yes, because they're champions. Was because of penalties for their slow over rates. So it's not some kind of wishy-washy kind of netherworld here as to whether they're breaking the rules or not breaking the rules. They are breaking the rules. They are breaking the rules deliberately to gain an advantage. They will be punished, but the punishment does not fit the crime. Anyways, I know some listeners get irritated with this, but you don't tune into guerrilla cricket for vanilla. You tune into guerrilla cricket for a bit more than vanilla.
Well,
and
you
that's a bit more
tune
than
into
vanilla for me.
to guerrilla cricket for Anna Forsyth, because she doesn't get the chance to listen to us too often, but she's with us today. Hello,
It's
Anna.
lovely to hear that.
She says Gary's saying so many correct things in a row. I'm voting for him. For what, I'm not sure.
Well, that's very kind. Finley, when you play all that age group cricket, we used to play age group cricket. I think we play 30 overs, lower ages, but certainly played 45 overs. Do you play limited overs or do you play time? Or
it really depends on what age group. So under 21s will be 40 overs on a Sunday, but then any other stuff. So my 17s cricket and my 19s cricket will be T20s, midweek games.
We're back.
Yeah. We are back. Nathan Lyon bowling his off break and top spinners. He rocks back as Aidan Markram and takes 2. and has avoided one of cricket's greatest perils, which is dismissed off the first ball after a drinks break, because he's got 2. He goes to 78. It's a really splendid innings. Yeah, we used to play some time games as well. I remember playing an under-19s game where the opposition declared this was a Southport. I'll tell you in a moment, as he's in his line, and that is just skewed off the outer portion.
Yeah,
of the bat.
Sorry, Prem have just started their section of time games, so it's split up into 3. You have coloured kit and white ball games for the first 5 weeks or so, and then you moved into time games, which is whites and red ball, and then the back end is the same. It's coloured and coloured kits and white ball.
It's certainly complicated, that, but I'll go to Nathan Lyon. This ball is defended by Temba, and there is no run.
Sorry. Frank Rockefeller's with us, and he sent us $20. This is a hot little number. Might hang around for some voyeuristic viewing. Thank you so much, Frank. Great to have you with us.
Oh dear, I'm not sure he's talking about me if it's a hot number. But this ball does it beat the bat? I think it does beat the bat. There's a big appeal, but there's no conviction in it at all. The appeal would have been for a stumping. He was quite quick there, was Alex Carey, and of course always worth giving a shout for a stumping, especially where the batter is somewhat incapacitated, because it just makes them think about not moving even less than they otherwise would be moving, as Lyon is in, watches that onto the batter's timber and runs right down the middle of the pitch. I wouldn't be doing that, son.
Direct hit.
And the ball comes in with a direct hit, but Temba was in. So South Africa 164 for 2. Yeah, I played an under-19s game at Southport. The opposition made 202 without loss declared. We made 154 for 6. And I was one of those 6 wickets out first ball.
Ooh.
So, I think I went 13 overs for like 70 runs as well, which was quite a lot in those days.
It's a bad day out.
A bad day out. Lovely pitch though. This ball is just pushed into the leg side by Aidan Markram. It's the end of the over. There are 40 overs gone in the innings. South Africa are 164 for 2. We need some Travis Head.
I should say that after we'd heard from Anna Forsyth, Chris the Choir, who is one of our studio members on Patreon, and taking advantage of that by visiting today, leaned around and said, we were just discussing when we would next hear from Anna, because everybody had been missing her. So it's great to have you here. CG Man says Gorilla cooked. Lucky Six says, I'd like Gary to talk about the existential themes of A Streetcar Named Desire. Well, by all means, but give him a call rather than do it on air, because we could be here forever.
It's Tennessee Williams is one of my absolute favourites. There's a cinema presentation of the version of A Streetcar Named Desire recently on at the National, I think, with who's the woman? Gillian Anderson.
I love Gillian Anderson. Yes.
Yeah, she's a handsome woman.
And we got Mulder playing in this test.
Yeah,
match.
we have. But I saw the one with at the Almeida with Paul Mescal in, and he was good, but he wasn't as good as people said he was. But Patsy Ferran was fantastic in that, as she always is. But it's a great play. Anyway, we're talking about Streetcar Named Desire because Pat Cummins is doing some field placings named Desire.
Also a change of bowlers.
We've got a new bowler, so we shall give him...
Yeah, he's the wrong man.
Well, this is who we got.
I knew a man by Webster, and he'd battery you.
And he starts off with a very creaking short ball outside off stump, and Temba says, I'll have a piece of that. And knocks it down to point for a single. He should be bowling Travis Head.
Yeah. You can take this any way you like, Gary, but Evan Moore says, Gary sounds like a Lords member.
A Lords member? I don't think there's a single member at Lords who shares my accent, I can promise you. I think he's getting me confused with David Brooke. As Bo Webster is in 6'6" frame, eventually turns the shoulder round. It's defended by Aidan Markram.
Bo Webster's one of those blokes. You turn up on a Saturday, you look at him, you see his height, you see his frame, and you think, I don't want to face this. And then he comes out and he bowls offies or he bowls Meadows, and you're just like, oh, thank fuck for that.
Yeah, until one pitch is short, jumps up and hits you in the chin. But yeah, who he reminds me of, bat in hand and ball in hand, as Bo Webster is. And that one is exactly what I've said.
Good
that
timing.
One did get
It's
up,
a great
but
shot, though. Reacted
rode
very
it
well.
He rode it well, and he got it down to backward point with Aidan Markram. And this is why it should be Travis Head, because he offers something different. This is just a bit more of the same. So even though Bo Webster, and it's a no ball, can you believe it, at that pace? Even though he's a bit taller, he's actually doing pretty much the same thing, and you can react to it. Travis Head genuinely turns the ball and is left-handed, and that's why he should be bowling. But he reminds me, and Jez, you'll remember this, even if you don't, Finley, as he's in again as Bo Webster. It's on leg stump, it's pushed by Markram, but the man at short with wicket, who is Travis Head.
Tom Moody?
Tom Moody, exactly. That's who I was thinking of. He's a bit more. Moody was quite good at the crease, I felt, for a big man. He was quite liquid across it. Whereas Bo Webster, it's definitely that kind of clockwork delivery that a lot of big men have, where the arm seems to come over in instalments. But he's in again. He's standing up as Alex Carey, which gives you some idea of the pace, and that's defended. And there is no run.
Tom Moody is really interesting to listen to talking about it, because he got a lot of whip into his action, but he had to learn how to control it because of the damage he was doing to himself. And I was at a Final Word live show earlier this year where he was talking about his experience with it and how important it is to pass that on.
As this ball is defended and there is no run, passing it on to Bo Webster specifically, or to
other players in general, because he does a lot of coaching now.
Was he coached Sri Lanka for a while or something?
I think so. I think he was coaching an IPL team for a while.
IPL. I mean, he's an unmistakable figure. He has something of an unmistakable voice as well, because he's very soft spoken for a 6'6", 6'7" Australian, I found. But this is Bo Webster, and that one squats low,
keeping low,
and he just jabs the bat down on it. And that's when you need a wicket and you turn into Bo Webster. It's not the Australian way. It's not the Australian way.
Is this the camera is focusing on our head?
I think you will be getting your wish.
Wait! I just realised it's Friday the 13th. Maybe South Africa will cause an upset and win. That's his worst nightmare. Dan De Castro says, this is done. South Africa 85%. Seriously.
85%? They still need 114. Come on.
And Leah getting in on the act says, I need to talk to Gary, to get Gary to chat to me about the existential themes of Hell Comes to Frogtown one day. Oh my God! You really do go out on the tangent sometimes, Leah.
I don't know that one. I did see a slightly disappointing version of the little-known Stephen Sondheim musical, The Frogs, based on Aristophanes' classical play, a couple of weeks ago. It didn't really succeed. No, it was Travis Head sort of pretending that he was going to bowl, and it's actually Nathan Lyon. He's got a leg slip and a short leg, but that's not.
Oh, that is a genuine chance. Rolled away for 4.
Yeah, it's swept in the air by Temba, who couldn't control it, and it was who was that? Sam Constas down there, who ran in, and to his credit, he had a dive at it, but he was never really making the ground. And as you said, Finley, it's run away for 4.
Sam Constas, should he be in the team today?
No.
No?
No. If I was going to pick somebody who's not in the team to play, I would have picked Inglis, actually, to open with Khawaja.
Yeah. You'd also have Inglis on as a substitute fielder, I suspect. He's wicketkeeper as well. Again, inexplicably, there's the easiest of singles, albeit you have to play it a little against the spin. But just pushed by Temba to vacant point, and they walk one. I've been unimpressed with the Australian captaincy, the Australian attitude, the Australian skills that I've seen in this session, I have to say. I know they're under the cosh a bit, not much is happening with the pitch, but this is Australia.
Yes.
Nathan Lyon, right arm over, off breaks and top spinners. He goes back, does Markram, and it's interesting that Markram is, I think, playing pretty much off the back foot everything from Nathan Lyon, because even though the ball will bounce and it is turning, it's slow enough for Markham to trust his judgment and be able to say, well, if you turn it, I'll deal with that myself by adjusting on the back foot. That's why it's a leg slipping now. It goes in again onto the back foot. That one does turn, but he watches it all the way onto the bat, and it is no run. And Nathan Lyon does that thing. There's lots of reasons to like Nathan Lyon, I think, as a cricketer, but he does like to get low after a delivery and then sort of glare around the field, thinking, you're a bit lucky there, mate. There's something needs to be done on the television set. I don't know what happens there, but I can't see the ball. As this is defended, no run.
Anna Forsyth says, thanks lads, I'm often lurking on TuneIn for short periods while rushing around. I also saw Streetcar Named Desire live last weekend with Gillian Anderson. Searing stuff.
Yeah, Tennessee Williams is a great writer. The television's going to go off in a minute, I think, unless it's my television. But
it's your television, ours isn't.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, there we are. There was me thinking it was Gorilla, and it
That
was
is me done. Thank you very much.
We're doing a change. I'll do a couple of messages while we move around.
Thank you, all viewers.
I'll be back for the Headingley test at some point. Thanks very much, Finlay, and thanks, listeners. And Viva South Africa.
Okay, who's coming on to messages?
Not me.
Who's on what? Who's on messages?
What were you guys saying about the fact we don't get any calls even though we're a professional outfit? That was not the slickest of changeovers. So I'm sorry if I played a part in that.
It's easy for you to say, be sitting there in your lovely air-conditioned tooting room.
Our studio is nothing if not hot.
It's absolutely sweltering. And Bo Webster is probably sweating a little bit. 1 over, none for 4. Is this a bit of a last throw of the die from Australia? No, it isn't, because they still need 109 more to win South Africa. There are no slips. There are no slips. This is of full length and defended by the perennially limping Bavuma now.
He seems to be going through phases with that running of his. His patches where he looks all right, and then there's others where you think, oh, he's about to be stretchered off. Which I hope will not happen.
Indeed. Webster in again. Could he still have a part to play in this game? That's tucked away to square leg. Constus, who is fielding for Stephen Smith, people will say to me, certain people, who's gone off apparently with a compound dislocation. And that's what will happen if you drop an easy slip catch. It wasn't that easy, to be honest. It was straight to him, and you'd expect him to take it. I think he looked surprised by it. Onto the back foot goes Bavuma and forces to extra cover. Bavuma has moved within 2 of a test 50.
I might be a little quiet, Hendo, because there's a lot of things I want to say that are popping into my mind, but all of them just scream commentator's curse.
Exactly, exactly.
So I'm only going to say negative tempering things about South Africa's cause at the moment.
Quite right too. I totally understand. Webster in, bowls. Nicely crafted push, finds the gap between, there is a slip, or is he just a gully and a point? There is a man back on the boundary, so it's just 1.
So many runs scored through that region in this innings from both batsmen. Just through point, 1, 2, and it's looked easy most of the time.
Yeah, Markram's been really good off the back foot through there since starting this innings. He's moved on to 81 now. Can he see it through? In comes Webster, and he plays a nice forceful drive, but he doesn't this time get it through. Labuschagne has actually been brilliant in that position at extra. Again, standing in the way of another Markram boundary. South Africa 174 for 2 on the brink of their greatest cricket achievement. Could it be? Would that be? Would you think that's fair enough to say? Back to Webster. This one goes.
Oh, maybe we get into that in the next over if we're socialing now. Are we socialing?
We are socialing. Hello, Bear.
That would be
Earth to Bear.
Yeah, all right.
What are you doing? No, we're socialing, mate. What are you doing?
Well, we have one of these, but I've got a new jingle for it.
Okay, go for it.
Super chat game. Super chat game. Super chat game. Super chat game.
That's the one.
That'll get us dinged.
No, it won't.
That's blankety blank to you.
Yeah, I know it is, but it's only about 2 seconds long, so I think we're all right with it.
Oh, okay.
Zippy Tuna gives us $2, and he says 500 plus viewers on YouTube. Like and subscribe. Yes, that's it. Smash that like button and subscribe. Come on, peeps. Loving you.
Yeah, it's
people
correct.
getting excited about what could happen here. What else do we have? We had Kieran was saying something about Gary at Lockie. Is it Gary choking? Probably was.
Well, that's because he's trying to eat and talk at the same time. You know what Gary's like. He doesn't stop.
DJ Drastic asks at Frank Rockefeller, are the Aussies fake news?
It's going to be Lion to continue. None for 40 off 13, but he is getting significant turn, and they are going to attack. This one is one that goes on with the arm, and it's dropped down to the third man region by Temba Bavuma, the South African captain, and he has gone to a half century. What an effort from him. 50 from 83. He's doing it on one leg, and well, if he can lead them to victory, it would be one of the great South African innings, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. We'll have a jingle for that.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
This is another type of half century. I've just still got a feeling as that one is pushed to mid off, that Lion operating now against the right-handers from the pavilion end, and he's tempting them. He's tempting the drive all the time, isn't he? And one of those is going to go between bat and pad. I just feel it. I'm sorry, Richard. But
yeah,
I just
one
feel
of
it.
them. Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm happy to back you up on that. One of them. There's always a gap there.
That's the
people are going to go
we're
so
trying to do
wide.
the reverse commentator's curse here. A slip, a leg slip, a forward short leg. He goes back to that one and plays another lovely drive through square cover. Does Markram. Beautiful use of the feet and a very fine shot. Takes him to 85.
Again, it runs through that point region. It's probably a shot that sums up South Africa scoring pretty well this afternoon.
Yeah, that's it's a lovely shot. It really is.
As for Bavuma's innings, I mean, really, a real captain's knock so far, you'd have to say. He picked up that injury early on in the innings, and that would have played on his mind. I mean, how could it not? When you've got a call and wonder if you can make it down the other end, and also deal with facing this Aussie attack at the same time.
Defended to the man at short leg.
And not only did he manage to keep going, he also was the senior partner in terms of bringing the overall score along. For a large part of the first half of his 50, I'd say he was outscoring Markram quite substantially on that one leg. So it will certainly rank amongst his top innings so far in the context of the match.
In comes Lion. He goes back. That turns really significantly, but again it started a little bit too straight, and Markram was able to just let that hit him on the pad in the knowledge that it was passing well down the leg side.
Wouldn't maybe come around the wicket? God, the messages are coming through thick and fast. So actually, if you really want to be read out, maybe you should super chat, because then I'll definitely see it and I'll get you in. Ravi Natarajan doesn't want to jinx. He says, let's not jinx South Africa, please. Zippy Tuna says, what an innings. Ian Forth. I'm really Ian
Who's
Forthy.
he?
What are you up in the what time is it over there? Are you still up in the night? He says, greatest one-legged innings to go with Bavuma's here. Greenwich Lords 1984. Maxwell's 200 a couple of years ago, although that was on no legs. It was indeed, and it was an ODI.
I do believe that back in the deep annals of cricket history, there was a game between the one-legged and the one-armed.
Really?
I believe so, yeah. Amongst the crazy cricket matches that have been played over the years.
Who won, legs or arms?
Don't know, good question. Running between the wickets would have been tricky, wouldn't it?
For one-legged.
Hopping between the wickets, I suppose would have been... and I guess it was so long ago that there wouldn't have been, prosthetics to be used.
So long ago that people probably pointed and laughed.
Yeah. Well, indeed. And actually, I'm thinking, as that one is allowed to go through the keeper from Webster, starting his third over. Keeper is standing up to the wicket. And this one is straight and of, good length bordering on full. Defended into the onside by Bavuma.
Some very melancholy looking Australian spectators just on display on the television screen there.
As I was just saying off air actually a few minutes ago, as Bavuma waits for the next delivery. Here it is. Outside the off stump, plays a forceful drive. He really put a lot of wrist into that. But there is that man, Labuschagne. Very little gets past him.
The man who caught him in the first innings, the main thing was Temba kept it down.
Yep, I mean, Temba was a little bit fidgety when he first came in, wasn't he? His first scoring shot, I think, was that rather mishit launched drive, which skewed off the outside edge over cover point. He's onto the back foot here, times that nicely. They're going to get a single up to wide, mid-off. 180 for 2.
Well, you got to think with Temba, he'll probably seize up overnight, won't he? So he's got, well, I mean, that's often the way with muscle fatigue, isn't it? I mean, as long as you keep it moving, it doesn't feel that bad.
No, genuinely, I think he might have had it in the back of his mind, that he's got to make his contribution today if he's going to make one. And speaking of timing, Hender, it really wasn't there early in his innings. In addition to the injury, he was not timing it, and he's grown into what he's doing.
I have a little idea that's a beautifully crafted. I mean, I wouldn't quite call it a late cut, but he opened the face beautifully and got it fine of the man, short third man, and that has run away to the pavilion. And don't do that! Don't do that! The Wags, the South African Wags, have tempted fate in the way that Guerrilla Cricket did at Katie's Flat in 2016, the World T20 Final, which England were about to win against
Katie.
Hang on, let me finish. That's gone for 4, by the way. It's gone to 89, 184. It's down under 100. It's under 100. Defended into the offside. Good length delivery. No run. Katie had got the bucket and the champagne was on ice. And we decided to open it a tiny bit early. We clinked. We put out a tweet with the clinking of the champagne glasses, and then came Carlos Brathwaite and Ben Stokes. So
I
not
bloody
tempt fate.
told her at the time as well.
Bloody told her. Yep.
Anyway.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah.
Oh, excellent.
Super chat game. Super chat game.
Brian in Brisbane says Richard seems more chipper now, and it's sitting more upright now as South Africa look like getting a win tomorrow morning. And Kieran Roseblade says, how do we super chat? Play the Patreon jingle? No. I can play the Patreon jingle if you like.
South Africa, 82%. 82%, according to Win Predictor.
Just gone up to 83.
Oh, it just flicks over. No one did anything.
No, probably a fielder moved.
A fielder moved, and that was it. Anyway, we've got 3 close catches as Nathan Lyon is into Bavuma, right forward, backed close to pad.
And yes, I am sitting more upright, but it's not just ease, it's tension once again, because when it gets under 100, it starts to look further away somehow.
It's funny, I was finding that quite a bit when I was watching football this year. This is one is a bit straighter, a little bit flatter, turned with the spin towards mid-wicket, no run. I actually found that I got more nervous when we went ahead than when it was 0-0. Because it's something to hang on to then, isn't it? You won't know that. Being a Liverpool fan, you won't have that feeling. Defended on the front foot by Bavuma.
Oh, it's that thing widely documented in sports. The favourites tag before a match and then leading during a match is never a comfortable place to be.
No. It's absolutely true. Markram 89, Bavuma 51, Lion toiling away, gets that one to turn, but well watched by Bavuma, and he just plays it defensively. It rolls towards Labuschagne at mid-wicket, mid-on.
But if you have a winning habit in your team, it is a more comfortable place to be than it would otherwise be, and that is something South Africa can draw on after their home summer. They definitely built a winning habit. It wasn't against Australia in World Finals, but they did have a squeaky chase against Pakistan, and these are things in reasonably recent memory that they can draw on.
Lion, and again now he's back, he's round the wicket, and now it's got caught in the pad flap. What happened yesterday? Alex Carey is going to appeal. No, he's not. Who did that happen with yesterday? It was
the South African.
Bedingham. I think it was,
Bedingham.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all dealt with, but he's just trying that different line, bringing in some doubt to Bavuma about whether it's going to go across him, whether it's going to turn into him. This one doesn't really do very much at all, and he defends it up to mid-on. Bear.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Lucky Six with his $2. He says, I'm not falling into that capitalist super chat trap. Well, yes, Lucky. And how do you super chat? Well, you press the little dollar sign at the bottom next to the chat box. And that allows you to super chat.
Do you have to open an account in some way?
I don't think so, presumably.
How does it work then if we don't have their bank details?
Well, presumably you might have to if you don't have, but Google probably have your banking details from Google Pay or something, don't they? They control the world.
They do. Well, yeah. Them and a few
along
others.
with Zuckerberg and fucking Musk and a couple of others, yeah.
Webster about to start his fourth over, none for 10 so far. Could I ask anyone over there to fetch me a beer from the fridge? Would that be possible?
I would like a beer too, but a whole can is too much. You want to share one? There's 2 glasses. They're
Yes,
pints.
we'll share a can and in glasses, please. Driven
Stella
by Markram up to mid-on, and no run. Well, I know that they had to give some of their other bowlers a rest, and you know that sometimes trying someone new can just
over by the
force
door.
a batsman to relax a little bit. But Webster looks pretty unthreatening. Oh no, sorry. Here he is, bowls, and that's driven, but a little bit bottom-handed from Markram there, as if he wasn't totally in control. Now Travis Head is trying to make out that there could be a problem with the ball. They were at the Oval in 2023 when all those moaning Aussies got very upset about the ball being changed and suddenly hooping all over the place as England.
If there's one thing I've learned in life,
the series,
people love moaning about other people moaning.
That's absolutely right. Webster in, bowls straight and full and defended.
You're a star and a gent.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Chris the Choir is in the building. He's in the building. He's wearing a brilliant T-shirt.
What on earth is Lion drinking down there? Looks like a kale and spinach smoothie.
Well, whilst he's drinking that,
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
GC Pornbot for $1.99 says, does Richard have a squeaky bum?
Ooh, and now back goes Markram to a ball that's reasonably full, and he chops it into the offside. Can't get a run. Labuschagne seems to be everywhere at the moment.
What can I say? On these leather chairs, everything squeaks.
Well, it's because they're fake leather, but you know, we have another.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Brian in Brisbane says, fuck, bear sharing a can, the world implodes.
It does, yeah, I know. I never thought I'd see the day.
Well, you know, those really big cans in the old days, I'd have quaffed them in an instant, but, you know, getting old.
Webster bowls driven on the up by Markram. There is a tight field on the offside, saving the single, and it can't find its way through.
May I say, it looks like we've gone to a new level of classiness here. Men drinking out of glasses next to me.
I mean, we're never going to live it down.
No. We've got all posh now with moved studios.
I see Jez is shouting something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We're
what
being
about.
heckled.
Being heckled. Wide on the crease, and all that does is create the angle for Markram to flick it down to long leg.
Oh, we could have the first Centurion of the map.
So basically, we've just both done it. I said Webster looks unthreatening. You've just said we could have the first 100 of the match. And poor old Richard, I mean, well, if he was squeaking before, he's literally screaming now.
Still 10 runs for Markram to get. And as far as unthreatening bowlers are concerned, let's remember Mulder and Ngidi in the first innings looked very unthreatening, as though they were going to make no contribution to this match. And then they turned up in the second and did make a difference to the story. So could be Webster, could be Lyon, who are due to produce something along those lines.
Well, Lyon certainly
Lyon,
has
I
the potential.
would I know, if I was a betting man, then I would probably go for Lyon. But
with his record, for him to emerge wicketless, I think, from this match, would have been long odds.
Yeah, it would
he
have
hasn't yet. Now you've done it.
Yeah, exactly.
See, you were just pulled in. You couldn't help yourself.
I've forgotten we've still got another 8 to be taken. Actually, I'm just looking at the runs column.
Yes. 47 overs bowled. So you would think.
Wow.
Now Travis
right
Head.
on topic.
Travis Head.
Mystery spinner.
Maybe that's why he was looking at the
not
ball.
much of a mystery, but here he is.
He's just a sweet Travis Head. A sweet Travis Head. From transdimensional Travis Head.
It's a mystery how he gets wickets, but he does from time to time, and he'll be bowling to Markram, who was the secret weapon for South Africa with the ball. Yesterday, when he got rid of Steve Smith. Was that yesterday? Or was that? I know
that was on day one.
That was day one.
Didn't he also manage the last wicket?
He did with a piece of absolute filth.
Excuse me, boys.
YouTube Prime Super Chat. No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
Brian says I can get in the Tesco 250ml beers for the next game. It's not so much the beer, normal size beers are fine. Chris the Choir has bought in the super size Stella and 1664 pint cans, which are just a pint in a can.
Pint cans? I didn't realise that.
Yeah.
Oh, outside the all-stop! Oh my goodness, what are you doing, Aidan? You must know about the filth bowler. He bowled it way wide of off stump. He went back to it, tried to cut a ball that took a little, well, more than a little, out of the surface, and that was, well, on another day, and maybe that is a suggestive of the fate turning South Africa's way.
Oh, he's definitely had moments of luck, has Markram.
This one is right up there in the block hole almost, but wide, and he manages to chisel that one out into the offside for a single.
I will point to the many moments of luck that Webster had in his innings of 72 in the first innings. I think it evens out.
I don't think it always evens out, but I would say in this game,
broadly speaking,
he's in again. Bowls to Bavuma for the first time, and he just steps forward, plays it to Labuschagne at mid wicket.
Well, I think we have information about your one-legged, one-arm game. I'm hoping so, but maybe Con Wajiro, you can confirm whether this was the report of the game.
Head in again, down the leg side, and swept. Fine by Bavuma. Should get back for a second, even though he's almost falling over in doing so. Yeah, I forgot that he had an injury, but he was desperate to get back for that. He almost was trying to run so fast that he lost his footing, I think, and that would have been a horrible way to go.
He's running like a startled pigeon.
His head again into Bavuma, who presses forward in defence. Ball rolls back to the bowler. End of the over. He went for 3. 188 for 2. The target requires South Africa to score 94 more without losing more than 7 wickets.
Well, Con Wajiro says 2,400 people went to the Priory ground to watch The game lives on through a match report in an Australian paper. Novelty was the ruling passion. 9/10 went merely for the sake of the thing.
So what do we have a year for that?
No, if you, I mean, I've just literally I have so many messages coming through. I saw that and I assumed it was about that game. So if you can confirm that, that would be quite handy.
There was a book which has been reprinted many times over the years, called Cricket's Strangest Matches, which I think that featured.
You didn't do it,
and I didn't do it.
Oh
no.
my God!
I know. Much to my, it's kind of annoying. My worst of cricket, of course, only got a couple of reprints and didn't actually make it onto Kindle, and was then remaindered about 6 years ago.
Change of bowling.
Josh Hazelwood. Can you find me the nice Josh Hazelwood? The one I like.
Well, it's not nice, Hendo, but you seem to like it.
I love it. Because it's got David Brooke on it.
Walking, talking, Josh Hazelwood. Walking, talking, Josh Hazelwood. Walking, talking, Josh Hazelwood. He's a walking, talking, Josh Hazelwood.
Oh, we also have another.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah.
Mark
Super
Zip.
chat game. Super chat game.
Hazelwood is replacing Webster, and this one keeps a little bit low as Markram goes onto the back foot and that manages to glance it almost out to mid-wicket.
Mark Zip is offering a pro tip for all you people out there. He says if you get the Google Rewards app and answer the consumer survey questions, truthfully or not, you earn pennies that you can then use for super chats.
Ooh, pro tip.
But we want pounds.
I think I'll save that for my retirement.
Sounds like the kind of thing you'd get in Viz in the
Yes.
old days. What was that little column called? What was it?
I can't remember.
Hazelwood then again, none for 31 at the moment, dead straight, defended by Markram. There's just the one slip and he's quite wide.
I was just going to say there's a definite decline in the numbers in the slips evident. It's only just now that they've gone down to one, isn't it?
Well, no, at one point when Bo Webster was bowling they had no slips at all. They may have had a gully, and maybe with Hazelwood bowling he's come a little bit finer. But I was saying when we were sitting on the sofa was that despite the fact that I want South Africa to win this, and I hate it when England are beaten by Australia. This is forced off the back foot for a single to backward point, deep backward point that is. But when Australia actually do lose, there's something so sad about them that I feel sorry for them.
Yeah, I remember you saying that, and I don't think I'll ever forget you saying that because it is a ludicrous comment.
I mean, there is always something. I mean, yeah, exactly that. You think, you don't like to see anyone get really upset, but you know.
I don't know. I think it's just because they play with such intensity that you feel like it must hurt them even more when they do lose. Anyway, Hazelwood in bowls to Bavuma. Defends a good length ball on the line of off stump.
It is going to be very interesting to see tomorrow morning, and I think how long have we got? 45 minutes left. Is it safe to say we're coming back for a fourth day?
Oh yeah, very much so.
Whether Bavuma can run at all, whether he's miraculously fixed, I think it gets worse overnight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think once you stop, and any mobility will disappear. But I mean, they might be able to massage him in to be able to strap it up.
Surely they'll stick him in an ice bath, then into some sort of cryo chamber, and well, if that doesn't work, I don't know what will. Onto his leg stump, and he plays it very nicely indeed. Good timing, but Travis Head, one of two men quite close together there on the onside, does the fielding.
He won't need a full-size bath. I think the washing up sink will be enough.
Exactly. Just dunk him in the sink.
Listen, you sizist people. He'll probably borrow it from Ben Duckett. He must have one of those at Lord's, mustn't he? He must have a sink that he uses. Now I'm thinking, should I come in tomorrow? Is it worth it? Oh, I thought it'd be over today. Hazelwood in again. Bavuma, solid defence.
Well, today was the day when the pitch flattened out, wasn't it?
It was.
And it was perfect timing for South Africa. They only had to get 2 wickets, and then they got the benefit of it.
Yeah, but we paid for those 2 wickets, many hundreds of runs. The Aussies also had their share of flat deck this morning.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, they did, exactly, but they only got 2 wickets worth, and you got a whole team's worth.
Yeah,
Plus
and
the top order.
that makes a big difference.
Well, we've only used 2 wickets worth so far.
Exactly.
That's absolutely fair.
But to be fair, Australia had a new ball this afternoon, didn't they? So, you know.
And they've got to go another 31 overs till they get a new one, which by it will be gone anyway.
Super chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
Frank Rockefeller, $5. Trump, fight, make South Africa great again.
Well, they haven't got another test match at home for 18 months, apparently, Richard tells me.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, I don't know. Shouldn't the ICC, you know, have some sort of emergency fund where they schedule some test matches for the winners? I mean, what are they going to do? Just have an open top bus parade? Onto the front foot goes Markram as head starts a second over, defends into the offside. There is no run. I mean, that's what we were talking about, wasn't it? I was saying to you, you know, is this going to be a real boost, a real shot in the arm for South African Test cricket, which has been under such pressure, really?
Well, it should make them national heroes, you'd have thought.
You would have thought, but I think it's all rugby, isn't it? Defended square on the
It'll
offside.
wear off because they're not going to play in front of their home public. I mean, if it were to really happen and they do win this trophy, yeah, there'll be a reception, but then no cricket.
Now that's turned a fair way, but almost too much. And Markram has managed to get it down to long leg. Gets applause, does head from Patrick Cummins. I think he's probably extracting more turn than Nathan Lyon was. He's obviously not as consistent and as accurate. In fact, that did turn a long way, but it might still have been threatening leg stump.
It was well played. Good
Going
eye.
around the wicket without much turn, really.
Head again. Oh, he's gone for the sweep to a flatter
Oh,
delivery,
lovely
but he's
shot.
put it away beautifully all the way along the ground towards the mound stand and tavern. 4 more runs for South Africa. I'd almost go as far as to say that's his best shot. He may not be able to get up again from that.
Yeah. Well,
It did involve a lot of leg movement,
Yeah,
that
it did.
one.
It did.
Squatting down and getting up again. Well done.
He moves to 57. Markram has 93. 194 for 2. 88 more runs are required for South Africa to become the 3rd World Test champions. In goes head and onto the back foot. It was turning, but it was a little bit too short, and he had a certain amount of time to manoeuvre around the crease. Did Bavuma. In again, really throws that one up, and almost to the point of it being right up in the block hole, but worked up to a mid-on by Bavuma. That's the end of the over. 5 runs from it.
And we're to a change.
Shall we have one more? Any more super chats?
No,
Come on,
more
come on,
super chats,
more
no
super.
more super chats.
Do you know, listening to Mog's super chat jingle there, that last one, I have to say, about the first 5 times that I listened to a Mog jingle, I have no idea what he's singing. And then and it gradually filters through, and then you think, oh, no, that's really clever.
No, no.
You know, that's the way it is.
It's supposed to be Richard doing the
BBB.
Messers is taking over from me, and I'm staying here doing summarising. Do your bit.
Okay,
So
well-
you should basically move and let Messers in.
Can I just have another 1 over?
Have another over.
It's my last over of the test match. I don't think I'm going to be commentating for them when they pass the Australian score, should they do so, with 88 runs to win, unless they do it in the next half hour. But I'm off air anyway, so I won't. It's going to be Hazelwood. Josh Hazelwood. None for 32 off 10. The slip has come finer. He's a 4th slip, a 3rd slip maybe now. This is clipped away by Markram to square leg. There is no run.
Worth pointing out what a statement this is by the, or what an effort this is by the leadership amongst the batting unit. Bavuma being the captain, Markram also being a senior player who has also been captain in the past.
Is he not white ball captain as well now?
I don't watch white ball cricket. I can't keep up.
Okay.
But he has captained the Test side at some point, and certainly seniority is there on his side.
Yeah, absolutely. They've. Now that jumps on Markram, who will be a little bit alarmed by that one. He plays it well down into the gully.
Yeah, considering the likes of Rickleton and Mulder can barely muster up 50 Test matches between them. Also Stubbs, those kind of guys in the top order. These are the two batsmen right here, right now, the ones that have some real experience. They really were the ones that would have to get the job done. So far, you'd have to say they've done their bit.
Now, I'm just wondering something here. It's gone a bit cloudier. It's been really sunny all day. It's gone cloudier, and the lights are on. This one cramps in for a room, comes back into him, but he's seeing the ball well. And it's actually a good shot that, had it gone either side of the mid-wicket, would have probably raced away to the boundary, but it didn't. Markram on 93. Really deserves to become the first to reach three figures in this match.
This is the man who made a duck in the first innings, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's a great comeback then. Pressure would have been on. Here he is, and he drives this one. It's straight, it's foolish. And it's straight to Khawaja at mid-on.
Got to be really watchful with Hazelwood targeting those stumps and the ball keeping low.
Yep, or occasionally jumping now, from what we just saw. But I mean, that may just have been an outlier. But
an isolated incident.
Indeed, yeah.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah. Super chat gain. Super chat gain.
Tell us more, Bear.
Ravi Natharaj from $5. Happy Father's Day to all gorillas, and happy birthday wishes to President Trump. I had to say it because you paid it, and I wouldn't agree with the last bit.
Onto the back foot goes Markram, but it's straight enough, it's probing enough, it's a good length delivery, really.
I hope there's a scorpion in his birthday cake.
Well, that'd be nice.
Is that the birthday cake based on Mitch Stark? As we were talking about earlier. What would you be? I mean, it's like, isn't it a sort of blind date question? If you were an insect, what sort of insect would you be? Or an interview. I can't believe that anyone's ever really been asked that in an interview. In comes Hazelwood. Bowls, straight driven. He can't stop it. Hazelwood, he stooped. He got his hand down as quickly as he could. But that is possibly Markram's finest shot of the day. A straight drive on what was not a full half volley. And he's put it away beautifully.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, Richard, now is the time for you to take us through to the close.
You leave me with Markram on 97, if my maths is
well,
correct.
It has to be you, doesn't it, to get him to his three figures?
I will do my very, very best.
I have to say, Hendo not only drank out of a glass, but he also didn't finish it, which, what sort of gorilla are you, Hendo?
He's taking it with him. I finished mine, of course.
Don't you know the rules, Hendo? Finish your glass before the end of your stint.
And this is where you're at.
Excellent. We've done that super chat, haven't we?
No, we haven't done that one.
Okay, Warren Davies has sent us a super chat for $5. Says Timber's hyperbaric chamber is just a shoebox with a bicycle pump attached. That's not very kind, Warren. But thank you very much for that. You have been incredibly generous today, our friends, and thank you for that, because it's what keeps us going.
As well as the Greg's deliveries.
Yes, they're always great. But for that, we have to thank our fine man, Brian in Brisbane. Oh, they haven't a run out. Oh, no, it would have been close. He didn't hit stumps, did he? That would have been out if it hit stumps, wouldn't it?
So we stand on the brink of the last half hour's play. They're having a look at what might have been the situation, but on with the action in just a moment. Spavuma's on 57. He'll have the strike with Markram at the other end on 97. And the bowler now is Nathan Lyon. He's got no wickets yet. None for 45 his figures, entering his 16th over. 84 required to win. There seems to be some sort of hold-up. I don't know what's going on. We're getting visuals of people swapping hats in the grandstand, but finally we're good to go. This one is just defended away into the leg side by Bavuma, who must be pretty exhausted, given the awkward running he's had to do all day so far, and the concentration that must have been involved. They have taken a large bite out of this task, but they are not there yet. 84 more to get. Here's Lion once more to Bavuma. Once again, it is just turned away into the leg side, but there is cover there at mid-wicket. We will see Mr. Bishop when we see you. He's on his way.
Are you in tomorrow? Fucking you lot.
Here's Lion, who has no interest in Mr. Bishop's travails, the Bears' travails, the vagaries of the rota. All he wants is Bavuma's wicket, but he didn't get it there. It's another dot ball, very, very similar to the previous two. Now the second half of the over, set to unfold. And this time, Bavuma, it turns right across Bavuma. I think it may have missed everything, including leg slip. And they're going to get through for 2. We'll see what the umpire signals in just a second. He seems poised for leg buys.
Oh, it was buys, wasn't it? Didn't touch anything. 200's up.
I thought so too. Well,
2
apparently,
buys, yeah, it was
cool.
buys.
It's been called buys, yeah, and the 200 up for South Africa.
Wow, that turned a mile.
It did, didn't it? That's why he should be going around the wicket, surely.
You think?
Oh, he's really struggling now, Bavuma, to get down the other end.
Now, do you think Markram goes for the big yee-haw to get his 100?
No.
Well,
After all this, why would he want to throw it away?
He's had a couple of scares against Lion, who's got 1 ball at him now at the end of this over. Balls going between bat and pad, balls turning out of the... Not a lot of rough, but a little bit, I guess. Balls missing everything as well, we've had that. What drama will this ball produce? Here comes Nathan Lyon. 2-8 mark. We're on 97. It turns right across him. He gets his bat well out of the way. Lets it hit him on the pad. And it's going miles down leg side, so no drama there. It's 201 for 2. 81 more required. Bear.
No, just me now.
Messers.
Frank Rockefeller says, Trump, love him or hate him, like Steve Smith.
Yeah, I guess they're in the same camp.
Nitin Deshpande reckons the match is over. Fluffy says Donald would legalise the use of sandpaper. Frank says the Predators ain't got nothing. The deal is made when the cash passes hands.
Well, I don't think it is over. I mean, you looked at how wickets fell. I mean, today has been a great day for batting. If it rains tonight, it's a bit overcast.
There's your mate, Messers.
Yeah.
Oh, Clive talking. That's Chris. The CEO of West Indies Cricket with him, who was talking with us the other day. Chris Daring. Anyhow.
Hazelwood is the man with ball in hand, and he'll have a crack at Bavuma at the start of this 53rd over. Here he is now with 1 wide slip again. It's short, it's pulled.
Nice shot.
But there is a man out there. There's Constas, who came on quite some time ago to replace Piggy Smith. And he'll keep it down to the inevitable 1, given the state of Bavuma's running, which gets everyone sitting on the edge of their seat again because Markram's on strike on that 97.
Kieran Raspberry says, even though Messi is great at the tubes, there's no way he can keep up with this. Yeah, I'm having to be very selective. It's getting closer and closer to the situation where the only ones that'll get rid out will be the Super Chats.
I did say that earlier myself.
What a nice problem to have.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Hazelwood once more to Markram. It's a straight, worked away on the leg side, but straight to the fielder. No run.
Yeah, I think personally, Australia will be glad to get off the field tonight, come back, and they'll think, well, there's 80 runs left, or 70, or whatever is left at the end. We can still do this. Look what we did in the first innings. I need to get 4 quick wickets in the morning and then cause some mayhem in the South African dressing room.
Well, that might be their best bet, you know. At the back end of 2 long sessions, their body language is looking a little flaccid now.
Yeah, exactly. But tomorrow's another day, you know, and the batsmen have got to get back in again, and everything can change.
This one is pulled again by Markram. He's only going to get the 1 for this, as Constas does the fielding again.
I should mention that if Chris Acquire's maths is to be believed, the GPL is safe because the highest pick would have required South Africa to get 190. So £190 is in the pot. It won't be available tomorrow because of the state of the game, but it will be available for day 1 of the test match against India, which is coming up this coming Friday.
What is the high score, actually?
Yeah, 253 was
253, okay. So, yeah, how many did Australia get today?
70 something, I think.
Okay, fair enough then. Yeah.
Here's Hazelwood into Bavuma. It's straight, it's defended, and I did just notice old McDonald sitting on the Australian dressing room balcony looking very, very glum indeed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think the Australians can feel that they didn't give it their best, even if they do lose this.
Nor can they feel out of it. 79 is a long way, and you add a couple of wickets, and this inexperienced middle to lower order. I am counting no chickens yet.
The person I'm really happy to see do well is Bavuma. I think he's just shown his guts by this innings.
Well, he's got to face up to Hazelwood now. He lets this one go. It feels like a long time since we've seen a leave to one of the quicks, but that has been allowed to go by. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been through a lot of tough times over the years. Had question marks leveled at him for the better part of a decade or more, rightly or wrongly, but he's come through it. And when the biggest question of all has been asked of him today, I mean, even if he gets out now, I think he's done
the job.
He's done a job on one leg. I mean,
Yeah.
You could criticize him if he wasn't on one leg, but given the injury and everything, and the way he started so dodgily,
I'd
fair
say
play to him.
I'd say the job is pretty much done.
This one is just gently pulled away around the corner for another single.
Yeah, you can tell there's not a lot in the pitch when someone of Bavuma's height can pull a short ball from Stark and still be well on top of it.
And seems to have all day to do it. So
From
78 more are needed. How are we looking on the social?
Here's a challenge from Fluffy. It says $50 super chat if one of you can scull a can in under 6 seconds.
Oh,
we've only got pint cans here. I think that's asking a bit much.
Yeah, in my old days, I could definitely do that, you know.
AB de Villiers looks like he's
have
got
to
a
be the
regular
glass.
seat and a regular grandstand. Or was that just an AB de Villiers lookalike?
Maybe.
I know, I think he is. I think he's just in the crowd. Maybe he's gone out there to... he's probably got a VIP pass, but he's probably...
going to be amongst his people, including
Yeah.
a lot of 12-year-olds by the looks of it.
Peeps.
And fair play to him if he's done that.
Yeah. Erasumi says, fan of Mitch, Travis, Hayden retired, Gilly retired, but nevertheless wishing South Africa to win this Test Championship. Please let South Africa win and let them get a major trophy on their hands. They deserve it.
Gilly retired? That's so long ago I didn't have any grey in my beard.
Oh, they're bringing out more donuts.
Oh, yeah.
Change of ball after 53 overs, which is not dissimilar to the time that the South Africans...
I think it was
ball
about
changed.
56 overs that they had a look at the ball earlier in the day when Australia were batting.
Warren Davis says Shelley's on the rotor for ball by ball for the whole day tomorrow.
Oh, fuck me. No, you don't want to... You're in trouble. 68 was scored by Australia today.
Brian says, come on, Richard, South Africa is surely on top. Oh, I don't think there's much doubt about that.
We're on top, but I'm not saying that's guaranteeing anything.
Bruce Robinson says the current Aussies have worked hard to clean up their image. but they need some of that old school mongrel right now. Nobody's snarling or growling out there. Mr. P says this Aussie's image only gets clean once Smith retires. Well, I got to tell you, there's an awful lot of people in England who actually admit to liking a number of the Aussies, which I certainly wouldn't have heard 5 years ago.
Well, yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. You see them interviewed and you think, oh, he's actually all right.
Yeah, I mean, you can't not like Pat Cummins, really.
No,
he just seems
exactly.
like a thoroughly decent bloke.
Stark and Hazelwood do as well. And even Piggy Smith, when he's interviewed, still can't stand Marnus, got to say.
Traitor.
Brown says Shelley is Australia's only hope.
Well, you can't win everything all the time. Well, I know they're T20 champions, one-day champions, the ICC champions. No, they're not ICC champions trophy, are they?
They've got enough in the trophy cupboard.
Yeah,
Let's just
exactly.
leave it there.
They've won everything loads
Yeah,
of
if you
times.
count the women's trophies, then it really swells.
Yeah.
So the head experiment didn't last very long.
Yeah, the thing about Head is he bowls, he turns at a mile, but he bowls one or two ball balls and over.
And here's Nathan Lyon, who is unlikely to do so, and certainly doesn't with the first ball to Bavuma there, which is just defended away down the pitch.
Must be said, Markham must want his ton tonight before the close of play. You don't want to come back on 99 in the morning.
Oh, heavens, yes.
No, well, he's got, what, 10 minutes?
Probably only 3 overs.
Yep.
The way that down, they don't want to give away too many runs tonight either. They want to have something to bowl at in the morning.
Lyon to Bavuma, who comes forward and defends it outside off stump. Carey does the tidying up.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Markham try and get his ton up, and then they both close up shop and wait for tomorrow to finish the game.
Lyon continues to Bavuma. It is wide outside the off stump. Bavuma plays it out gently towards Point, who fields it equally gently and will go again.
Just before you go on, I just want to ask Chris the Choir a question. He's a patron. He's used his benefit as a studio member to be here today. Chris, have you got good value out of your Patreon membership today? He says it's been fantastic. He's really enjoyed himself. So there you are. You can do the same. See you, mate.
Bye-bye, Chris.
See you later, Chris. Now, of course, you can do that. You can come in and join us in the studio if you so wish.
So while all that was going on, you missed a dot ball. Temba's having a play with his helmet and adjusting this and that. There are fully 10 minutes still to go.
We got 2 super chats coming out your way after this ball.
So I better line up a jingle, eh? For 2, I'm going to play 1 jingle. But it's going to be this one. After this, at the end of the over, we shall do it. My fucking vape started leaking.
I hate it when it happens.
Lyon to Bavuma, who stretches only to defend out to Point. Got to think it'll be an opportunity for Australia when they get Markham back on strike at this stage in the day. It might be their one glimmer of hope to break open an end and just give them a little bit of momentum going into the night, if they could get rid of a nervy Markram on 98 or 99. But that is for the next over. Bavuma will finish this over with a... Could it go to the boundary? I think it's going to be hauled in. He'll get 2 with a slap through the covers. It is a 205 for 2, 78... 206 for 2. 76 more are needed, and we can go to the Super Chats.
YouTube Prime Super Chat. No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
Gorilla Cricket Pawn Botter sent us another $5. Says Richard just experimented with head. Did I hear that right? Maybe you did. Thank you. And Brown in Brisbane sends us another $5. Says, I'm not moaning about South Africa winning. They've been too good today. Australia have been outplayed today. I agree. I think it was also a really good toss for South Africa to win.
It always takes a little bit of bravery to put the opposition in.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, it did kind of work out. They bowled them out 212. They just fucked it up in the first innings, didn't they? I mean, it was superb bowling performance by the Aussies in the first innings. Some poor batting by South Africa. They really pulled it back, and then you have to hand it to Stark this morning. Got a 50 and really gave Australia something to bowl at. And you actually would have thought Well, Australia would have closing out with a lead of 280.
You would have thought so. Muttley says, I don't mind Aussie cricketers, except the unholy trinity. I would have banned them all for life. You're a hard man, Muttley.
Well, I thought that was ridiculous, to be honest. They should never have been bloody even off.
So there are shadowy figures gathering at the back of the Australian balcony. Well, not that shadowy, really, but, you know, they're Aussies.
JJH is nominated yesterday for Markham to score a ton. Super proud if he can score these 2 runs.
Everyone is waiting to have a look at what Markram can do as he faces up to Hazelwood in this over. The Aussies are having a good long think about how they can prolong Markram's agony and his weight and make him sleep on this, or make him play a silly shot, which is what they really want, trying to avoid sleeping on this. He's ready to go. Here comes Hazelwood at last. They've set their field. I can't tell you anything more than there is one wide slip, and it gets big on Markram, but he manages to ride the bounce and defend it. There'll be no run.
Duncan Stewart Keel says, love how the Aussies say Manus' surname. Come on, guys, say it like a bird. Well, he's the one who didn't want us to say Labuschagne, but, you know, it's his fault that we say Labuschagne in Australia.
But South Africans shall not be fooled, Mr. Manus Labuschagne.
Yeah, we all know where he's from.
Yeah.
What's that Peter Sarstedt song about?
I know where you...
Do you know where you're really from, or how does it go?
The back streets of Naples.
Streets of Potchefstroom or Klerksdorp, I think it is. One of those two, anyway. Here's Hazelwood again to Markram. And it's a tidy ball, tidily defended off the back foot. The weight goes on.
I don't think Hazelwood's going to put anything up there that he can drive. I think it's all going to be reasonably short. Length deliveries. I mean, he's bowled 12 overs for 39. It's not too bad.
Yeah. Anna Forsyth says, I'm convinced Pat Cummins has that voice because otherwise he's annoyingly perfect. He's hard to dislike, isn't he?
Yeah, he does have that about him, doesn't he?
And he's such a good cricketer.
Who?
Cummins.
Oh, yeah, Cummins, definitely.
Hazelwood into Markram. There's an extra slip in now in this precarious situation, but it is just played out into the covers with no great power. And Hazelwood has just got to give him a ball that isn't obviously one to block, a ball that gives him hope, that gives him a reason to flash at it. With probably only 5 minutes left in the day.
Yeah, 1 over after this one.
2 away from that 100. Well, this is why they call it Test cricket. What a test of character this is for Markram right now. Knowing also that his teams, I mean, if he can be there at the end, South Africa win for sure. He knows his team's entire campaign rests on this, on him staying there, not doing anything silly now. Here comes Hazelwood, hoping for him to do something silly. It's driven straight to cover. Nothing silly yet. 2 balls to go in the over. I don't know how it is for the neutrals, but it's pretty tense for me right now.
I really want him to do it. And I really want him to do it tonight. I mean, if he doesn't do it tonight, well, c'est la vie, but I think it'd be a lot easier to get it done tonight. He's in, his eyes in. The bowlers are tired. He's just running out of time, really. He only needs 2 runs. It's 1 hit, isn't it?
That's what it is. Okay, I can tell you there are 2 slips quite widely spaced apart from each other, sort of a 1.5 and a third slip. And there are 3 patrolling the covers, saving 1. Here comes Hazelwood again. It is on the legs. It is too straight. He is going to bring up the 100 with a boundary through mid-wicket. Adrian Markram can raise his bat at Lords. After scoring a duck in the first innings, he has turned it around in style and raise his bat. He does. He's going to savour this, and why not? He deserves it.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
And we have another super chat.
Oh, give it to us.
From the Pawn Bot, who's sent us $2, says, I just pounded the like button.
Nice.
Which has got up to 223, which is good for a day for us.
Absolutely. And subscribe to
And the South African supporters are starting to dance. There are 72 runs still required. The job is not yet done. But there is a certain significance in him clocking up this 100 at this time in this match situation. And there's another thing I like about it, which is that in our event, a pre-event podcast, I called him as a man of the match potential with 100. As Hazelwood finishes the over, it's a dot ball. Markram just plays it out to point. And that's the end of that over, 210 for 2.
Sagnit Data says the match has swung a lot. When Australia made 212, I thought South Africa favourite. Then they got bowled out for 138, and Australia 73 for 7. Then they finally gave us the target of 282. I thought Australia had the advantage. That's what makes this a fantastic match. It's been anybody's for so long.
And the fact that the pitch can evolve, even though we've only had a 3-day test, really. It's just been a completely different pitch to the first 2 days today.
Yeah, it has
and that has
indeed.
totally changed the complexion of the game. If it had remained a tricky wicket, South Africa would probably already be in the team.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's amazing how it's flattened out today. I think it's partly to do with the weather, to be fair. The last couple of days were a little bit overhead, weren't they?
Yep. Bruce Robinson says if South Africa does it, Markram just secured man of the match.
Yeah, I think so.
We have 795 people watching at the moment.
Wow. Hello to you all. Smash that like button and subscribe. Send us a super chat. Become a Patreon. We're going to advertise while you're there.
Lockie 6 just says Markram is not crap. I think that's fair to say. Well done, Markram, says Cicilla Wycliffe. You are a star.
And whatever hair product Markram uses, it's like he's just walked straight out of the dressing room, completely fresh. He's made 100. He's been under a helmet, but the gel is still holding. Here comes Lion into Bavuma, who leans on it. It's not going to be a run as Stark fields it at point. Is this the last over, do we think? What's the time?
Yes. Yeah, definitely last over. Temba could get himself a ton as well still.
They are absolutely partying in the stands, the South Africans.
Not everybody's happy. Warren Davis says, no, I have to get up at 5 a.m. on Saturday.
Lion is slapped through the offside by Bavuma. It's going to be a bit of a chase on here for, I think it is Cummins. And they're not going to get more than 2 runs for this, as Bavuma hobbles back for that second. Yeah, and I'm going to have to do an hour-long bus ride through London again because they haven't got it done today.
You're not going to go to Lord's to celebrate with all your country people?
Well, I have committed to guerrilla cricket for tomorrow.
Absolutely.
We could.
Well, no, because fucking Hendo and Tony aren't turning up, are they?
Slackasses.
Yeah, exactly.
Lion is in again to Bavuma, who just defends this away. 3 balls left in the day.
I don't think it'll go beyond lunch, though.
No, 70 required, and that is the traditional marker of what you should score in a session. So if they're not done by lunch, they would be in extending the session territory, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be 10 runs short, and they'll extend it by half an hour.
Lion to Bavuma once again, who defends and limps down to the other end for what he'll probably hope is his last single of the evening. Boy, has he had to work hard for every one of those 65 runs, as well as many of Markram's running.
Well, it's got to be true as well. Rarely in chases is a chase done sort of 7 or 8 wickets down on a total like this. It does take a big innings from 1 or 2 people to get there.
Yep. Markram comes forward and blocks the penultimate delivery of the day.
Partnership 143 of 2-5. I mean, that's a match-winning partnership.
Yep,
especially in the sense of this game. It certainly is, isn't it?
Lots of messages coming through congratulating Markram,
who's got 1 more delivery to see off now as Nathan Lyon comes in, bowls to him. It does get a little bit of turn, but it's easily enough seen off by Markram off the back foot, who I believe gets a handshake from Alex Carey.
That's sporting. I like that.
Yeah, the Aussies are more sporting than they used to be. It seems fair to say. He's getting a handshake from Uzi Khawaja. Everyone's on their feet. Shukri Conrad is clapping quietly. He's got a bit of a man management job to do tonight, hasn't he? Because with 69 still to go, you just cannot celebrate on any way, shape or form yet.
No. Well, they'll know that. They'll got 8 wickets in the hutch as well,
Okay, we got another super chat.
Okay. Give it to us.
Zippy Tuna sent us $2. Says 69 needed to win. Nice.
We know where he's at.
Yeah.
Well, we should wrap up and get out. Really?
Yeah. So 213 for 2. The score at close of play. Markham on 102 from 159. Bavuma on a equally heroic 65 off 121. Basically with one leg, dealing with an injury that started before tea, was not very successfully treated during tea, and batted for another 2.5 hours since tea to get to the close. These two have done a magnificent job to really get South Africa into a situation where they will have to do a spectacular show of unravelment to lose this. And I think they will want to bring it home tomorrow, these two batsmen. And if they do, Bavuma will have a chance to turn this into 100. But there is the question mark of whether he will be able to walk tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I mean, I think they will get him there early. They will work massage. They will strap it up. They will give him deep heat, painkillers, whatever they have to do. And he's not going to not want to go out.
Oh, if he can possibly bat,
exactly.
he's going to want to be there at the end. These two, absolutely. I think Markham was just so pissed off by getting out for a duck in the first innings. He knew he owed his team, and he has repaid it this afternoon at Lord's.
There's a couple of lovely messages to finish off with. From Gary Cry, Outbush near Mika Thera, still here. Great call, lads. And Tatela Mandla Kakana says, how am I only coming across this channel today? What bloomin' rock have I been under? Absolutely love it here. Great to have you with us, Tatelo.
We've been here for 10 years, mate.
And Muttley says, love and sausages, primates. See you all tomorrow. Indeed. Thank you all so much for being with us today. It's been fantastic. We'll be with you at 20 minutes past 10 tomorrow morning.
For the denouement.
For the denouement. Indeed.
And on that note, we shall play the team tune. We're out. See you tomorrow.
Nighty night.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel,
Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Gary Che Guevara.